I'm a drop in the ocean, just a face in a crowd waiting to be seen. Big dreams set in motion, I wanna go where no one's ever been. I would climb the highest mountain, I would dive the deepest sea, just so I could make you feel what I feel. Aiming for the sky, yeah, I really thought we'd make it. Got my head in the clouds, but I can see the world from up here, from up here, from up here. The world from up here, from up here, from up here. Can see the world from up here. Go ahead, call me crazy. I always see the good in everyone. Blue-eyed and naive, wow. Way up here, I can see the sun. I would climb the highest mountain, I would dive the deepest sea, just so I could make you feel what I feel. Aiming for the sky, yeah, I really thought we'd make it. Got my head in the clouds, but I can see the world from up here. Yeah, I can see the world from up here. Yeah, I can see the world from up here, from up here, from up here. The world from up here, from up here, from up here. Can see the world from up here. I keep forgetting I'm getting older, but when I realize it's too late, wanna be young again, do it over. Feel the innocence on my face. I know you don't owe me any favors, but if you did, it would be more time. So if you're listening, Mother Nature, can't you bend your rules? Just say you'll try. Say you'll give me a chance. Say I Can't you help me out just this one time? If it costs my soul, you know I'll sell.
Hey there, welcome to 757 Spotlight. Good to see you. It's Monday. Okay, yeah. All right, it's Monday. Good to see you. Thanks for coming on in today. We're at the Nuremberg airport today. Always have fun with a little bit the airport signs that you can kind of go and fly around. Whoa, someone's got a big old 777 here today. How about that? Looks like we've got all sorts of traffic going on right now. Thanks for putting in wows in at wow time. I know, I got to find a new wow, right? Hey, Chris. Ben's here. Tim Dog, Martel, welcome, welcome. I saw T-Bird come in. There's JSG Droid flying along. And thank you for coming by. I don't think there's a jetway here. Either they haven't built it or it's missing. So either the jetway's missing or gate number 9 is one of those gates that, you know, you only walk up the stairs at or something along those lines. So anyway, hello, welcome on in. Kalu, welcome to you. Chris, hello. John's here, LGKR. Oh, from our departure point yesterday, right? Hey, John, I hope everything is great in Corfu. Diamond Mike in Boston, welcome aboard. Hey there, Rich, thank you for coming in. RND and Benvenuto's back. Hey, Ben. Ben's back with a nice resub, too. Ben's been here for a long time, 44 months. Thanks for the all really, really great jet fuel in the flight plan, and I hope you're doing really good today. Let's see, Vectors to Copenhagen. I actually really do like that Air Berlin livery. It's, you know, the red's okay. I kind of like the text on the side. They're later, the font that they used is actually kind of a cool one. The Air Berlin logo is actually nice too, but for me, it's also a little bit of the spy vibe, being that it's coming from Berlin. But also it's a unique call sign. Air Berlin, there's some people that fly with Air Berlin, but not many. And so in a really, really big VATSIM event like we're going to be in today, it's easier to kind of pick out your call sign, you know, when they're saying, hey, you know, come on and talk to us while you're busy, you know, getting coffee or another beverage or something like that. Welcome aboard, Snowboard. GT Boy is here. Beer cheers. Hi, Keith. Merc Socks? Is that the old livery is pretty much? I like this one. This one was really nice. And did you know they also flew the A330? They had a couple of A330s flying around for Air Berlin as well. And of course, one of the exciting things and kind of getting ready for is the fact that they're going to do that they flew the F100, the Fokker F100. So that means that we can take the F100 out when the F100 is released for Microsoft Flight Simulator. But let's see. Tim Dog is boarded a CRJ using the built-in stairs, but never had to take a bus to the gate. Really? No kidding, Tim. I've never had to take a bus to the gate before, and no, I've never used the built-in stairs before. They've always had a ramp or something whenever I've been in it, or a jetway. So that's really unusual. John is a GN Flight 28 Charlie, and you're going to be 20 minutes from Athens. So are you doing a real flight there, John, or is this a sim flight? Good Knob and Agro, welcome aboard. Tim Dog says this is Midland. Oh, okay, like Midland, Odessa. Yeah, you're doing a Texas flight, Tim Dog? Wow. Hey, I hope you have a fun flight. I know it's a CRJ, not that much fun. Hey, look at that. The United is pushing back. So big old 777's pushing back there. And if you're new to all of this and you're wondering what the heck's going on with this live stream, we're Flight Simulator simmers. This is Microsoft Flight Simulator, and all the airplanes that you see is somebody flying a flight simulator like I am. So, and we're all on a network called VATSIM, and you'll hear air traffic control, which is real people. Then instead of playing with Flight Simulator, they're playing with air traffic control. So there we go. John is doing a real airplane flight today. Hey, John. Oh, what a good time. John, I don't know if you take pictures and stuff on planes and stuff, but if you're over, get a chance to go over to Discord and take some pictures of your flight. Love those kinds of pictures over on our Discord. It's kind of like we get to kind of sneak on board and go along with you. Hi, Viper Strike. Welcome aboard. Tim Dog has not been to Midland, Odessa, and over. I thought you regularly went there on business. That was like one of your business places that you always go to. So, okay, let's get going here. I just requested a clearance, and I did it via CPDLC, and I haven't heard back yet while I was yapping around here. But seeing a United 777, yeah, that's true. Merck's, you're right. You know, seeing a big old 777 like that, you're really, I don't think gonna see. I mean, well, just look at how big this airplane is. Here, let's go and get the drone cam out again. So, I mean, yeah, this is really, but the other cool thing about this is you really do see, hey, that's a pretty big airplane. And then if you zoom back just a little bit like this, as they continue to push back and come on over to our little baby bus here. So here's our little A319. There's big old United 777. I think that's JSG Droid over on the other Air Berlin. And this one is an A321, I believe. Yeah, I think this is an A321. So JSG Droid, just to kind of give you an idea, this is definitely a lot longer than my A319, but you can see compared to the size of the big monster 777 over there. That's how big it is. It's that big. And really is a cool airplane too. Let's see. Hey, Richard is here. Richard Stiles is now heavy equipment. Was watching the Sunday flight recap. Well, you wanted to say thank you for coming in. It was a nice arrival into Athens. So you're doing heavy equipment right now. Be careful. Heavy equipment's fun. Oh, did you see that? They just turned on their taxi lights. I bet this one's getting ready to taxi on out here. Ice Pilot, welcome aboard. It is snowing in Finland right now. Snowing in Finland. And you're linking the McDo to your iPad. Yeah, that's actually a really cool thing to do. If you've got an iPad, you can link your McDo to that. The only reason that I don't do it is because it's harder to show on a live stream. But that's a neat thing to be able to do. Tim Dog, you've been more to Norman, Oklahoma? And of course, whenever Loviz is in chat, you get to do Oklahoma Sooner jokes too, right? You knew that I was going to come up with that one sooner rather than later. You went to Midland around 10 to 12 times a year back in 2016 and 2019. Well, they just turned on their taxi lights. I don't know if they're going to go or not. I figured they were going to taxi away. All right, let's hop back into our airplane here and get... Oh, there they go. Bye. See you later. Happy landings, big 777. No PDC voice clearance was quick and easy. Thanks, JSG Droid. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in today. All right, so Nuremberg ground is 121.760. 121.76. Whoops, 760. Let's pop that in there and see if we can't hear anybody. And there we go. I hear voices. Ben, welcome. Oh, that's the McDonnell Douglas. Merck has got corn dogs while enjoying a passenger view on the right engine over the hotland of Saudi Arabia. Merck is because the cockpit has been screaming at you. Really? No kidding. Snowboard says spy hat. I think we need a spy hat. Beppy? Okay. I'm kind of taking my time getting started here. Roddy, welcome aboard. Just saying hello and checking in, seeing how everybody's doing. Okay, I've got a few things programmed in here. Let's go ahead and get passengers walking up the stairs. So Phoenix, ground services. Let's get PCA, preconditioned air, in there because I don't have the APU on. Make the cabin nice and comfy. And we are going to have 122 people going with us to 122 people going with us up to Copenhagen. A couple days ago, I did a how-to video about range rings and extended center lines that we program into the flight management computer. And I recorded the video, was great, and then I was so tired that night. When I was cleaning up my hard drive, I just deleted it. So, Beppy, I may have missed a few things in Discord today. Things got a little crazy here at home, but I may have missed a couple of things. Sorry about that. I'll catch up in a little bit. Trav has a static, a shirt full of static. Really? Snowboard, estimated flight time. You can find that information out. It's over here on the pilot brief, and it's right here, an hour and 40 minutes. Nuremberg ground, guten Abend. Air Berlin 441 is at stand 9 information Bravo requesting clearance up to Copenhagen.
Next one to Copenhagen, Air Berlin 441, good evening. Charlie is correct. Startup approved. You're cleared to Copenhagen by the Areto 1 Charlie departure flight plan route. Climb by sit flight level 70, squawk 3120.
Berlin 441 cleared up to Copenhagen. The Erto 1 Charlie departure flight plan route. Climb via the SID. Our squawk is 3120.
Berlin 441, FLIGHTDECK.
Yay! All right, we know what we're doing. Sort of.
Question: is it allowed to take off from Delta?
Okay.
I checked with Dollar, but
Beppy, you'll look soon. Okay, it was an update on your wind wing. All right, I hope it's okay. Oh, Trav, that was a joke. Hang on. Where's the drums? Got it. There you go, Trav. All right. We did get a squawk code, didn't we? Our squawk is 3120. 3120. Anyhow, I got to remember to re-record the video, and then we also ought to take maybe a 737 or 777 flight and do range rings for the Boeing too. That seems to be something that is catching on. Okay, we're departing off of runway 10. It's the Erto 1 Chuckles departure and insert. EKCH, our arrival today. Right now they are running runway 22 left and ILS 22 left. It's going to be the Moni for Charlie arrival, and make sure you select Novia and return and insert. Okay, got that done. Let's see. Merck is cautious of why you always use the 441. Oh, curious, not cautious. Yeah. Several reasons. One, it's one that I've been using for a very long time on the sim, on VATSIM. And there's some of the information about why. The other reason, though, is, as you just said, it's easy for me to listen while I'm chattering away here on a live stream for 441. It's also another reason why it is that I fly certain airlines all the time, like Air Berlin or Lufthansa Cargo. You know, these are call signs that I'm going to remember, and that it's easy for me to pick out while I'm chattering away on the live stream. And those are the big reasons why. Okay, let's come on down here and do Mr. Flight Plan. F plan. I said F plan. Uh-oh. Oh, we did the flight plan. I already did that. Let's go in it. Yeah, we did the flight plan. And page 2. Let's see, our altimeter here in Nuremberg is 1023. 1023 for the pilot. 1023 for the co-pilot. There we go. We could turn on a couple of things like the alerts and the cute little autopilot cam. Let's see, we should also do the backup altimeter. Backup altimeter. There we go. 1023. There we go. That's good too. By the way, Captain Whip is flying along today as NBT 1914. So we're gonna look for listen for Captain Whip on the radio today. Yay. All right, all that looks good. Airplane is loaded. Passengers are aboard. So let's come on over here and go and up. Airplane closed all the doors. We are clear to start up the APU. APU starts. And I think we're almost ready to get out of here. Final load sheets board. 53.5 is our zero fuel weight. That's the same as we got on the initial. 29.0. Accept. Return. The computer says I need 4.9 tons of fuel to make it. I've got 7.34. It's vectors to Copenhagen.
Ground, hello, runway
You
17,
board
7,
extra
stand
fuel.
Information, Charlie. We are
Rich on
calling
Wheels
Mach
got the
8,
flight gear
+5
stuff.
into
Have you
Copenhagen.
hooked it in? Have you tried it yet, Rich?
China 177, welcome to the party.
I don't think I've ever really, I haven't really done any of the flight gear before.
Ready to 1 Charlie departure, flight plan route. Climb by sit flight level 70 and the squawk 1111.
Turn down the brightness of the controls here.
Cleat Copenhagen on the Iraqi 1 Charlie departure.
And APU, let's start up the APU.
1111, runway 177.
Our initial climb today via the SID is going to be 7,000 feet. 7,000 feet. I looked it up. Oh, you have flight gear, but not yet. Okay. Oh, you haven't flown with it yet. I understand. I'm going to be a little bit slow today. I've also the battery charger cable for the new camera is allegedly showing up today, so that's going to be neat. Okay, look outside. You can see there goes JSG Droid pushing back. And now is a perfect opportunity for a coffee update.
And long shift 1914 stand.
I hear Captain Whip.
Longship 1914, push is approved facing west.
Push approved facing west. Long shift 1914.
I'm not speeding up right now because JSG Droid is going to be right behind us, like where the 777 was. So we'll just kind of take our time here. No big rush, JSG Droid. It's a busy day in Nuremberg. I bet everybody departing Nuremberg is going to, I'll bet everybody is going to Nuremberg. From Nuremberg, everyone's going to Copenhagen. Let's see. There's a really cool thing that we can look at here. I don't know if you've seen it. We've chatted about this a few times. I'll put a link into it here in chat and then show it to you. So there's this cool little website here, and there's your link. Let's go and change the airport to EDDN, Nuremberg. And you can come over and see wherever everybody's going. Hamburg, Copenhagen, 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 Hagen, München, and EKCH. Someone's going to Gatwick. Somebody's going to Gatwick. And so there's the departures. And that's actually really kind of a cool little departure board. You can change it to anything. So we've also got arrivals coming in from Frankfurt. Ooh, so all over the place. Zurich, Vilnius, Barcelona. I mean, like I said, this is actually kind of a cool thing. It's kind of a cool little toy to play with. It also showing a little crawl thing here at the bottom of the screen. It says EDDN Nuremberg Montag. So it's telling you that there's a VATSIM event going on here too. So that's it. That's another cool thing. And yep, I've also got the Amazon package tracker out. There is, I told you there's a camera charger cable that's coming. Very excited. I get to charge it up. I've been having a blast learning about it. It's been really neat. Oh, JSG Droid moved up. Let's go and request a, let's request. So let's start our squawking. And let's get mode Charlie turned on. Doors are closed. Seatbelts going on. Let's see. APU bleed can go on. Let's do fuel pumps going off. Fuel pumps are off. Everything looks groovy over there. APU is available. I'm going to shut down ground power. Ground power is off. I'm going to get rid of preconditioned air, the ground power unit, verify that my parking brakes are on, and then remove the chocks and cones. And then we'll go ahead and let's activate GSX. GSX. Oh my gosh, I've actually used GSX for like 3 days straight, and there hasn't been an update. I'm not whining about updates, but it seems like they do a lot of updates. Prepare for pushback and departure. We'll use lofty stuff. Departure perf. 10. Sink. Sink. Sunk. And send to the McDo. It's going to be flaps 1. That's a nice departure. Come on over to charts. We are ready for pushback in the cockpit too. How convenient. Hey, crew chief. Got somebody out dancing. I think, oh no, they were just sitting down. Taking a break. Taking a break. We've got, let's see, who's this? Anima Wings. Is this an airline? Anima Wings? There's a Ryanair behind it. I've not heard of that one.
Ryanair 189 information Charlie. Startup approved, cleared Düsseldorf by the Zulus 1 Charlie departure.
Hey, somebody is going to Dusseldorf and not going up to Copenhagen. Imagine that.
Düsseldorf, Zulus 1 Charlie departure, Nuremberg, level 70, scope is 0626, and startup also approved, Ryanair
189, is that correct?
Almost ready to go. They're going to lift the nose of the airplane here. It's going to be nose right, tail left. All right.
Longship 1914 for taxi holding point runway 10 via Mike 3 Juliet and Fox.
Mike 3 Juliet Fox, they're holding point 10 for longship 194.
Hotel Echo Tango, contact tower 118.305 and night flight.
118.305 is tower. 118.305.
Airplane 19059, yeah, follow the longship, taxi holding point runway 10 via Mike 3 Juliet Fox.
Mike 3 Juliet Fox is the Fox.
Nuremberg crowd, hello again. Air Berlin 441 at stand 9. Information, Charlie is now aboard, requesting pushback.
Berlin 441, pushback is approved, facing west.
Push proof, face west for Berlin 441. Ready to go?
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at west.
Anima Wings. Okay, AI Creations. It's a okay. That's an Romanian airline. So that must mean that they have special accommodations for vampires, right? That was a joke. Thanks, AI Creations. I haven't heard about that one before, but that's the Romanian airline. Richard, is the A319 good for short? Oh, absolutely. Yep, the A220 is going to be really good for short hops too. But you know, the A319, and I think a lot of airlines are looking at replacing their A319s with the A220. Richard has the A320. You like doing little hour-long flights? See, I like those the best too, Richard. An hour between airports, an hour of cruise. For the normal spy flight time that I do, we actually get 3 flights in, which is really nice.
Ryanair 177, stand 16, requesting push and start.
Starting them up.
Ryanair 177, once the A321 behind you is passed, pushback approved, facing west.
Got a sassy airline up there. Got a Scandinavian. I'll bet the Scandi is going to go to. I'll bet the Scandi's going up to Copenhagen. Here's a Lufthansa on the Star Alliance and another Ryanair. Very sassy little airplane. And engine number 1 is coming up really nicely. Captain Chris is the Scandinavian today. Hey there, did I forget the bacon? I did. Angry Wolf, thank you for saving the day. Very nice, thank you. Yep, we forgot the beacon. How could one forget? Anima Wings is stylized as Anima Wings is the Romanian airline. Its headquarters at Otopeni, did I say that right? AI Creations at Henry Coanda Airport, Kanada, Kawanda, in Bucharest. Irby is a MAX 8 Ryanair. How's your MAX 8 working today? Starting engine number 2. Engine number 2 starts. It's cool to see an IRL Airbus pilot flying a Boeing. Yeah, I think it is. Jim Oxide, thank you for the resub. Jim's been here for 5 months. Thank you for 5 months. The Shrew is in chat on YouTube. Hi, Shrew. Welcome aboard. Engine number 2 is coming up just fine. You were talking about a IRL Airbus pilot flying a Boeing. There was a one of those really, really big VATSIM events where, you know, there's people that have real world, you know, not real world, but home cockpits that are really, really, really amazing. And a Airbus captain was in one of those Boeing cockpits flying co-pilot on one of those really big VATSIM events. It was kind of fun to watch. They did had some interesting things to talk about the difference between Boeing and Airbus. I think it's perfect for short hops, Richard. That's what it was designed for. It was designed to be a short hop plane. Okay, ignition back to normal, and wait for the packs to pop on. APU bleed. APU can go off. Let's disengage GSX, turn that off, and I think it's time to go. Nuremberg ground, hello again. Air Berlin 441 pushed and started from stand 9. Information Chuckles remains aboard, requesting taxi.
Air Berlin 441, taxi Holland Central 12 via Mike 2 and Foxtrot.
Mike's 2 and Foxtrot, we are going to runway 10 for Berlin 441. Mike 2 and Foxtrot. Are we ready to go? Let's get ready to rumble. All right. And taxi light, cabin call. And flaps are going to be 1. Speed brakes are going to be armed. Parking brakes off. We'll do the rest of the tune-up here while we're on the road. The Shrew would like to know how you get rid of the WASM crashes. You know, if you figure out that, I sure hope that you'll tell us all about it, because that is like, you know, the bane of everybody's existence. I mean everybody's existence. The best thing that you can do is, if you're having repeated WASM crashes, you could listen to what AI Creations just wrote in there. Clear the WASM cache folder. That's one of the best things that you can do. Mr. Jazz, thank you for coming in. Thank you for being jazzy. Another thing, though, is you could also, another thing that's going to help is if it's repeated with a certain airplane, go in and delete that airplane from your community folder or wherever it's, you know, it is. Completely delete it. And once you completely delete it, go and after you delete that, what you would then do is just reinstall a new one, and that'd be the best thing to do. I never heard about running the sim as an administrator before, but that sounds like a good idea too. That sounds like a really good idea. Alright, let's do some control checks. Performance, elevators, ailerons. I'm not going to do the rudder because that'll steer us funny. Trim is going to be up 0.8. 0.8. Flaps, speed brakes, everything's good. Auto brakes max. Takeoff config check is good. Let's do predictive wind shear and get the radar set up in case there's precip. There wasn't a lot of precip that I thought. Good luck with that. It is. Well, Sharu, one of my, I do like the A350. That's kind of a cool airplane. I'd like to fly it more. I'd like to do it on long hauls and stuff. But for just the reason that you said, I don't want to spend a whole lot of time investing the time in a long haul only to have a WASM failure on final approach, and it has happened. So that's kind of one of the things that happens with that. And so, there's some airplanes that are a little bit more prone to WASM failures, and those are the ones that I avoid right now. And there's our cute little Air Berlin A319. And a nice little smart taxi by too. Hey, look at that. We kind of stayed in the center of the taxiway for our taxi by too. That doesn't happen very often. Really do think an awful lot of, the air traffic controllers here. Uh-oh.
So station calling, can you say your call again?
I need to stop real fast. Don't go away.
Nürnberg, hello, data is correct. Get to Gatwick, where the blue one Charlie departure, Flight route, never switch to service and road stroke 1115.
Cable arrived. Cable arrived. Hi, shaded dude. Okay.
Here we go, 228, is that correct?
I didn't want to leave them sitting out on the porch. I live in a really good apartment. They're very good. The apartment people are great. I love them. But I just don't want to leave them out there because I needed this cable. Irvy's going beep beep. Yeah, get out of there, you silly pilot! Getting an Amazon delivery in the middle of the taxi. Shaded dude is landing. So are those your lights ahead, shaded dude? Oh my gosh, there's Irv. Who's that? Is that Irvy? Hi, Irvy. I'm sorry. I'll get going. But seriously, though, Irvy, you know why, right?
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted.
Did I get kicked over to tower while I was going to the door? Hi, younger pilot. Thanks for the resub. 13 months, a year and a month. Thank you. Nuremberg ground. Apologies from Air Berlin 441. Our earplugs were out for a second. Did we get kicked over to tower?
I believe 411, I think so, yes. 118.3 open.
118.3 with the call sign. Thanks, Berlin 441. Have a good week.
You too.
Nuremberg Tower, hello from Air Berlin 441.
Air Berlin 441, Nürnberg Tower, hello. Are we fully ready?
Berlin 441, we are fully ready for departure.
Air Berlin 441, new upper departure frequency 129.525. For your information, wind to 090 degrees, 4 knots, and 10 keeps the takeoff, and traffic on 4.5 miles per minute.
129 or 525 is departure, cleared for immediate takeoff, and we have the traffic in sight, Berlin 441. Holy moly, that was fast. You got to test your brakes. Well, we're supposed to test the brakes every time. All right, here we go. Throttle's up about halfway. Landing lights on. And everything is stable. Manual flex. SRS and runway is set. Auto thrust is blue. It's up, and away time. Captain, we're out of Colombian coffee.
Ryanair, say again.
Ryanair, stop with you.
100 knots. V1, rotate. Up, and away time. 119er 52 129.525. God, I'm amazed that I remembered that frequency. 129.525. That is going to be München on departure. AP. München radar, guten Abend. Air Berlin 441 passing 2,600 for 7.
Berlin 441, München radar, hello. Identified, climb flight level 190.
Climbing now, flight level 190, Berlin 441. One of the other things that I managed to pick up for the new camera is something called a neutral density filter. That's something that we used an awful lot back in my days when we were shooting television news, the neutral density filters and stuff, to give you really, really good colors.
Out of 4,000 feet, proceed direct only.
Berlin 441, after 4,000 feet, we are direct to Lonely. 4,000 feet, direct to Lonely. Let the direct twos begin. Hey Cracker, welcome aboard. So Shaded Dude, I think we did a good job of flooring it. I think we did a good job of flooring it. Richard, generally there was a time well, not really as far as different coffees. I guess whenever I went, if ever I was going to be in a, if I was going to be in a, take a flight, like if I was a passenger, I would always stop by the Empire and get a coffee, a mocha. So I would do a mocha. But other than that, it was just always house blend with usually some French vanilla cream, and that's about it. But I do like it, and most of the time while I'm flying and doing live streaming, especially in the wintertime, I always like to keep a cup of hot coffee on my desk here because, as you can tell, I'm old and my voice is in pretty bad shape from, 40 years of broadcasting. And if this starts to get cold, it starts to short out. So... let's see. Cracker, I hope I said hi. Younger pilot, this is the Phoenix. It's the Phoenix Payware, and it's really one of my favorite airplanes. Shaded Dude, you did 30 minutes gate to gate. I did? Should I not be in free... Yes, you're absolutely right. I should be in open climb, right, Andy? Open climb, because we were not supposed to follow constraints. We were supposed to just go out. So you're absolutely right. I also didn't get my flaps up or anything else. But Andy, you were absolutely right. As soon as they gave me a direct to and a climb to, you're right. I should have gone into open climb. I do. I actually really do like, I'm still a bit of a kid at heart. And coffee and hot chocolate is really, really good. I don't really do it at home, though. I just, I get, It's one of those silk French vanilla creams at the grocery store.
441, contact München radar on 133 decimal 615. Have a nice flight. Bye-bye.
133.615 now for Air Berlin 441. Thanks for the ATC. It's always fun to fly out of Nuremberg. Have a good weekend.
Always a pleasure having you. See you. Bye-bye.
615. I really do like flying. VATSIM Germany. The controllers here are so good. And this is München radar still, right? München radar, guten Abend. Berlin 441's direct lonely, climbing to flight level 190.
Berlin 441, München radar, good evening. I identified climb level 360.
Climbing now, flight level 360, Berlin 441. Up and away time. I know, we really had a fast departure. See what happens when Amazon knocks on your door and says, hey, you got a delivery? We're just out of here, like, really fast. If I didn't have a delivery or anything, no, we wouldn't have gone out there at all. All right, so the big deal...
Ship 1914, contact München radar frequency 133.123.
For cables, because I got the camera, but I didn't have...
Berlin 1959. Contact München radar frequency.
I needed a...
133.230.
Contact München radar 133230.
München radar with flight line
A USB-C cable. Ryan, am I saying your name right, Ryan, from Cape Town? Hey, Ryan, how's everything in Cape Town tonight? Thanks for coming by. GT Boy has tracking codes for your wind control throttles. Right on. How long before they get there, GT Boy? Is it a long time? All right. So what I had to do is I had to order for this thing is the new cable. The new camera has USB-C. I don't have an awful lot of USB-C, to be honest. So what I needed, I've got now a USB-C and a USB-A, which I can go and charge. Plus, I got an extra long one because I'm going to be able to use this camera as my new webcam, because I have learned that my camera over there is kind of, it's not on its last legs, but it's gonna be. So I've been waiting to get this thing charged up. Charging time. The wind control throttles, I sure hope that you enjoy those. And I watched a bunch of YouTube videos. I found that you can use the Apple charger. So the Apple charger. All right. Let's come on over here. I'm going to have to stand up and reach over the monitors here. That could be considered an X-rated shot here on Twitch and YouTube. So, hang on a sec. The power strip is on the other side of the monitors. So I would have had to stand up in a very bad, not very dignified way. All right, let's go. Oh my gosh, did you hear that? They're getting direct Monox already. Holy moly, there's a shortcut. Direct Monox now for Air Berlin 441, thanks.
Yes, we do what we can.
Direct to Modoc. Oh my gosh, it's all the way to the end. And insert. Direct to Monoc.
Right now, stand up passing weather 110 for 190.
Right now, 189, München, hello, identified climb flight level 240.
Climb 240, right now I'm silent.
München Radar, Berlin 441. Just got a call, text message from München Radar 133615 for a contact.
He's the next ADC, but I will hand over you normally, so stay on my frequency.
We'll stay with you, Berlin 441. And now let's...
Level 44, contact München Radar, frequency 133.230.
München Radar 133.230, Lufthansa for about you.
I liked Wind Wing too. Younger pilot, I thought Wind Wing was great. And...
5 Mike Whiskey, contact München Radar, frequency 136.230.
And hopefully that's charging. Yay! It's charging! The new camera is charging. So let's see, it's 13%. So at 13%, a current time...
Evelyn, 441, now it's yours, contact München, frequency 133.230.
133.230 for Berlin 441. Thank you. Have a good week.
See you. Bye.
Maybe they tagged me and they meant to do another airplane. Maybe they meant another airplane. Okay, so we're at 13%. It's 11:50. We're going to see how long it takes to go from 13% to 100% on the new camera. And go from there. Let's see. I missed some chat in there. I'm sorry if I did. If I did miss chat and it was important, please pop it back in. And if not, I hope somebody answered your question. I didn't mean to be rude. Direct to Monarch, I know. Well, the thing is they do try to do that. München Radar, good Abend. Berlin 441's direct Monarch climbing past flight level 290 to flight level 360.
Berlin 441, München, there's identified status flight level 360.
Climbing now, flight level 360, Air Berlin 441. Yay! There could be delays as a result of high volume and various weather? GT boy, various weather where we're going? It looked like it was great. There's a big, strong, low pressure system between Iceland and Scotland right now, but I can't imagine that's a problem. Younger pilot says to hydrate. Thank you for reminding me to hydrate. Oh, that's for your DHL delivery. Really? It's Reno. Thanks, Reno. I appreciate that. I will try to remember. You may have to remind me maybe 2 or 3 more times, but I'll remember that, Reno. Thanks for telling me your name. It is cold in Cape Town. Winter is on the way, making a big new move from FSX to 2024. I actually missed FSX quite a bit. I had made the jump over to X-Plane at that time. So I kind of did a little bit and then became an X-Plane person. Andy says it's basically they want you to get the heck out of their airspace, so they give you the biggest direct to that they can. Really? Richard and Richard's girlfriend are going to Amsterdam to watch F1 this summer. You're going to get to do a 777 on KLM? Yeah, we were talking a little bit about, we were looking a little bit about, talking about F1 in season is starting up in what, 5 days now? And in the middle of that update, let's see, Jim, who did a resub, Winwing has sorted their UK distribution. You paid for the AGP panel 2 days ago, and it was dispatched yesterday. So, Jim, it's coming in that quick. Sorry I didn't see the other message. That was hidden. Liver Dublin, welcome back into chat. Good Abend, Tim. Thanks for coming. Hey, happy Monday. Happy Monday. I know, what am I thinking, right? And it's always really good if you possibly can to get an extra cable. Ooh, I've got different lengths. I have different lengths of these. Oh, this is great. So really nice to have extra. I did get a USB-C to HDMI, but this is probably not. And they've got little tie wraps too. So they sent some tie wraps. Let's see. JSG Droid is doing CPDLC stuff right now. I love CPDLC. I think it's the coolest thing in the world. Eric. Hey Eric, thank you for becoming a channel member. I am really just getting things going on with YouTube right now, and I appreciate you being a channel member. All the Twitch emotes that we had on Twitch are now on YouTube. You've also got comment priority, and there is a member-only video that I produce each morning on YouTube. It's also on Patreon, and that's about the day's flight, Eric. So thank you for joining and helping me to grow the channel here. One of the big reasons I'm excited about the camera cable is I want to also start doing some out of the cockpit videos around. In fact, I've already found one place that I want to go where there's a train steam engine here where I live, and that steam engine has been here since the 1900s, which is pretty cool. All right, seatbelts could probably go off, and let's turn on wing lights. Australia is round 1 of F1. Oh, it's this weekend, so you got to stay up late to watch that one. Captain Sibby, I always talk about Sibby in her games, but Sibby has got a really nice. Sibby's got a really nice F1 game on her computer. Yes, it is. Landings. Easy CPDLC is absolutely outstanding, and yeah, I used it. I have used Easy CPDLC for airplanes, just like you said. Airplanes, just like you said, to use CPDLC even though they're not equipped. MSFS is going from Iceland to Leeds today. Iceland to Leeds.
I'm only München radar. I do not know. You have to ask the approach. That should be the second sector that you're contacting. So after me comes the next sector, who will get you down to the arrival, and thereafter that controller will give you the runway.
Let's see. There should also be. If you're going to order a camera, I really like to suggest that you get a neutral density filter, especially if you're looking to get some really great colors out of your camera. You can do really good photography with your camera, but you kind of need an extra filter on them. And I saw a really good video today on some of the extra camera settings that you can get that you can use to get really stunning colors. And if you kind of wonder, you see this really beautiful sunrise or sunset, and you whip out your iPhone or your other phone and try and take a picture, and you wonder how come it just doesn't look good. And that's that filter thing, among other things. So hopefully this is going to be nice. Irby says it's a little bit too cold right now. Richard has started sim racing first. You have a rig and everything. Did a lot of team endurance racing. The Le Mans 24, really? Well, you could do that. You could set your turn your sim into a rig. It's really quite small, so I don't know if you're actually going to be able to see this very much. but this is the size of the filter. It's very, very small. But again, a neutral density filter, yeah, right, yeah, it really does help. So if you're thinking about ordering a camera soon, I'd really like to suggest that you get one of those. And, you know, a neutral density filter, something for really, really small, it's going to come in a big box like this. Keep it in your big box. Keep it in your big box so that you can take care of it. Yay. Let's see. It's been 10 minutes, and the battery is at 18%.
Rolling 8 Papa Tango, descend to flight level.
All right, so let's see here. We need to go and get ready for the arrival. Shaded Dude, not sure. We were talking a little bit about the 777. There is a hold, Irvi. Let me show you. Are you using, well, it's going to be the same for both.
Rolling 9 Kilo Romeo, contact Berlin, frequency 136.
Okay, so if you're using the Lido style or the Jepson, it's off to the side. So at Monarch, after Monarch, it's OLPIB and look for a box, okay?
Good evening.
I did it even the correct way. Oh, congratulations, welcome to the club. You've got a private pilot's lit too? You had the Piper Cherokee. I learned in Cessnas, so I had above wing airplanes. You got the lower wing. So this is your hold. So this is one of the first things that we do. We're coming on into, we're coming on in, so it took me forever to find that too, Irvi. It took me a while too. Sometimes they're a little bit hidden. So let's go program in the hold. So at OLPIB, our inbound course is 030, right turns. Let's program that in. So flight plan on the Airbus. Let's look for OLPIB. Hey, look at that. It's right after Monarch. And we're going to do a hold. And then we got to put in the numbers again. I forgot. So inbound 030. So 030. And we're going to make right turns. And there wasn't any kind of time or distance requirement on it, so we'll just insert it, and now you can see our hold is now in there. Now, if we're not going to do the hold, that's okay. We just skip it. But it's easier to put the hold in now while we got time to do stuff than to do it, you know, then to do it when you're really busy. All right, let's come on over here. Let's go to arrivals. 136,050 now for Berlin 441. Thank you. Cheers. 136,050, and this is Bremen. I'm really trying to learn the names of the control areas around Germany too.
Speed 320 knots of greater.
Correct, Delta Bravo 463 and 230 knots of radar.
Thank you, Romeo negative, 320 knots of greater.
320 knots of greater, sorry about that.
The 44, descend to flight level 140.
Uh-oh, sounds like they're busy.
140.
Congratulations, though, on getting your private pilot's license. I know there's much bigger licenses out there and stuff, and I am in awe of all the people that have the big licenses, but just getting your private pilot's license is a big deal. Bremen, guten Abend. Berlin 441's direct to Monarch at flight level 360.
Berlin 441, good evening. Identified.
We are identified. Okay, so this is something I did and deleted. Let's try and fix it. EKCH arrival ATIS. Information Charlie. 22 left. So we're still using 22 left. That's some good news. So let's come on over here. And what we're going to do is we're going to do range rings, an extended center line, and I'm going to try and record it again for YouTube, okay? So let's give this a shot. Hang on. Hello, YouTube. Welcome to 757 Spy Flight. We are live right now, Twitch and YouTube, doing a flight. But we're about ready to do something, and this is one of the things we get a lot of questions about. It's those silly little range rings and an extended center line that we can go and program into the flight management computer. And we're all set and ready to go. We're off to Copenhagen on the Vectors to Copenhagen event. We just checked the ATIS. We're a ways out, but we need time to get it done. And we did find out that they're using runway 22 left. So one of the things that we need from our charts is going to be the ground chart, the airport ground chart. And what we need is we need the opposite direction of the airport, of the runway. So what we're going to do is coming in on 22 left, the opposite direction is 037 degrees. Okay, so we're going to remember 037 degrees. I'm actually going to jot it down. 037. Okay. Now then, let's go start programming these things in. So what we'll do is to do range rings or fixes on an Airbus, we need to go to flight plan. Let me zoom in so that you can see this a little bit better. And then we're going to want to click the upper left-hand button. So upper left-hand or the L1 button, and you see off to the right there it says Fix Info. Fix Info. Now we have to put in our fix. Well, we're going to Copenhagen. So EKCH, and we're going to go to runway 22 left, 22 left, and plug that in. Whoops, did I not do it right? EKCH 27 left. There we go, had to do the L. Not in data, really. 22 left, not 27 left. 22 left. Flight management computers don't have spell check. Okay, pop that in. Yay, there we go. Now then, the first thing you see under the top is radial. This is what's going to draw the center line out of our runway, and we need the opposite direction for that, which was 037 degrees. 037 goes up there, and then I want to draw a circle 5 miles around the end of the runway. So we're going to put in 5 miles and go radius. Okay, that's our first fix. We're going to do 2 more. Fix number 2, so get the right-hand button, go that way. And now we have fix number 2. EKCH, runway 22 left. Put that on the top. Now we've already got the center line, so we don't need another radial. But what we do need to do is draw a circle around the airport for 10 miles. And there's 10 miles. Okay? Next step, let's go and hit the button to the right one more time. EKCH, runway 22 left, and then pop that in. And now I want to circle 25 miles around the airport, and we're going to pop that in there. Now we've got all 3 fixes, so I'm going to go and put this back over to cruise. Now if we come down to the map, and I zoom the map out quite a bit, so we've just zoomed it way, way, way out so that we can see it. And it's kind of a messy map here, so I'm going to pop constraints in so it's a little cleaner. Now if we zoom into Copenhagen, you see the circle? That is the 25-mile circle. This is the 10-mile, and you can barely see the cute little 5-mile circle. But what you can also see is a center line, that green, blue, turquoise line. That's the extended center line out of the middle of the runway. What this does is this helps me with situational awareness. Where are we? How far are we from the airport? Oh, wow, there's the 25-mile line. We better start thinking about slowing down. Oh, my gosh, there's the 10-mile line. We got to check. Is the landing gear coming out yet? Are we slowing down? Are we all ready for the landing? And 5 miles, it's sort of like, okay, we better pay attention because it's landing time. So those are what I call range rings and the extended center line. Keep an eye here on YouTube. One of the things that I will be doing is making one for the Boeing 737 or the 777 and post that up here for you next. In the meantime, thanks for watching on YouTube. We're going to go back and fly now. Cheers. Okay, thank you for putting up with that. That is something that I've tried to do 3 times now. But what happens is at the end of the day, and I'm done flying, I kind of clean up the computer. And one of the things I do is I go into that folder and just clean out everything for the next day. And I've deleted it twice now. So today, I'm not going to delete it. In fact, let's go and fix it right now. I'm going to go into the special replay folder. And if you take a look, here is the file that I just recorded, right? I think this is it. I've got 2 recorded here. I think it's this one. Let's just check and see. So we'll look and see. And this is going to be, it's going to play. My player takes forever. Hello, YouTube. Welcome. Yep, that's it. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the name. Range Rings AIRB Airbus. That way, I'm not going to do. 124.125 for Air Berlin 441.
441 negative, 124.175.
124.175. Thank you. And cheers from Berlin 441. 124.175. All right, we got the range ring thing recorded, and I changed the name, so hopefully I won't delete it. It's a crazy world. And this was Bremen radar, right? See, Bremen radar, this is the north side. Service is south side. Moen is middle Germany. I don't remember northern Germany. All right, guten Abend. Bremen radar, guten Abend. Berlin 441, direct to Monarch, and we are at flight level 360.
Berlin 441, Bremen radar, hello, identified.
We're identified. Yeah, 777 next.
Bremen radar, good evening.
60, 70 miles, Martin, from top of descent. Thank you for putting up with me while I recorded that. These are little things that we do all the time that might be kind of helpful for people. That bee is going to go to the F1 races too. You're going to see the Vegas Grand Prix. So we've got some F1 racers here in chat. I know Sibby really enjoys that too. So. Identified.
And Nordic 4 Delta Echo, Bremen radar, hello, also identified.
Okay, so let's see. We've got. Oh, we need to do our arrival data. Phoenix. Hey, we got a Lion Air flight. Should we be caddy to that pilot? Lion Air caddy. Sorry. ATIS. Nice Cessna. Nice actually to build to fly. The power, the Piper, you need power all the way to touchdown. It's not good gliding. I never had the chance to try a low-wing airplane. I don't know who this Todd guy is, aviator, but, you know. All right, let's do. Altimeter is 1024. 1024 is our arrival altimeter. Temperature in Copenhagen is 4 degrees Celsius. And winds 150 at 3. Our transition level 60. I'm in the baby bus, so I would like config 3 for landing.
Contact Copenhagen on 127.8.
GPWS, landing flaps 3 is set, and minimums.
127.865.
Minimums over here are, for a category 1, 220. 220, and we're all prepared. It seemed, and for a lot of pilots in the real world, they probably don't prepare quite as much as I did, as far in advance as I did. But now when we start to get really busy, all the busy work is done, and we're ready to go. Beppy wants to put a plane up in the air and then go get lunch. As long as you're not on VATSIM, you're great. You put the plane up on VATSIM and walk away, and ATC pops in. They might say something a little bit snappy to you. Richard is going to
Longship 1914, contact Copenhagen on 119er, decimal 5.
And then you're hanging out in Amsterdam. Oh, for the race, right?
119er, 555.
There's Captain Whip.
Longship 1904.
Top of descent. Here's that Todd guy. There's our top of descent range ring. And Todd, or TD, I guess, is Todd's initials. 43 miles to go. So let's see, the 777 maybe for our next flight.
Don't
know where you want to go.
135.050. Bye bye.
135 as well, 050.
Yeah. Hi Todd, how is your day going?
Nordic 4 Data Echo.
If there is somebody in the live stream that doesn't chat a lot, wondering, and your name is Todd, and you wonder why we're being so catty, it stands for top of descent, and we're just being weird. We've been known to do that.
136.050. Bye-bye.
136.050, Lufthansa, VATSIM Golf. Danke, ciao.
Let's see, Landy would like to do an Aerologic 777 flight from Dallas, Fort Worth to Houston. We could do that. I was probably just going to take the Panda plane. We have a Panda plane for the 777. Actually, it's the real one too. Beppy says that Budapest is on. Dwayne, start to the week. I know. Happy start to your week too. Happy start to your week. I know that we spend a lot of time trying to avoid things like, you know, real world stuff and all. I did want to... There is somebody that we talk about all the time, a real world ATR captain named Magnar. Magnar Nodal is a real world captain, and he is also a flight instructor for the ATR. Magnar is did a video today about being in Dubai right now. That is a scary place, but I wanted to put a link into Magnar's video. I don't know Magnar, we're not buds, but I've learned so much from Magnar's videos about the ATR and flying, and so I wanted to share Magnar's video about where he is. They've closed down his flight school for a while, because he's also a flight instructor as well. So I thought I'd pop that into chat. If you know, again, not to bring the seriousness of the world in here, but we talk about Magnar all the time, especially when we're flying the ATR. Beppy, I'm actually direct to Monarch, so I am a little bit off course. We got a big direct too. Very scary, yeah, Thalo. But, you know, and you know, there's also somebody else that comes into chat from Dubai a lot, you know, a friend of the live stream.
441, descend to flight level 200 at 2,000 feet per minute or greater.
Descending now, flight level 200, and we will descend at 2,000 feet or greater. Berlin 441. How about 2,100 feet per second? We are flying a jet. Let's jet on down there. Rich on wheels. But yeah, we've also got somebody else there too. So, but you know, whenever I'm able to get my... whenever I'm able to put my get my ATR to work, I always like to mention that, you know, Magnar has done 3 really great videos on how to fly the simulated ATR like a real pilot, which is great. GT Boy, it's the link that I just put in chat. Mr. Posh Martin, thank you. I think about that a long time too. I just try to keep it out of chat so we all can have a nice break and be friends together. Bob Jr. is Bremen Radar. Hey there, Bob Jr. Prepare for holding on vectors to Copenhagen. No, come on. Holds never.
Scandinavian 31 Charlie, are you on frequency?
Landy says an interesting flight. FedEx used to do the MD-11 from Honolulu to Hilo. We could do that. You want to do some Hawaiian hops in the 777? Some cargo hops? I would imagine they probably do take a 777 like that.
Flight level 200 at 2,000 feet per minute or greater.
I know, Bob, an unusual situation that there would be a hold. You can't see the link, GT Boy, the link that I put in for the video in chat. It's a YouTube video. I just put it back in, GT Boy. Did you not see that? That's the link for the YouTube video. Hey, Atoa, welcome aboard. Yep, there's also a freeware, so we could do a 777 cargo run from, do we want to fly into Hilo or into Honolulu? GT Boy, you got it? Good. Yep, that's it. Usually from the Big Island, I go on the other side of the island. Honolulu. PHNL. I usually do Kona. But Hilo probably has a bigger cargo ramp. And we're going to need a bigger cargo ramp. So let's see. Hilo. The icy cows for Hilo is PHTO. All right. I will make that the next flight. Let me pop that into chat so that you can start getting icy cows and stuff together. Also known as your flight plan. Let's see. Hope everything is in tip-top shape. So far, so good, Hey Atoa. Thank you for coming by. Hope it's good with you. Happy Monday. Do you think I have enough time to get lunch and come back? If you're just running in and running out, we probably have 45 minutes to an hour before we're going to do the Hawaii flights. And I gotta change my shirt. Hey Atoa is flying the Saab from... Oh, you're going to Gardermoen. Flesland. We love the Flesland airport. We go there all the time. Emmett. Emmett, is that the case? Are we the only country that has the cutoff date of 65? I'm getting a little bit older myself, obviously, and, you know, I feel like I'm slowing down just a little bit. I could probably still, you know, manage myself well in a cockpit and stuff, but I don't know. I think that there's probably smarter people that make those kinds of decisions. Besides, I like being a sim pilot. I get to hang out with cool friends. And we get to talk about, you know, pizza and adult beverages and stuff. 25,000 feet. I don't usually turn on seatbelts when I know there's going to be a hold ahead. It's been about a half an hour, and we're already at 32% on the camera charge.
441, contact Copenhagen Control on 119er, decimal 555. Bye-bye.
119er, decimal 555 now for Air Berlin 441. Thanks for the descent. Have a good week. 119er, decimal 555. It is a bit of a number, too. I completely agree with that. I think that probably that's just an arbitrary number.
4 minutes.
I think it's just an arbitrary number, but again,
Okay,
there's
that's
smarter
approach
people
to
that make
back.
those decisions. Copenhagen, good evening. Air Berlin 441 is about 45 miles south of Monarch, descending to flight level 200 at 2,000 feet or more.
Hello, Berlin 441, Copenhagen, radar contact. Cleared Monarch 5 Charlie, arrival landing 2 to left. Enter holding over all PIP as published, expected delay less than 5 minutes.
Air Berlin 441, we are now cleared to, on the Monarch 5 Charlie arrival, runway 22 left. We will be entering the hold at OLPIB, and thanks for giving us the time estimate from Berlin 441.
Eurowings 12 Juliet, proceed back to Nexo, rejoin the arrival, speed 250 knots.
So we've got the hold programmed in. We're all ready to go. We're all prepared, and this is where it starts to get busy. And
Berlin 441, descent flight level 130 with descent rate 1,000 feet per minute.
descent rate is now going to be 1,000 feet per minute, and we're going to flight level 130 for Berlin 441.
Copenhagen, hello, Ryanair 177 is currently descending to flight level 223 for flight level 200.
It is just a number, CT Aviation. I really agree with that too.
Copenhagen control, radar contact.
You know, I'm obviously now a member of the Gray Hair Club, but most days I don't feel a day over 35. And I had a girlfriend that said I had the personality of a 7-year-old, so there you go.
Enter the halls. Thank you for the time as well, Ryanair 177.
We're not boyfriend and girlfriend anymore, by the way. So we've got our nice little range rings all ready to go. They're all set.
Descent flight level 140.
All set here. Just perfect.
1,000 feet per minute and down to 140, Ryanair 177.
This airplane, the cockpit and stuff, the systems are just so easy to make.
Berlin 441, increase your descent rate to 1,500 feet per minute, please.
Increase that descent rate, now 1,500 feet per minute for Berlin 441. Hey, Ruben.
Longship 1914, cancel holding, proceed direct to Nexo, speed 250 knots.
Direct to Nexo for Longship 114.
I think that's Captain Whip.
Yeah, and speed 250 knots.
259,
Diamond Mike,
Longship 114.
lots of reasons. First of all, it's situational awareness. When I see this range ring, the big one here, I know I'm 25 miles from the airport. I know I'm 10 miles. I know I'm 5 miles. So situational awareness keeps me a general idea of, hey, we're getting close to the airport, right? So that's kind of the biggest reason to do that.
Frequency 118.455, bye-bye. 118.455, Eurowings 12 Juliet.
Tim J says the Airbus A319 is known as the EasyJet, and Pauliot would be very, very pleased that you use the correct style for the letter E in EasyJet.
1,500 feet.
Very proud of you.
150 with 1,000 feet per minute. That's your 63.
Oh my gosh, flight physics.
1959, cancel holding, turn right, turning 270
I don't
degrees,
know that
descent
I have the sensitivity skills and my flying skills to be able to say yay or nay. It's been so long.
Negative.
They all kind of feel the same to me. My guess is though that X-Plane is going to have the better physics because each airplane in X-Plane has more digital control points in its model than the airplanes in Microsoft Flight Simulator. So I'm kind of guessing that its X-Plane would be better. But for us, I mean, first of all, we got great airplanes. We've got incredible scenery, working really good. So. Ruben, Hilo to Honolulu in the 777.
090, Longship 194.
Fact check, and it's for commercial pilots.
Turn further right, heading 320 degrees.
Further right, 320.
So, Emmett, thank you for doing the fact check on that. You missed me editing the comment. Rebel AV says, well, you don't get the awesome scenery right in X-Plane, and the physics are only slightly better. Okay. That is really cool to know. Thank you. I didn't realize that. I figured it'd be much better. I'm just not that good of a pilot to be able to figure it out.
And please confirm you said 5 minutes in hold for us or 63.
It will be approximately 5 to 10 minutes.
Alright, thanks so much, 63.
I brought an extra 15 minutes of fuel for today's flight. So instead of 30 minutes, I did like
Berlin 1959, descent
45.
090, speed 250 knots.
090, speed 250 knots.
Berlin 441, continue descent, flight level 110.
Continue the descent, flight level 110, Air Berlin 441. Let's bring in the map a click. And we're continuing our descent like they asked us to at 1,500 feet per minute. We're all set for our arrival.
Berlin 1959, turn right, heading 080.
Right heading 080, Berlin 1959.
Copenhagen Control, good evening. Scandinavia C1 Charlie, passing flight level 224, descending flight of 200, 2,500 feet per minute.
Scandinavian C1 Charlie, Copenhagen, radar contact. Cleared Monarch 5 Charlie, arrival landing 2 to left. Enter holding over waypoint all people as published. Expected delay less than 5 minutes.
Delay less than 5 minutes. Are we? Is it Monday? Are we going to Copenhagen? Aren't we supposed to like orbit for like 10, 15, 20 minutes? Something must be in the coffee. Berlin Ops. No ADC required. Out on time. How about that? And 11,000 feet. And when we enter the hold, it should drop us down to green dot speed or clean speed. And clean speed's the number right in the middle. It's 202, so it should slow us down to 202 knots.
Gemini Airlines 2290, hello, call it back.
And I just switched over to constraints now, so at Nexo we're supposed to be at 250 knots, and then at Charlie Hotel 643, it's flight level 90 or below. Chris, Captain Chris has just hit hold time.
5 Charlie, arrival landing 2 to left. Enter holding over waypoint all people as published. Expected delay 5 to 10 minutes.
And now you can see over here on the speed. Get this guy out of there. You see on the speed. Now it's going down to what I called green dot speed. Right there. That's 202 knots.
Descent rate 1,500 feet.
I should fix this.
Descent level 170 at 1,550 minute target.
You can't see the speed tick, can you? Well, the autopilot kind of's in the way too.
Now 177, descent flight level 120.
Flight level 120, Ryanair 177.
ASUS 623, continue descent, flight level 130.
Descent flight level 130 after 63.
And into the hold we go.
Copenhagen Control, good evening. Wizz Air 251, flight level 285, descending 200.
Wizz Air 2251, Copenhagen, radar contact. Cleared Monarch 5 Charlie, arrival landing 2 to left. Enter holding over waypoint Ulpip as published. Expected delay 5 to 10 minutes.
Roger, clear for the Monarch 5 Charlie arrival. Enter the holding at Ulpip as published. Which is to do by 1, expect 8 to 10 minutes delay.
Evelyn 1959er, proceed direct Nexo, rejoin arrival.
So
Direct Nixo and rejoin the arrival for Berlin.
just heard JSG droid.
441, cancel holding, turn right, turning 270 degrees.
Cancel the hold right to 270 degrees for Berlin 441.
We send 2251, descend
Now I hear
with
the airplane
1,000
speeding
feet per
back
minute.
up to 250 knots.
Descend with about 1,000 feet per minute rate, which is 250.
Copenhagen, you're in 4 Papa Mike, level 270, descending 200 in North Monarch.
Going 4 Papa Mike, Copenhagen, radar contact. Stop descent flight level 210. You cleared Monarch 5 Charlie, arrival landing 22 left. Enter holding over waypoint Ulpip.
250.
Expected delay 10
And
to 15 minutes.
over here on the flight plan.
Monarch 5
So
Charlie,
it's still in there,
descending flight level 210,
but we're
expecting 22
doing,
left,
you
and
know,
entering
heading
voltage.
holds, so.
Holding, you're 4 Papa Mike.
And control, this is Berlin 1959. Was that Nexo, our direct to?
That's correct.
Roger.
Nexo.
Evelyn 441, descent flight level 090, speed 250 knots.
Descending now, flight level 090, 250 knots on the speed for Berlin 441.
Evelyn 1959, you can proceed now direct to Charlie Hotel 643.
Charlie Hotel 643.
We're just getting direct to after.
Evelyn 441, turn right heading 360.
Right turn 360 for Berlin 441. One of the things I just love about the
Evelyn
autopilot
1959,
controls,
contact
I mean,
approach,
I can
frequency
start
118,
dialing in
decimal
our new
455,
heading
bye-bye.
as I'm replying to ATC. That's just really nice. That way we can respond to ATC telling us what to do so much faster. And so what this is probably going to get us to do is heading in the direction of Nexo when we'll rejoin the star. I haven't been looking outside the plane very much. I haven't seen the big bridge yet. Going out of Copenhagen over to Sweden, there's this monster long bridge. It's for cars and trains, and it's really pretty well lit up in the scenery here. It's kind of amazing to see. I haven't seen the bridge yet. The big bridge.
German Airlines 2290, continue descent.
Captain Chris is still holding.
1,000 feet per minute.
Continue descent level 130 at 1,000 feet per minute.
I think the bridge is up here.
We see at 2251, continue descent flight level 140 at 1,000 feet per minute.
John wants some crosswind for the next landing. We'll probably get some anyway. If we're going to Honolulu and Hilo.
441, turn right heading 090.
Right turn 090 for Berlin 441. 090. So usually there's almost always a breeze and a crosswind, especially departing out of Kona. We're going out of Hilo, and there is usually kind of a crosswind on that one too. Be sure and get your Magnum PI shirt ready to go. There's Nexo, so that's how we'll rejoin the star. And there's 090.
441, proceed now direct to Nexo, rejoin the arrival.
Left turn direct Nexo, we rejoin the arrival, Berlin 441. And we're going in the right direction, so direct to and Nexo. Insert, and it should just take over. It did. Irvi had a discontinuity. The MAX 8 decided not to hold and deleted your flight plan.
Berlin 441, contact now Copenhagen approach, frequency 118.455. Bye-bye.
118.455 now for Berlin 441. Thank you. Have a good week.
Thanks, you too.
118.455. Copenhagen, very good evening. Air Berlin 441's at 9,000. Go ahead and XL.
Air Berlin 441, good evening, sir. Copenhagen approach, radar contact. Information Delta, expect vectors 22 left.
Information Delta is aboard, expecting runway 22 left for Berlin 441. So something has been breaking for Irvi. There was a discontinuity in the MAX. It decided not to do the hold, and it deleted your flight plan. Is it just with the MAX, Irvi?
Berlin 441, proceed direct, Charlie Hotel 630, descent altitude 5,000, turn 81028.
1028 on the altimeter, 5,000 feet, and we are now direct Charlie Hotel 630 for Berlin 441.
Berlin 195, speed 220 knots. Contact 5.
Okay, everything looks great here. Map needs to be a little bit bigger. And we're looking good there. Back to performance. It is so easy.
It's 120.205.
Snowboard wants to go to Panama on Copa Airlines. Okay, Irvi, so every plane that you've tried, there's a WASM, a CTD, or something goes wrong. You've installed the sim 3 times in 4 weeks.
Ryanair 746, good evening.
That's
Again,
freaky.
Hello, Copenhagen approach. Expect radar vectors for the island runway.
When you uninstall the sim, how do you uninstall it?
Expect vectors island 22
Are you able to clean like everything out? Because it sounds to me like there's something that's lingering in your sim, even after, you know, because Windows is a notoriously messy system, right? You say, I want to delete Microsoft Flight Simulator, but it still leaves some files there, right? On 3 different drives, you do a full clean. Okay. That doesn't make sense. Hi, Jamil. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in on a Monday. I don't get that. There is something really weird about that, Irvi. I mean, you're not running like a clunky system. When you do the delete, how are your model matching files? I'm just kind of trying to figure out what could cause you a hamstring in your system. Are your model matching files old? You know, the plate you go to fly-by-wire.
Descent altitude 4,000 feet.
Descend altitude 4,000 feet. Berlin 441. Sometimes those old model matching files could be bad.
Back. It's holding time.
They should be up to date. You know, or there's an airport, you know, maybe do the rename your community folder to community old or something. Start the sim, it'll make a new community folder and slowly just start dragging a few things in. You know, drag in an airplane that you really like. Drag in a couple of airports that you really like. And nothing else. Drag in your model matching. And just see if there's something that you've accumulated over time in your community folder that's blowing up on you.
You can expect vectors for the island runway 22 left.
Yeah. Cole Carey is over on YouTube. Hi, Cole. Thanks for coming in on YouTube today. Welcome aboard. Hey, there's the big bridge. The big bridge.
At 623, good evening, Copenhagen approach, radar contact.
And all these little dots out here, those are wind
Expect
turbines.
radar
So
because
that's a big wind turbine farm out there. Landy, thank you for suggesting something for Irving.
260 degrees.
Okay, posture check time.
Heading 260 degrees, Killam to China.
Ryanair 746, turn left heading 100 degrees, descend 4,000 feet.
Left 10, correction 110 degrees, descend 4,000, Ryanair 746.
Ice 623, we do speed at 220 knots.
Speed 220 knots after 623.
We got a speed reduction coming up here. Is that at Adobe?
Berlin 441, we do speed at 220 knots, contact final 120.205. Good evening, sir.
120205 for the frequency, and we're reducing our speed to 220 knots for Berlin 441. Thanks for the ATC. Have a good week.
Same to you.
120205.
Ice 623, turn left heading 340 degrees.
120205.
Left heading 340 after 6.
There we go. Oh wow, we're coming right over the big bridge. And there's a part of it that becomes a big tunnel under the water so tall ships can go over there. Copenhagen, good evening from Berlin 441.
Berlin 441, good evening.
MFS, Iceland. Yeah, Iceland is a fun place to fly.
621 right, turn 190, catalyst, 22 left.
Cole wants to do a Bahamas Air in the 737-800. And 220 is looking pretty good.
Covert drop received. Support logged, Agent.
Oh my gosh, somebody just did a donation. An anonymous donation. Oh my gosh, that was really nice of you. Thank you, Anonymous. Agent Anonymous, thank you for the extra support. I will pop that over into Spy Savings and keep that for the next airplane or the next really groovy airport. Anonymous, I'm not going to blow your cover because you're anonymous, but thank you for helping me to keep this thing going. This is usually the time of year when things slow down a little bit on Twitch and YouTube, so really nice. Ruben, you're going to reboot your PC and set up for the next flight. See you in Hilo, Hawaii.
Berlin 441, reduce 200 knots.
Now 200 knots from Berlin 441. Flaps 1.
Berlin 1959 tower, 118105.
118105.
Kasper, luft i Bøjtesen. Jeg får 122, god aften.
118105 for the tower.
1152 Yankee right 100, descend 2000.
Right 100, descend 2000, Killing Yankee.
All right, we're descending. We're 200 knots. Speed brakes. Armed. Auto brakes.
Subscriber
medium.
Top clearance granted.
Oh my gosh, it's one of the original spy pilots. It's Mattis, the real TV. Mattis has been flying with the spy flight since like the very first days. And Mattis is now... Descending now 3,000. What was the 010 for Berlin 441?
Turn left heading 010.
Left turn 010 for Berlin 441. Mattis has been here for almost 100 months. Mattis started out as a sim pilot, just like us. And if I remember right, Mattis is getting ready to start sitting in the right-hand seat of a Boeing 737. Mattis, thank you for 99 months. Holy moly. It's great to see you. I hope your adventure in the real skies is going great.
Lean 441, turn left heading 340.
Left turn 340 for Berlin 441. Captain Whip has landed. And everybody's singing songs by Devo, right, Martin? 190 is the number to be.
170 and before, and then tower one additional. Thank you, Mike.
LS is going on.
Approach
phase is now on. VAP is 135. Good to see you, Mattis. I hope, like I said, I hope that the real world adventure is going great. And
441, turn left 250, get on left 22 left.
Left turn 250, cleared for the ILS 22 left, Berlin 441.
Hello, 52 Yankee, Mr. Localizer, 1,500 and left.
It is? All right, well, that's one of the cool things in the world today, Mattis, and we need all the cool things we can get. I really appreciate you coming in and saying how things are going. You just flew into EKCH 20 minutes ago with a VATSIM in a Boeing 777. We're going to 777 next. The 777 is really, I mean, there's a lot of cool stuff in that airplane. It's awesome.
Reduce 180 knots, right turn 100.
And arm the approach. Approach is armed. All right, posture check for landing.
Right, 746.
746, go off, you can.
And seriously, all the really cool things.
Berlin 441, 180 knots till 6.
180 knots till 6 for Berlin 441.
Berlin 4822.
I actually did a tutorial just a little bit ago. Hi, Apple Ars, welcome aboard. But I'm going to try and get that going over on YouTube. YouTube is starting to show some growth right now, and I'm going to try and do my best to start doing some good things with that.
118, 105.
Okay, 180 knots.
105.
We're all set, got the airport, got the runway. Bozo Ozab, did I say your name right? Welcome aboard. How did you get into Microsoft Flight Simulator? I love airplanes. 0209 Samir, did I say your name right? Yep, we're in Copenhagen. Hi, Neo. Are you just getting into it, Bozo Ozab?
482, expedite 2000, right turn 250, get on left 22 left.
Expedite 2000, right.
Hi, Abdi. Hey, thank you for coming in too. How about wheels? Gear going down.
879, hello. LM2 Charlie, reduce 200.
Come on.
200.
200.
Ryanair 746, speed 200.
And it's 180 to 6. Landing is set.
Easy 63, Bravo Zulu, descent 2000.
And everything's good to go there.
Descent 2000,
cabin signs.
Berlin 441, power 118, 105. You again.
118, 105 for Berlin 441. See you on a Monday.
LM2 Charlie, left 240, clear left 22 left.
Left 250, clear the left 22 left.
So 30 it's Nuremberg, good evening.
Custom Tower, Cannon 5 Yankee.
Cannon 5 Yankee, approach number 1.
Number 1.
Lufthansa Cargo 876, that's taxi.
Lufthansa Cargo 827.
Lufty cargo going out here.
1 runway 30, hold runway 22 left.
X-Ray Golf, 1 runway 30 and hold short 22 left, Lufthansa Cargo 876.
KLM 52 Yankee, wind 160 degrees to north, runway 22 left, clear to land.
22 left, clear to land, KLM 5 Yankee.
Berlin 195-9, contact gate from 121.630.
JSG droid landed.
121.630,
oh, you were EasyJet 29 Alpha. That was you? How was your landing? Catstrip, good evening. Air Berlin 441 is on 4.5 mile finals for 22 left.
First KLM 621, welcome Castro, taxi via Bravo, hold short runway 12.
Taxi via Bravo.
Thanks, Mattis. As you know, these sim landings...
441, Castro Tower, good evening, continue approach number 2.
Number 2 for the runway, Berlin 441, we'll continue. These sim landings can be awfully dicey, right? Especially depending upon how much beverage you may have in your cockpit.
Mike Romeo, continue taxi via runway 30, back left on Delta, hold short Alpha, contact other tower, frequency 119, 4355, thank you.
Continue taxi on runway 30 on Delta, left of Delta, hold short Alpha and 119, German cargo, Falcon Romeo.
Usually we have to talk, well, maybe not. No, I don't think we're going to do that, Tower. All right. I think the autopilot's had enough fun.
Roger.
AP is off. Captain's got the airplane. No reason to panic.
Berlin 441, wind 160 degrees, 2 knots, runway 22 left, clear to land.
22 left, clear to land, Berlin 441. Oh no, you were having errors? What kind of errors were you having?
7 passing from your right.
Man, there's
left,
several people reporting some problems
Zulu,
these days.
Contact from 11630.
Yeah, giving away aircraft from right, then cross 12 and holding short in Zulu, and then ground on 121. 100 above. Thank you very much.
200. Minimum.
Landing.
Kevin 4822, expect late landing clearance.
What do you mean, grace?
50, 30, 20, retard.
Little hard. I wanted to get on the ground and off the runway.
KLM 61 over apron, 121.630. KLM 52 Yankee, contact apron 121.630.
121.630, KLM 5 Yankee, bye-bye.
And KLM 52 Yankee, apologies, disregard the transition, hold position.
Hold position, 5 Yankee.
Kevin 4822, wind 160 degrees, 2 knots, runway 22 left, clear to land.
Clear to land, to the left, skying forward, 2.
KLM 52 Yankee, make a left turn on runway 30, on runway 30, hold short.
Okay, let's clean up a little bit. Speed brakes
355.
down, flaps are up.
Left 12.
Lights are good, flap is open.
119.
All right, Mattis, thank you for coming back, telling us how things are going.
905.
Adventure, keep the adventure going, and let us know how it goes. Happy landings, and we will keep the sheep off the runway while you're gone.
Sorry.
It was probably a little bit hard. Our landing was
good evening, continue approach.
minus 517, 1.8 Gs. That's a little heavy. Cheerio.
Cross runway to the left, no delay, continue by runway 30, hold short Bravo.
After landing traffic, continue taxi on runway 30, hold short Bravo, keep Lufthansa. Cargo 8276.
We'll just stop here.
Berlin 441, make a left turn on runway 30, hold short Foxtrot.
Left turn, runway 30, and we will hold short of Foxtrot, Berlin 441. 209, Samir, that is a smart move. That is absolutely, if you feel like that you have gotten over your head on VATSIM, there is absolutely no penalty for disconnecting and flying another day, especially if you feel like you've gotten in over your head. So, 3 cheers for you and making the call to just said, look, today isn't the day. There's actually been a couple of flights where I just hit the disconnect button and said, nope. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm not going to do anything. So that's great. All right, got an airplane holding over there. We're going to...
441, contact tower frequency 119.355. Thank you.
119.355 for Berlin 441. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thanks so much. Cleared land on me 2 right. EG63, Bravo. Postman 5, Mike.
Polyot's here. Hey, welcome aboard. You've spent all of your day in meetings. Ugh. Man, those sucked.
Holding for Alpha 1 via Delta and Alpha Takeoff.
KLM 52 Yankee, continue taxi on Kilo 3 and
We're supposed to stop, so that was Delta. This should be Foxtrot.
630, KLM 5 Yankee. Bye-bye.
Catstrip, good evening. Berlin 441's on runway 30. We're supposed to get off at Foxtrot.
Abilene 441, no problem. Taxi runway 30, Kilo 2, hold short of Kilo.
Continue on, Kilo 2, we will hold short, Kilo 2, we will hold short of Kilo for Berlin 441.
454 behind the...
That's Kilo 3. Oh, I must have missed it. I must have missed Foxtrot. Sorry you had to do meetings. On the plus side, Ryanair sent you lunch. Oh, what's for lunch at Ryanair? That sounds cool of them.
Could we do an intersection takeoff?
Kilo 2, hold short of Kilo. That sounds really... Yeah, they sent you lunch for all the meetings. That's cool.
351, continue taxi, holding point Alpha 1 via Foxtrot, Alpha, cross runway 12.
Which airplane do I love flying? It's this one. It's the little baby bus right here. I absolutely... I can make this behave the best.
Airplane 441, contact April 121630. Have a nice evening.
121630. Nice evening to you too from Berlin 441.
Starship 31, line up right, runway 2 right.
121630.
Line up and wait, 2 right, 21.
Captain Tower, good evening, Lufthansa Cargo 8276 on Delta.
Lufthansa Cargo 8276, Casper Apron, good evening, taxi holding point Alpha 1 via Delta and Alpha.
Holding point Alpha 1 via Delta and Alpha, Lufthansa Cargo 8276.
Casper Paper in. Good evening, Berlin 441 is on Kilo 2, holding short of Kilo.
Berlin 441, Casper Apron, good evening. Taxi stand Alpha 26 via Kilo and Juliet.
Stand tonight is Alpha 26. We're going via Kilo and Juliet for Berlin 441. Kilo 26. It's a left turn over here at good old Kilo. There we go. Polyot got a sub from a fancy sandwich shop in town with a bunch of sides. Hi, Iceman. Welcome aboard. And it was actually pretty good. No kidding. That's awesome. So a sub with a bunch of side dishes. And I'm guessing since you said it was pretty good, there was nothing substandard about lunch. And there's never a good substitute for a good lunch, isn't there? And our jokes have just taken a dive like a submarine. Younger pilot neglected physics. 18 FPS? I don't know. Sounds pretty good to me. Juliet is next. Right turn over there. Smokey Dave, welcome aboard. It was a hero. And now we're looking for stand A26. If you're just joining us, we're going to take the 777 from Hilo to Honolulu. Hilo to Honolulu. It's already 2 a.m. in Nepal. A209 Samir, I hope you have a really great night. Thank you for coming in. We'll see you in a little bit. JSG Droid had a minus 255 on the bars and the first turn off. That is absolutely the gold standard here. Way to go, JSG Droid. 3 cheers.
KLM 028, apologies. Yeah.
That's 27, 26 is next for us. Got a big old Emirates up in front of us. Oh, look at that. We got an arrow there, 26.
Collision script, profile, Lango 2, Charlie departure, Squawks 4276. Initial climb, flight level 7000. 70, sorry, KLM 1.
Way to go, JSG Droid. What an awesome landing.
Correct.
When you're ready
Nose
for
light
push and start,
off.
report ready to apron 121.905.
121.905 when ready for push start clear 103.
Let's see. E175. I guess we're going to come up here. How about number 3? We're a little baby bus, right? That's probably pretty good. Parking brakes on. Parking brakes are on. Do we have an APU? Nope, still starting. Just a second here. Actually, I don't know. A209, Samir. I usually take Tuesday and Wednesday off. Our next live stream is going to be Thursday. So we got a few days to go. It is surprisingly light traffic here today in Copenhagen. Really weird. Usually we have a lot more traffic here. All right, while the engines spool down, let's go ahead and do fuel pumps.
Runner 746.
Switching to Boeing next.
Taxiway Zulu. Runner 746, Castro apron, hello. Taxi down, Foxtrot
beacon,
4 via...
seatbelts, deboard the airplane. Let's come on down here and do Phoenix. Ground services. We need stairs here, no jetways. Ground power, preconditioned air. Open up the cargo doors. And our cute little Berlin A319 has made it into Katstra. Beppy got back with lunch. What's for lunch, Beppy? Polyat just checked in with a nice Subway sub sandwich with stuff. What did you get? I think we made it. Always good to do this. I really like this event. It's really great, especially if you are a beginner pilot and you're ready to start leveling up to your next to the next size, event. Yes, this one is busy. Yes, there's some things that you absolutely must do with this, but it's really a good event. There's great scenery, and it gives you a really good, flight simulator workout. 3 Taco Bell Dorito Locos Tacos. All right, we are going over to Hilo, Hawaii. And somebody said there was a little ATC there. Let's see what's going on. And this is a real world 777 cargo flight. Yep, there is a little bit here. So Hilo over to Honolulu. No ATIS up yet, but we can look at digital ATIS and get information about our flight. So the camera's been charging for an hour and 16 minutes, and it is not charged at 50%. So this camera is going to take, at least with my charger, about 2 hours from 13%. Honolulu. Senor Tomas, welcome. Honolulu. Landing and departing runways 4 and 8. Okay, sounds about right. Okay, so we're going to go over here to Hilo, and we're going to take a 777. Let's clear up some stuff here. We're going to do cargo because we discovered that they do 777 cargo runs between the islands in Hilo. We don't need Munich radar anymore, or climb and maintain flight level 70. And let's come over here and come over there. All right. And we're done with this flight. And let's go and move this over here and start this. Oh, wait a minute. We've got scenery to load. We need add-on linker. Looks like ATC heard there were some spies coming And the curse of the spy flight continues. The curse of the spy flight continues. They just went offline. Why don't we fly in Hawaii anyway? We've had some busy ATC. Let's do a chill out flight. It's Monday. I think I saw that Moncton Monday's going to happen today. So Moncton Monday's coming up. And I need to switch my autopilots here. So what we got to do, that's the little camera shell. You have to unplug this and pop it out. And I carefully set it off to the side. And then we go and get the Boeing. So the Boeing, if you look at the back, we have two USB ports. You want to plug it into the top USB port. Oh, there it is. So you want to plug it into the top USB port. So I'll gently go and just hold it down like this. Grab the USB. Plug it in. And then gently set it down and push it up against the spy books there. And that's all you do. And that's how you go and set that up. All right, so let's see here. We need PHTO is helo. PHTO. Oh, I don't have a helo. No, that didn't spell it right. I don't have a helo. I thought I had a helo. Maybe it's over here. PHTO. No, I don't have it there either. Let's try HILO. No. How about if I spell it here? I thought I had a helo. Okay. Well, all right, Honolulu. Honolulu. It's probably preloaded in. Yes, I have any builds, Honolulu, and it's already loaded. I thought I had a helo Hawaii. Let's go and just see what's out there. So FS Flight Sim add-on compare. And let's do PHTO. There is one from Pearl Simulations. It's at the marketplace for $14. Well, we'll just look and see if it looks any good before we start the flight. Might be good to see. Let's get sim going. Microsoft Flight Simulator started. Hat change, we got to do that. What did you plug your new camera into? I plugged the new camera into an Apple charger, and it's there. iPhones, they came out with a small version and a bigger version. I plugged it into the bigger version of an Apple iPhone charger. Beppy. Drumma is here. Welcome aboard. Okay, let's do a flight plan for a 777. Brief. Do not purchase the Pearl Sim. It has not been updated in 4 years. Definitely better options for $15. No. Now is not the season. Okay, the holidays are over. Now is the season to save. Sometimes the Apple chargers don't have the speeds, especially the brick. Maybe that's it. I don't know. I'm pretty good at planning ahead, so if it takes a while, it takes a while. If it turns out that I need something faster, I'll look at Amazon and get something down the road. And let's do a flight plan. All right, so FDX, we'll fly the Panda plane. 441. We are going to be PHTO, PHNL, and we need a B777F. There we go. And let's come over here and get FedEx, which will be a Panda plane. JSG Droid, this is what I use from TO. This is, this is FlightSim.to. Captain Chris, welcome aboard. And Sunjammer has arrived. Thank you for jamming along with us today. This looks kind of nice. How about if we get that? Let's get this one.
New recruit detected.
Let's pop that in.
Welcome aboard, Agent.
Let me pop it into Wind Sailor and get it. That's nice, JSG Droid. Let me get that. VIQ Thor. I don't know if I didn't even come close to spelling it right, saying it right. Welcome aboard. Thank you for the follow. All right, here comes Wind Sailor. Cole Carey wants to do some Bahamas air flights. And downloading this with Wind Sailor, it just works a little more. I think, well, if JSG Droid says it's working, then it should be working. And it's got to verify that I'm a person. Oh, there we go. And download now. Here it comes. And one download has succeeded. Okay, so now that we've got Wind Sailor done, that's just a cool little downloader for FlightSim.to. We need a file browser. So let's go and get this one. And we're going to come over to the Ortho drive. And we need to go to my little thing called add-ons. All right, so here's Wind Sailor add-ons, downloads. And here is a bunch of stuff. Those are a bunch of liveries for the F-28. I didn't do that. Let's go get these two helo airports. There's parking and helo. So I'm going to just grab these two and move it to the main folder. And now here they are in the main folder. And I'm going to go ahead and move these back in, move these into scenery. Okay, and we're all done. And I'm going to get rid of all those because I know I'm not going to use them. All right, we're good to go with that. I'm going to go and get the web browser that's done. And now what we need to do, yeah, you got to reload. You got to reload. So let's just go ahead and stop this right now because it'll take forever. And now we got to go and get add-on linker. And add-on linker still thinks Sim's going, but here it comes. Now we'll go and find those PHTOs. So we go and do PHTO. And if we look over here, there should be two of them. There's PHTO, helo, and there's parking. So we got them both. Now that we've got those loaded in, let's go check out the scenery. Microsoft Flight Simulator. Now we got to reload it. Okay, what else can we do? How do we go with the flight planning? So FedEx 441 PHTO to PHNL looks good. Departing 26, 4 left. I would imagine they would bring us in on either 8 left or 4 right. And then we have to go down here to cargo land. So I'm going to switch over to 4 right for the arrival. I don't think I've ever come in on 4 left. Let's go to 4 right. Okay, find a new route. Now then, let's look and see what's going on with this helo thing. So helo, the departure runway, we can mouse over this and see that the winds right now are 260 at 5. 260 at 5. Let's look at helo. Ruben is going to do 4 right. So we have choices of runway 8, 21. Usually they blast us off on 26 though, right? And that's what they gave us. 26 is probably pretty cool. I think that looks great. Let's board let's just go with standard fuel. There's no ATC, generate the flight. Agro, yeah, don't know what we're going to do. We'll probably, once we get the airplane up in the air, we'll go ahead and start looking at VATSIM and see where we want to fly next. Okay, let's do flight plan. Let's come over here and do current plan. I'm going to save a copy of this. That way, if you want to look at it, you can. You just have to enter the word exclamation point and flight plan. Okay, that's good. Let's go pre-file on VATSIM. Pre-file. And 26,000 feet. That sounds fairly reasonable for a flight like this. Sounds pretty good. Paris departure, Shaley, 1 arrival. That looks good too. All right, we're filed on VATSIM. I should also update the title, shouldn't I? B777. And we are going to fly PHTO, PHNL, CARGO, Hawaiian Cargo Flyin. Rich is back. Scottscan, welcome back in. How do you add more fuel in SimBrief? So if there's a big VATSIM event going on, let's go ahead and hit edit. So this is back to doing your flight plan. Let's say we're going to Vectors to Copenhagen and we know there's going to be a lot of airplanes. See where it says fuel planning here? So here's the top, here's the flight info, aircraft, selections, optional entries, and now it says fuel planning. Show options. What I will do is come over here and I will switch from, it says pounds, and I switch to minutes. And then I will go and type in how many minutes of extra fuel. A normal VATSIM, like Frankfurt Friday, Vectors to Copenhagen, I'm gonna board at least 30 minutes of I call it ATC fuel or VATSIM fuel. And this is where I will do that flight. That's where you add it in. So now we'll go ahead and generate the flight again. Everything else is going to be the same, but in this case, I'm going to go ahead and now I've got some extra fuel. And that's where that is. Let's go ahead and we'll get another PDF file so you can see. And if you look now, there's another entry. It's below minimum takeoff fuel. ATC, it's going to board 8,374 pounds of fuel for 30 minutes. And that's how you go and get some extra fuel. I'm going to go ahead and let me resave that, and I'll give you, let me update this thing real fast so that you can go and get the PDF file if you want with flight plan. That way you can see it. And we're not supposed to laugh at JSG Droid's airplane. No laughing at JSG Droid's airplane. I don't know, now that we've been told not to laugh, I'm kind of wondering if I might start laughing. Okay, I think all of the administrative stuff is done. And we don't need to refile on VATSIM. So that's good too. Now we just have to find a place to park, and I believe cargo is down here. Nope, here's cargo ramp. There's the ramp. So that's where we're going to park. Yeah, that's the fuel thing. So and on the bigger VATSIM events, you know, when we know there's going to be a hold and we know they're going to, I'm going to go and put in 30 minutes of fuel of extra on top of everything else. So, you know, we've already got it as a part of our fuel calculations right here. There is 30 minutes of fuel right there. And then there's the additional contingency of 15 minutes of fuel. Plus in the fuel budget, here is an alternate to Kona. So we've already got that, but this adds the another 30 minutes on top of that because VATSIM. You just need to do that. I usually add your extra fuel manually, but it saves you a little bit of math, right? Coal carry, I haven't done, I have to be in the plane before I can do Volanta. Gotta be in the airplane before you can do Volanta. Check the parking again. Check our parking again. There we go. UPS flight 1959. So there's JSG Droid. Going to Honolulu. Ooh, I can't go to Honolulu dressed like this. Hang on. There we go. Much better attire. Can't go to Honolulu without the Magnum PI shirt on. This one, by the way, from Honolulu. From Honolulu. All right. Let's go get the airplane. No cargo flights for Ruben today. You can't do it. You could do a passenger flight. All right. And the Boeing 777 is going to be over here. That's the end of the Airbuses. There's Boeing's. Ah, there we go. 777F, and it's already dressed up to look like a panda plane. Ruben is going to do passenger service. Do you have the McDo set up with MobiFlight? No. The McDo, I could do that. I usually just use the McDo only with the Airbus. So I'll wait till I get a Airbus, Boeing FMC. But you could do it that way. Okay, there's our FedEx Panda plane. Mr. Posh Martin is doing Dusseldorf to Stansted today. Watch out that the airport doesn't look like Luton. I famously landed at the wrong airport between those two. Okay, PHTO, Hilo, Hawaii. And we get to see that freeware airport that JSG Droid found. Mr. Posh Martin, that sounds like a great flight today. All right, this is supposed to be the cargo stand. JSG Droid's over there. We'll park next door. And start the flight. It is 1:26. That's 90 minutes. The battery is 64%. Hi, Epic Gaming. Quick flight before Mr. Posh Martin decides to call it a night tonight. And if you take a look, you can kind of see this stuff is starting to turn off and on here a little bit. The autopilot will work with the 777 just fine. This is supposed to be the normal size of a normal human being. Tall. So this is how tall you would be if you're standing next to the 777. Look down here. There's your feet. Look up there. That's how big the airplane is. The wheels go about halfway up. Halfway up. That's how big this airplane is. Let's get on VATSIM. Here comes V-Pilot. Connect. FDX, Flight 441. B77 L, right? It's an L. Even though it says F, it's a 777L is what we're flying. Connect. And we are now on VATSIM. And we should turn on Volanta. Good evening, World LNAV. Epic Gaming came in. Here comes that. And let's look over here. And there should be JSG Droid. Look at that. There's JSG Droid. JSG Droid is in a... You're in an A340. You know how I can tell? It's got hair dryers on the wings. Is this the cargo variant for the A340? JSG Droid? Add the flight plan, and here comes Volanta. And I have to refresh the overlay. Here comes the overlay, and we're ready to go. So yeah, JSG Droid has got an A340 cargo liner, and we're in a 777. So, you know what? This is kind of a cool thing to do. We'll just let's use a drone cam for this. So the A340, right? Big, long Airbus. All right, so up and away. There's the size of our 777, and there's the size of JSG Droid's A340. So you do them side by side. Pretty big airplane. Pretty big airplane. Thing is, the 777 does not have hair dryers on the wings. You downloaded a UPS livery from TO. It's like flying a Southwest A320. I don't know. I know that they had or have cargo versions of that airplane. So we know there's cargo versions of the A340. Slothman, welcome aboard. You're going to try and wrap your head around a nice new A350. It's a cool airplane, Slothman. It really, really is. One of my favorites. I just wish it didn't have so many WASM problems. I've been kind of correcting some things here. Let's get this over. Most of JSG Droid says most of them were going to be European. All right, this is going to be the EFB. And I just wanted to adjust the panel. You can rotate it a little bit. I just wanted to rotate the EFB a bit. And slide it to the right a bit. The handle was in the way. And then look over here a bit. This is chase plane. You can move these a little fast sometimes. That's as good as I'm going to get it. Let's do a little more rotation. All right, that's as good as it's going to get. Save it. Go back. Go back. And we're done with chase plane. All right, that just makes it straight up and down. It's easier to read. Ground operations. Let's get some stairs. We need some ground power. We've already got chocks in place. So we'll get some stairs going. Door management. Disarm the doors. And we're going to need to open the passenger door for now. There goes our passenger door. And then if you go to ground service vehicles, you can hit one of the side cargo. So here comes side cargo. And that's going to be this airplane over here. When I first got the cargo 777, I thought, wait a minute, you load the cargo 777 from the back? That doesn't make sense. And then I realized what was going to happen. you're going to load a big cargo container and it's going to slowly go forward, which means you've got less chance of tipping the airplane up on the tail if you put too much in the back. So that was actually kind of a brilliant thing I thought that they did. All right, let's come on over here and go to flight bag and get our flight plan. There's our flight plan. That looks good. And that looks great. Let's come on down here to some charts. Our departure. So it's the Paris departure to the Lanai VOR and then to Shale or Shaley or something. Oh, come on. I was just trying to copy and paste the flight plan, the route, over into notes. There we go. And I'm just trying to put it in my notes over here. So flight level 260, Paris 4 to Paris, the V2 to up to Lanai to Shale. And landing on 4 right. So that looks pretty good. And let's go grab those. So airport. We need the airport. And we need the Paris 4 obstacle departure. Uh-oh, Paris 4 obstacle. What's this all about? Oh, cool. Look at this. We get to do a tight turn to takeoff. So after takeoff, right turn. So jump to the right and step to the left on this one, I guess. That looks really good. Let's check initial climb. Initial climb. Runway 26, climbing right, blah, 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 blah. I don't see any maximum climb clearance on this. So we just blast off and go. Coming into Honolulu, we're going to be doing the SHL Shaley, maybe it's Shaley. Shaley. And at Shaley, we're going to pick it up at the Lanai VOR, and that puts us out at Shaley. Okay. Stick a pin in that. Arrival is 4 right. They could also land us on 8 left. I'm just going to grab the 8 left. Where's 8 left? Just get the ILS in case ATC pops on, and they may kick you over to the other side. Okay? Let's see. Airport info is over here. Emmett just did the time warp. You got that one. Okay, so over here, and cargo land is over there. So basically get off at Kila, Zulu Alpha to the cargo. That looks pretty easy. All right, come on back here. Did we get ground power hooked up? Ground power request. Thought I got ground power. It didn't open the door till we popped in ground power. That was interesting. All right. So this looks good here. And did we get a route? We got a route. So go to pinned charts, and we're all set and ready to go here. And it's time to turn on the airplane. So airplane, we do battery. Always get a charge out of doing the battery. We have ground power, primary first, secondary next. And let's see. We're going to turn on the nav lights. Nav lights are good. We're going to come up here and do windshield heaters. We're going to do emergency lights. We need to turn on the ADARUs and cabin utilities so that the coffee machine works. The T7 requires 1 GPU connected for door movement. It will not with 2 GPU. So what you're saying is you have to have the primary turned on for the door to open. Otherwise, it's not going to open. That's why our door didn't open here. All right, that looks pretty good. Now then, this airplane takes a while for the monitors to turn on. I forgot. So usually I turn the airplane on, then go and download all my charts so that because it takes time for the old monitors to turn off. Captain Chris says 118.1, and so does JSG Droid. Thank you. 118.100. CTAF, thanks. Iowa Scotsman. Hey, hope your Monday's going good. When Emmett was a teen, we used to get in character and go to the walk-in theater. Oh, the Rocky Horror Picture Show. There were times when you could go, everybody showed up in character and you did things at certain times in the movie. It was really quite an experience. If you never experienced the Rocky Horror Picture Show thing, that, what people would do. You would go to the midnight showings and it was just a riot. I went to one in the Denver area. Okay, let's check our throttles. Throttles are not working. Stick's working, but my throttle isn't. How about my speed brakes? Speed brakes work. Okay, the reversers popped out. Okay, they're back down. I think the throttles work. Toasted lighters. Oh, yeah. JSG Droid remembers. Another Ruben is pushing back. See you in Honolulu. Okay, we can come in and start loading the plane now. FMC. Navigation data is groovy. We got to do our internal position. We are at PHTO. Honolulu. I don't think we have a gate number, so let's get a GPS position and plug it into the boxes. And give it a second to think. I've really kind of discovered with some of these airplanes, the developers have included a delay in them. You've got to give them time to think about it. Otherwise, they kind of seize up on you. Route. We could do a route request. Water guns and umbrellas. Yes. Sim brief route. See if it flips back. It didn't flip back. Let's set the payload. Airplane is loaded. Let's set the fuel. Fuel is loaded, just like the PMDG 737s. There is a loading animation thing that you can do from within the flight management computers of these airplanes, but I just kind of load them up fast like this. Here comes a bunch of data. And again, it's loading descent wind forecasts, wind data, performance in it, and then we load the route. MFS is going to Africa today. I still don't see ATC, so we'll just kind of chill out. If you're new to this flight sim thing and you're new to VATSIM, you're a little worried about flying in ATC, hop in and join us right now. There is none. All you have to do is not bump into other airplanes and announce your intentions. And Paris up and Lanai. Activate and execute. And departure and arrival. We're planning runway 26. Paris 4. No transition. Execute. Arrival. Expecting the ILS runway 4 right. There's a Zulu for 4 right. Let's do the Zulu for 4 right. Because it's at the top. It's going to be Oh, Shale, whatever. We're coming in via... I think we are actually coming in via Lanai, so we need to do that transition. And I don't know if we'll need Alana or Harry or not. But we can look and see. This is why you get your charts before you start plugging this in. Approach. So ILS Yankee, and I said the Zulu, right? Beppy needs some help. Last night I flipped a coin. If I reorder from WinWing, the coin said no, but for some reason I'm still really holding out hope. But my friends are keeping me on this decision and making me choose somebody else. I don't know what to do. You're trying to find a loophole so I can order from OneWing, but I don't know. Oh my gosh. Boy. I don't know exactly really what to tell you about that. I had a little bit of not so great luck getting some WinWing stuff because of all the drama in the world right now. They said the ILS Yankee, I said the Zulu. So I've personally decided I'm going to hold off on ordering some stuff from them for a while. Maybe if, you know, there's a little bit of a miracle, I'm going to choose Alana here. I'll go and get them again. Now, I've got everything on the flight deck here that works. My throttles work great, my side stick, my autopilots. I'm relatively happy right now. But if you need something, I don't know what to tell you. If you've lost money on something, I would probably think hard about it. Well, okay, I'm sorry, I don't remember. Beppy, are you in the U.S.? Because if you're in the U.S. because of all the drama right now, you need to order from the U.S. warehouse. Polyot says this was a one-time issue. Hundreds of thousands of people have ordered from WinWing without zip code issues. It was a technical glitch. I would trust Polyot on this. Polyot, you know, I think that if you had a one-time issue with your zip code, it was a technical glitch and it should be over. Look, I had a glitch too, and I should probably, you know, start thinking about, because, you know, ordering the throttles and the landing gear handle at some point. What about your friends? Original Darkwind, that was sent as a gift around Christmas time from WinWing. I don't know what you say to your friends or not, Beppy. You know, it's tough to say these days. I think that if you want the WinWing, it's your decision. Yeah, don't let others make the decision for you. If it's something that you want and you've got the money for it and you're not using rent money to pay, you know, rent money and food money and car payment money and the other, and you know, if you've got the cash to pay for something that you want, guess what? Go get it. And yeah, there have been a couple of shipping snags in the world these days. But if you want to give it another try, nobody says you can't give it another try. And I think you ought to give it a shot. All right, let's come on over here and do route and performance. Issues do happen. Yeah, Captain Chris, and it's not just happening here in the U.S. One of our friends that comes in from Germany all the time was complaining the other day about a shipment that got messed up too. Polyot, okay? Beppy, you think you're having craziness? Whatever Polyot orders from WinWing, it goes from China to Alaska, back to China, over to Japan, back to China, down to Australia, up to Alaska, over the North Pole, down to France. It stops off in Greece for, you know, some gyros, and then finally gets to London. I mean, and it's done that at least 2 times that we know of. So there are just issues in shipping, you know? There you go. Okay, let's come on and do other stuff. We're going to go at flight level 260. I mean, what would be really, really cool is if when the package finally arrives at Polyette's place, it's got like, you know, stickers on it from all the places that it's gone to. It's been ridiculous. Okay, we need to put in some more numbers and go. Yeah, it's been on the Falcon 9 to low Earth orbit. Yeah, just hope that they didn't put it on the Europa Clipper because it's already a year out to Jupiter. Mach 84 is our cruise. Reserves are 16.5. Yep, that looks good too. Our zero fuel weight should be 500.7. Let's check it. 500.8. I'll go for that. Looks good. Cost index, everything else is groovy. We'll leave that alone. Let's go and do departure time, but first let's go close the door. Let's close the big door. Release it. And the big door is closing. That looks great. While the big door is closing, we'll do the performance tool. Departing on runway 26. Go, go. Altimeter is 3008. 3008. Looks good. Calculate. Flaps are going to be 5. We're going to derate -2 and 50 degrees. Our center of gravity is going to be 26.5. Speeds for takeoff. 153, 155, and 157. 153. 155. 157. I guess I could have just clicked them. 157 goes up in the speed here. 157. No ATC. I'm going to clear myself up to flight level 260. And we need a runway heading for departure. Runway heading for departure is over here. We're going to runway 26. It's going to be 259 degrees. Okay, altimeter is set. Speed, heading, altitude. Flight directors going on. Flight directors are on. That looks good. Let's close some more doors. It's time to depart. Ground operations. I'm going to go close my door. I'm going to go to ground connections. And if you just click it, that's supposed to get rid of your stairs. Doors are closed. Door management. Arm doors for departure. Start up the APU. CTAF is 118.1. 118.1. And then we'll need 122.8 after that. We're in a U.S. airport, so VATSIM USA has given us a transponder code of 2315. That looks good. Let's get on VATSIM. I think we've got the Boris sound pack for this airplane. CTAF is 118.1.
Kilo traffic, Alaska 331.
I hear people.
Is off 400 feet.
Okay, everything looks good here. APU should be coming up, I hope. APU is running. Let's come up here and we're going to shut down ground power. Let's turn on fuel pumps. I'm going to turn on hydraulics. Here comes hydraulics. Doors are closed. Cabin signs going on.
Kilo traffic, UPS 1959, departing runway.
We're going to make sure the parking brakes are on. Parking brakes are on. Let's release ground power and remove the chocks. And we are cleared from the ground control page. All right, that looks really good. Now then, let's see. Ruben wanted to see the A340 takeoff. Oh, what does CTAF mean? 20 more minutes of IFR time, and Hayatoa will be a captain on Say Intentions. Congratulations. Hey, thanks for telling us. You get to celebrate now. Landy, thank you for explaining CTAF, Common Traffic Advisory Frequency.
Kilo traffic, Alaska 331, direct to Safety now. Over to Unicom.
Okay. Thing about this airplane. I can't read the name, but somebody just became a subscriber on YouTube. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Let's see. Oxygen check and flight. Heading and altimeter are set, and that checklist is complete. Let's turn that off. Let's get GSX to push us back. Prepare for pushback and departure. And we're going to want to push nose left, tail right. Let's do another checklist while they're connecting. Hey, GSX.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Hey, thank you for the pushback. Okay. Mode control panel. V2, heading track, and altitude are set. Takeoff speeds 153, 155, and 157. The CDU is set. Trim is not set. I do that later. Taxi and takeoff briefing, we've completely blown that off. Let's turn on the beacon.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin
Beacon is going on. And that checklist is now complete too. Let's start squawking. So transponder. And we are squawking mode Charlie, so that's good. We'll clear all this stuff off that center.
Locking gear.
And that looks good. Let's do airports, data, and traffic. Airport data traffic is on. It's almost time to go. Let's go to engines. For start, nose left, tail right.
Release parking brakes, please.
All right, anybody behind us? Nope, nobody behind us. Let's go. Parking brakes off.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
This is a nice scenery. JSG Droid found it. It's a freeware scenery if you'd like Hilo, Hawaii, over in FlightSim.to. Let's see. Honolulu, Ruben just put in the ATIS. Beppy, it is called Flight Sim Add-on Compare. Hang on. I just need to get the full name for you. There you go. That's where you can go and get all, you just take a look at all sorts of stuff. Let's start an engine. I've been starting the wrong one. Boeing starts engine number 2 first. So engine number 2 starts, and with this one, we just flip the switch and turn on the fuel and go outside and listen to the airplane scream. We've got a visit from Loviz, who's on vacation today. Loviz, did you make it to Spain? I thought Loviz did a train ride from Paris to Spain. No, Loviz is in Lyon right now. And we're not lying about that, are we? AZ, you remembered Lyon first too. Okay, so Loviz did a train ride and it was to Lyon. It was a train ride down to Lyon, but it wasn't over on the other. You've got 2 different train companies for your train adventures. I hope it was a good train ride. You got to tell me if you enjoyed it, if the food was tasty. That's a real size person compared to the airplane. That's how big this airplane is. Dude, just ran over your crew chief. Jeez. Man, some tug drivers. Can you believe that? That was terrible. Loviz had some amazing food from Lebanon, Lebanese food. Ooh, really? That sounds cool. And there goes our crew chief who just got run over by the tug. More violations of the laws of physics, right? I need to add a couple more views to this airplane. It's been a while since we've been in this. Okay, it looks like we got 2 good starts on the airplane. On the engine, so let's do APU off, and we're gonna do flaps 5. So Loviz, it was Lebanese food today, and you're in Lyon. So were you gonna try and make it over to Toulouse and do Airbus stuff on that? All right, let's go and do flight controls. Flight controls. And this is also where we'll go and set the trim. That looks good. Trim's going to be 4.75. $4.75. Our takeoff trim is set. So that's good. Okay, checklist time. Not this trip. It's a little bit out of the way. Okay. Yeah, I tell you what, our crew chief is a very tough crew chief because they got run over and still walking around. So let's see, Lebanese food, nothing over in Toulouse. What's the cool thing that you're gonna do while you're in Lyon that you're looking forward to? Is it just seeing the sights or is there something special? Anti-ice, recall, flight controls, ground gear, auto brakes are set. Before taxi checklist is good. We'll do cancel recall. Cancel recall is great. Next checklist is before takeoff checklist. That checklist is complete. We're ready to go. Taxi lights. Taxi lights. Everything else is good. Let's get ready to rumble. Parking brakes off. And away we go. And our wheels are going, hey, Hawk driver. Quick question for you and the crew. How do you fix the PMDG 777 issues with the beta? Are you talking about the Sim Update 5 beta? If that's it, I'm afraid I don't have the answer to that one. I'm sorry, I don't. I haven't done the betas for a while. Make all the chicken sounds you want. Loviz says that Lyon is a real beautiful city. There's lots to do, and you know, lots of food too. I can imagine. How's your French? So I'm sorry, Hawk Driver. None of your 777s work. I know that there's a couple of people in chat. I don't know if they're here today that are doing these the Sim Update 5 beta, but I don't know if they're here and if they've tried their 777. This is actually the first time I've been in a 777 for weeks, but I'm still just not doing any of the betas because, you know, chicken. Hawk Drivers said that they're going to send out a patch for the beta. I haven't heard about that one yet, but, oh, they're not going to. Oh, really? So they're just going to go and wait until Sim Update 5 comes out, and Loviz says it hasn't been fixed yet. So I guess, Hawk Driver, that's what we've got at the moment. Auto throttle going on. Auto throttle is on. VNav, LNav on the departure. That's on too. And everything is ready to go. Checklists are up to date. CT Aviation. Yeah, that's the big reason. Doing the betas while I'm live streaming 5 days a week with this as my primary content for the live stream is just way too counterproductive. Loviz says that if you want to fly the 777, PMDG says you ought to stay in Sim Update 4. I don't know, Hawk Driver, are you liking Sim Update 5 so far? Has it been going good for you? Hour and 15 minutes of charging, and we're at 80% on the new little cute camera. So the battery, looks like 2 hours to charge the battery on this thing. Let's go do TCAS. TCAS is up and running. Loviz says that all of their planes should stay in Sim Update 4. Hawk Driver has had no other issues. You gonna try to revert? Okay, after departure, it's a right turn and out we go. Going a little slow on the taxi. Let's pop this throttles up a bit. Such a cool airplane. JSG Droid is a new A340 pilot today. How is the A340 flight going for you? Loviz says it's now easy to go in and out of the betas. Gunslinger Center. Hey, Gunslinger, welcome aboard. Welcome, welcome. Gunslinger Center is going to be a passenger as you go to your course today. Okay, we'll see you in a little bit. Good luck with the course. I'll stretch a little bit too. Good idea. Adding just a little bit. Our ground speed's only about 11, 12 knots. So we're speeding up just a little bit here. But this airplane's taking time. Oh, we also can set up arrival fixes in the Boeing for the arrival. We ought to do that like we did the fixes for the Airbus today. Okay, there's 20 knots of ground speed. Let's get back down to slowing it down. Yeah, we're really trucking along now, aren't we? Helo traffic. FedEx 441 is approaching the business end of runway 26. We're going to take off and depart on the Paris departure. Helo. Just announced that we're going to take off. I'm going to turn strobes on now just because I said, hey, you know what? We're going to go and take off. Let's have everybody take. Oh, there's that 777 that said that they're going to take off. We had to pay more attention to that airplane. Checklists are done. I think we're ready to go. Pilot Mike, yeah, this was a 20-minute.
Traffic, GeForce 96 Romeo arriving via the 25 Storm. Pilot Yankee approach 04 right.
That's right, there's spies in the cockpit. You never know when you're going to run across one. I did update it, Peppy. I don't know why it's not working for you. We're going at 21 knots. We need to slow down to about 10 knots for a 90 degree. Oh, there it is. It just took a second. Okay, glad. Yay, it works. Looks like I've got a double scenery in here. I may need to go in and turn off one of them. And you got to make the turn at the appropriate time, otherwise you run into the volcano here. Because the volcano is shrouded in clouds off to the right, but you don't want to hit the volcano. Landing lights. I think it's ready to go time. Throttles up about halfway. Hit the clock button for the timer. And click the screw for thrust. knots. V1. Rotate. Gear. Follow the flight directors. I think we missed the volcano. And there's our turn over there. And command. AP is on. is it Mr. Roxo just did a subscription on YouTube, and Toral is in chat on YouTube as well. Yeah, this one has the Boris sounds. So the 737 and the 777 have really nice Boris sounds now. And there's our departure there. Map can go up a little bit. That looks really good. And we have an after takeoff checklist. And flaps are going up, landing gear is up, but flaps aren't up yet. Ruben's got wind shear warnings. Well, that's just going to help add to the sheer excitement of your arrival. And after takeoff checklist is complete, click that there, and out we go. Let's make sure that GSX got all turned off. No. GSX is off. Pilot Mike, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. Yeah, we've got a couple silly jokes today. Passing 6,000 feet. And out we go. Volleyball's on the way. That was a nice scenery, but it looks like I've got a duplicate scenery already in for Hilo, so I need to go into the marketplace and make sure that one of them is not on. Out we go there. Doesn't look like there's any ATC, so we'll just continue to do our thing. Here's what's going on. We've got Boston going up, so Boston and then Moncton Monday will be popping up. Looks like we got Jacksonville Center. We've got Calgary and Edmonton are up. Pilot Mike did a 767 ride into Hilo IRL. Are they still flying the 7.6s in there? I know that United flies 7.5s over Tacona. And landing lights off, taxi lights off, supernumerary signs to auto. 10,000 feet. And out we go. So yesterday we did a 737 flight. It was a charter prisoner swap. Was that a justice flight like Loviz does? Was Tommy Lee Jones in the cabin? And everything looks good here. Out we go. So yesterday we did a 737-600 flight in Canada. We could do a 737-600 flight from Edmonton down to Calgary. It looks like there's ATC for that one. That would be a WestJet flight. You could also do an Air Canada Jazz flight and be very, very jazzy. Say some of the flyby sounds on some of these airplanes is really, really good. There's a little bit of wing flap going on here. See some wing flap, and if you watch carefully, you'll notice that the big engines on the 777 seem to be wobbling. It's not your imagination. They actually do wobble a bit. because they're like really, really big. 15,000 feet. We are 203 miles from Honolulu. If we go to the main page, there's no ATC. Arrival weather in Honolulu says the altimeter there is 3006. So we'll get ready to switch that over. They didn't leave us any pizza. Jeez. You could have thought, you would have at least thought they would have left a couple of cups of coffee out there. The engines, yes, these engines are the same size as a 737. So these same size of a 737 for those engines. It's really pretty amazing. A long time ago, when they were just rolling out these 777s, when British Airways got their first 777, they taxied it up. And so what they did is they taxied the airplane. They had the 777 there, and they attached a tug to the nose of a 737 and pulled the nose up to the front of the engine. So the 737 nose was right up next to this so that you could look and see that, yep, that's the size of a 737. It was kind of a cool picture. Buckeye says spy hat. We should do spy hat. Ruben has got a few New York slices on board. So Ruben brought pizza, and Sunjammer, nope, I did not see Tom Hanks back there, so I think we're safe. Now let's go and preset our altitude, our landing altimeter, which is 3006. 3006. 3 double up says 007. 1 click down. 3006. Cool. We could also go and get a few other things set up early. Hi, Blue Flamingo. Haven't figured that out yet. Approach. On ILS Zulu is what we loaded. So the Zulu says minimums are 258 feet.
Oh, no, traffic. 96 Romeo, 11 mile final, runway 04 right, Honolulu traffic.
We're thinking of a WestJet or Air Canada flight. Oh man, you start to spin the little mouse wheel and it just takes off. Sometimes setting these take for freaking ever. There's 250. We need 258. $258. All right, 258, 3005. CT Aviation says we ought to think about maybe Toronto to Boston. So YEG to YYC. So Calgary to maybe Edmonton. There is a little bit of Toronto. Well, there is, nope. Kitchener is up. But Toronto is not. Looks like a little bit of Boston. Boston's up right now too. I like to click and hold on the direction of the spin knob and drag. Yeah, I was doing that a little bit too, Blue Flamingo. I just wasn't paying attention. And there is our top of climb. And we need to go to VNAV. We are 42 miles from top of descent, 170 miles from Honolulu. Over on the arrival, the end of the arrival is 4,000 feet. Let's dial in 4,000 feet here and let the airplane take care of our descent while we do a poll for our next flight. All right, let's also just look at a little more of the VATSIM map here. Brazil, it looks like Brazil is up. It's not the air bridge, but there's a little bit of ATC in the Brazil area. So Brasilia Airport is up. Couple small airports are up. Confins and Brasilia is up. And that one will probably be going along. Looks like Portugal is up, but I'll bet the problem is Europe usually goes to sleep about now. Norway is up. No, Finland. Rovaniemi is up. So that's kind of what we've got here. Not a lot to choose from. It's Monday. There's not a ton. It looks like most of Miami is up. We could do the A340s from something, or the A350. We could try an A350 flight from Nassau up to Atlanta. I mean, we haven't been in the A350 for a long time because of the WASM stuff, so we could try to tempt fate. Okay, so I'm going to attempt to do a straw poll so we can vote on it, okay? All right. All right, let me see if I can remind myself of all the icy cows floating around in my head here. Okay. I also spotted a little ATC. Oh, Moncton Monday is will be kicking into gear.
Honolulu traffic, Alaska 331 is 14 miles, inbound for the ILS 4 right, Honolulu.
Okay.
Honolulu traffic, Captain Manus Romeo Fair, only 0 for right traffic.
All right, what else did we see here? And almost done. All right, here's 4 choices based on what I saw. I'm going to create a poll and send it your way. Mr. Posh Martin has already arrived in Stansted. Hey, Mr. Posh Martin. I hope you had a nice flight today. Here comes a link if you would like to vote on the straw poll. Mr. Posh Martin is IFR clearance to bed. Happy landings. Thanks for coming in, Mr. Posh Martin. Have a really great evening. We'll see you next time. All right. So the poll should be up. Let's see if I can see. All right. Results are already coming in. So looks like Nassau to Atlanta in the A340 is winning, followed by the WestJet flight in Canada. And I've started my top of descent. So the poll is free. The poll's absolutely free. And it works on both Twitch and YouTube. So it's not just a Twitch thing. It looks like the A340 from Nassau to Atlanta is winning. Looks like that one's winning by about a mile. Somebody voted for a CRJ flight from Boston to Halifax. All right, let's just see how we're doing. 25,000 feet, looks good. And let's do supernumerary signs, get everybody in their seats. And everything looks good there. Heading bug straight up, good. And our descent is just perfect. How are we doing over here? Poll's going pretty good. Looks like it's the Atlanta flight is a big one. I don't think we need a 30-second countdown. I think we figured it out. It's going to be Nassau to Atlanta in the A340. So poll's closed. Thanks for voting. And let me update that one. So did I say A3? Yeah, A3. No, A340 or A350. I said the A350. I was going to try that one. Nassau, MYNN to ATLANTA, Atlanta, KATL. Oh, let's see. That one, hang on a sec. I will do the next command. The next command is almost done. AZ, did I say A340? I was thinking more the A350 on that one. We could do either one. The A340 works a little bit better. The A350, you never know. It might crash and burn. It may have a WASM problem. Ooh, we're coming into Honolulu. You know what we need? We need a CTAF frequency. PHNL. Honolulu is 118.1. Either plane does not change AZ's vote. And 118.1, still in there. Okay, recall, we'll do that. Notes, auto brake. I will do auto brakes 3. Landing data. VREF is 144. I'll dial in probably about 145 on this one. Approach briefing. Yeah, we kind of did a little bit of that. Checklist is complete. You've never had an issue with the A350? It's a cool airplane. Thing is, I recently updated it, but it may take 30 minutes for the, not 30, but 10 to 15 minutes for the WASM stuff. So maybe I'd better stick with the A340 because it doesn't need for the WASM processing. I need to preload that airplane so we don't have to sit and wait for 17 minutes, which is how long it would probably take. Let's see. There is a scenery for Nassau. I think I've just got it loaded in. AZ says the A350 update was good, but it's well worth it. Well, we could also order pizza. How's this coming? It's been an hour and 40 minutes, and we're at 91% on the new, and that's just the small battery. The camera also comes with a much bigger battery too. So it also came with a much bigger battery from when you're out there. What do you think is the best payware airport to own? Boy, there's so many really good ones. I think anything by Flight Tampa is really, really good. Frankie Woodfield, you got to spend, you don't need 10 years. Okay, it's not 10 years, Frankie, but like I always like to say about flight simming and stuff, it does take a little bit of time for sure. It absolutely does. Excuse me. It's, let me do my altimeters. Altimeters checked and set. I got a little thing that I always like to say about learning this stuff, okay? And it's from Harry Potter. And it's basically every great wizard in the history has started out as nothing more than we are now, students. And if they can do it, why not us? So Frankie Woodfield, you absolutely can do this. It just takes a lot longer. The typical computer game, you spend 10 minutes learning how to play it and you go play the game. Simulations are a little bit different. Simulations are different. Faster hard drives and a strong CPU makes the difference. Passing 16,000 feet. So the best way to do it, Frankie, is just like real world pilots do it. You start in the Cessna or the Piper and you get slightly bigger airplanes. Then you fly a turbo like the TBM. Then you try and jump into maybe the CJ5 jet or the Citation 10 jet. And then maybe you try an Airbus. And an awful lot of the airplanes that I just rattled off like that are free. You can even get the freeware fly-by-wire A320neo, which is pretty good airplane for learning how to fly passenger jets and stuff. But it does take a little bit of time. Thing is there's like no end to Flight Simulator. You know, you go and you get the latest Assassin's Creed game, you spend 10 minutes learning how to play it. You may play it for about 90 days, but by that time, you've come to the end of that adventure. You could do a couple of side quests, but that's about it. Game's over. You're done. The thing about Flight Sim is you can fly, you buy the sim and you fly for years, going different places and learning new airplanes and stuff like that. And now with the addition of live streamers and YouTubers doing cool stuff with airplanes, you'll have the time to start you'll have people to learn from, as opposed to you just have to sit at home and figure it out for yourself. It is a little bit like riding a bike. It absolutely is. You'll be rusty, but you'll pick it up. And the most complex thing is flight management computers. Yep, they all are. Now, in the end, you're going to find that they're all kind of similar a little bit, but yes, they're all a little bit different. And wait till you get into, you know, like the BAE 146 and the Universal. I think that has the Universal flight management computer. And even the flight that one, it's the learning curve on it is sort of like a little bit brain exploding. But once you get into it, you find out, oh, okay, this kind of makes a little bit of sense too. So, but yeah, the flight management stuff is pretty good. I'm going to move my heading bug straight up. 11,000 feet. Looks like we're going to get 4,000 at Shale just fine. After this, we're going down to Nassau in the Bahamas. We're going to Atlanta. And I'm still vacillating back and forth between the A340 and the A350. A350 is a flying monster computer. It's really cool. A340, though, is a little bit more stable. It's also a little bit bigger. It's got 4 hair dryers instead of 2 big jet engines on it. $10,000 feet. Landing lights. And I'll bet there is a checklist. There is the approach checklist. Altimeters are checked and set. Checklist is complete. Captain Chris made it to Honolulu, minus 141. What a great landing rate. Landy says the A350 is larger than the A340. I think, yeah, that's right. It's the A340-600 that's longer, right? But the A340-300 isn't as long. The one that we've got is the 300 that Landy was mentioning. That one is the one that's underpowered and not as long as the long one. The super duper longest one. About ready to make our turn. I did the A330 on across the pond. It's a good airplane. It is. Missing a couple of the bells and whistles and stuff, but not a lot of them. The 600 is the longest in the family. It's even longer than the A380. Good night, Captain Chris. Thanks for flying. We will see you. Thank you for coming by. Next flight is Thursday. Not sure where we'll depart from, but we're going to an airport, Bolzano, Italy. That is the airport. That's where they're having the Special Olympics. Polyot says it survived just. I'm actually got to spend some time learning about a new camera and maybe try and create something for YouTube. Hey, Jeff the Hawkeye guy, welcome aboard. You're in a hotel room. Oh my gosh, medical appointments tomorrow. Hey, good luck with the doctor appointments. I hope you got a nice, comfortable hotel. Thank you for coming on in. So you can watch Twitch on a hotel TV now. It's a little scary. Yeah, good luck with the doctor appointments. How about some flaps? You can also watch on YouTube. Oh, you're on YouTube. Okay, Jeff, thank you. Flaps 1. And after shale, it's vectors to Alana. Oh, it's pre-surgery stuff. Well, if you're going to be in an operation, I hope everybody's a smooth operator. You can chalk that joke up to Charday. Saeed is back in chat. Hi, Saeed. Welcome back in. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for coming in. I was looking into it, Landy. Nobody was interested. Nobody was interested. It's still available. I mean, I think I'm a little bit too old to go single-handing a sailboat anymore. So, you know, Little Blue Boat is you know, the most important thing for me is that it goes to a good home. That's the most important thing. It's got a great trailer. It's going to need some TLC like anything else that's been in the water. But yeah, if somebody wants to make that Little Blue Boat their home.
Taking off runway 4 right, departing from Molokai 5 departure. Korea transition, climate altimeter 370, follow traffic.
Okay, heading straight up here, and we're going to head over to Alana after we pass shale in 3 miles. And after that, over on Alana, we think we're going for ILS Zulu 4 right, is what we programmed in. There's Alana over there. It's 3,000 as we make the turn. Have you looked into bring a trailer for boats? I have no idea what that is. And we're going to go to heading select now. Direct to Alana. There we are making the turn to Alana. It's an auction service. It's popular with the car community, but they do boats too. It's sort of like an eBay. I kind of like to keep, you know, setting it up so that I know who's going to get it, just because I want it to go to a good home. It was my home for a long time, so that's part of the reason why. Okay, let's go direct to Alana and execute. And that looks good. LNAV is back in business. We're slowing it down, descending to 3,000 feet. And let's bring in the map and click. Next checklist is the landing checklist. Speed brakes. Armed. Auto brakes are set. We have to do gear and flaps. See, the leading edge slats are out. I think that's a departing airplane. They're going to Molokai. We don't have to worry. We're a long way from them. So we also have a hat selection switch next too. Back to the bus. I'm just setting up another poll. So the choice is between an A340 or an A350. And you can decide. It's good on both Twitch and YouTube. IQB, welcome aboard. It's good for both Twitch and YouTube. And you can decide which one you want to use. And looks good there. There is 3,000 feet, 215 knots. Next speed reduction is going to be 180 as we make the turn. Casey's back in chat. Descent is fairly happy, IQB. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you, Casey. Thank you for coming in today. And as we approach the turn, want to be more like 180 knots here. Above 3,000 feet, we're at 3,000 feet, kind of doing a slow descent, but that's okay. And 180 now on the speed. And maybe another click of flaps. Flaps 15. And let's do init ref. 144 will land at about 146, 147. Looks like the A340 is winning. So I'll make sure that I preload the A350 next week, and we can fly that one.
More
Captain Whip just came by. Hey, Captain Whip. Welcome aboard. Captain Whip, sounds like you had a nice arrival into Vectors to Copenhagen. So A340 for our next flight. We'll fly the A350 next week. Captain Whip, it looked like Copenhagen. I was shocked. There was like hardly any holding at all, which was pretty cool. Hi, Captain Whip. Welcome, and welcome to your friends. Thanks for the raid. Welcome, welcome. Mighty Morph did Atlanta to Phoenix in an A330 today. It looks like things are a bit stormy. Captain Whip, you were with 90 arrivals. Oh, really? I didn't even do a complete loop in my hold. Didn't even do a complete loop. It was direct to Monarch, do half a loop on the hold, come in and land. And that was it. It was a very nice flight. I still think that it's one of the best training types of flights on VATSIM. You know, when you're ready, when you've been a beginner long enough and it's time to level up a little bit. I think that because the ATC is just so calm and cool. Wheels. There is a Zurich event tomorrow. You know, I think whenever there's a Zurich event, there's always a diversion probability. And in fact, I think we've tried that a few times, and every time I've tried to go into Switzerland, when there's a VATSIM event, we've always had to divert. I mean, we've always had to divert going into Switzerland. Nobody's in the pattern. Let's do a direct to. And I remember one of my first times doing one of the Switzerland events on VATSIM. I had no idea. There was like no fuel. We were all running out, and it's sort of like, well, you guys can divert, but that's it. Ooh, we got a shadow of the airplane in the scenery. Honolulu traffic, hi there. FedEx 441's a big 777. Just turned final for 04 right. Honolulu. Sounds of this airplane are really pretty good. Senor Tomas likes the wingtips on the 777 and the 787. flap sounds on this airplane are pretty good too. And almost ready to snag the glide slope and localizer. Yeah, that's right. I did a direct too. We don't have localizer yet either. That's a pretty tight turn. I shouldn't have slowed down quite so soon. Probably shouldn't. Passengers are getting impatient. They want to get on one of the little wiki buses. I think they still run those around. Now we're catching the localizer and bringing the map one last click. 7 mile finals. I say init ref 145. And more flaps. There we go. There's flaps. That's right. There are no passengers. Hefty lefty. This is a cargo flight. Well, our Wilson volleyballs are getting, you know, impatient. It's a big beach volleyball tournament. Those kind. Yeah, the passengers are all Wilsons. Yep. How could I forget? Good afternoon, Jose. Welcome aboard. It did not snag the approach. Autopilot off. Captain's got to do the landing manually. It didn't snag the glide slope or the localizer. We're going to have to do Clark Gable from Run Silent, Run Deep. Dive, dive, dive. Sim Caesar has that sound on the Sim Caesar flights. Let's see if we can catch up with the glide slope here. I was right where I was supposed to be for the glide slope. As Han Solo used to say, it wasn't my fault. Or as the guys from Chernobyl said, we did everything right. Doesn't matter, you're still high. Not that kind of high. Hi, Senor Tomas.
Honolulu traffic, United 1948 heavy taxi to runway 04 right via Zulu Delta crossing 08 left and 04 left at Delta 400 to Charlie, Honolulu.
Wow, got a little bit slow and a little bit low at the last minute. Honolulu traffic, FedEx 441, short finals, landing runway 4 right, Honolulu.
Approaching minimums.
Now we're back a little bit high.
Sync rate.
We'll make it.
Sync rate.
Ooh, it's a little gusty here. Get back over there. There we go.
50. 30. 20. 10.
Reverse. Man, that sounded horribly heavy. Versus green. Reversers off. Auto brakes off. Honolulu traffic, FedEx 441's crossing 4 left, 4 right, and we'll also cross 8 left, taxi to parking, happy landings, Honolulu. Flaps all the way down, we'll get the flaps all the way up. That one felt good in the end. And then we do Alpha Kilo. So anybody in Honolulu that's waiting for your delivery of volleyballs will be at the cargo terminal. Let's see. It looked pretty good at the end, but then it sounded like there was kind of a clunk at the end. How was that? Minus 361, 1.06 Gs. Not great, not terrible. On the other hand, this is a big old, wide body. It's a big old wide body, and it's loaded with volleyballs. So, this is a heavy airplane. It's a heavy airplane. I think that's a good one for a big airplane like this. And let's go ahead and put the autopilot.
Hello, traffic. Good afternoon, American
Shut stuff down over there. And we should have turned off our landing lights and our strobes and turned on the taxi lights. And come on up to the cargo terminal. Hey, Jeff the Hawkeye guy is here. See, Senor Tomas. There we go. We'll fill the Wilson volleyballs with helium next time. And it'll be so much lighter. You will forgive me if I decide not to use the hydrogen option, okay? On filling that up, that could result in something a bit explosive. Hi, Termi TV. Welcome, welcome. Happy, Monday. As if there was anything like a Monday, but there we go. Senor Tomas, yeah, you'd have to press your AZ5 button on that one. Next flight is Nassau to Atlanta. Bahamas to Atlanta in the big old A340.
Honolulu traffic, United 1948, heavy, holding short. Runway 04
Jose,
right,
you've got the
charter.
Flight Factor 777 cargo liner. That is a fabulous airplane. It really is. It is absolutely one of the best. Anything, though, from Flight Factor, I think, is a good one to pick up. Taxi light off. The A330 and the A340 FMCs and McDoos are almost identical. There are a couple of changes, but not many. There we go. Parking. Brakes on. I've already stopped engine number 2, so that one's going down. Taxi lights are all off there. Let's come over here. Press this button. And we'll get off of VATSIM. So stop squawking. And we need to come over here. Go to the ground operations, get chocks in place, and request the ground power cart. MFS, tomorrow MFS is doing Dallas, Fort Worth to a new airport. All right, we should have ground power. Let's pop that in. And then we can shut down engine number 1. There goes engine number 1. And then we can come over here and we can request stairs. Go to doors, disarm the doors, get a passenger door. And let's go to ground service vehicles, and we have to wait for engine number 1 to spin down before we can go and start opening stuff. And we made it. I was gonna, we voted and we decided to do the A340. Cargo has been delivered. Volleyballs have arrived and all is safe for the big volleyball
Subscriber
event.
confirmed. Top clearance
So we're
granted,
all
agent.
set with cargo in
Loyalty
Hawaii.
noted.
Let's reset Volanta. Shotless is flying X-Plane 12, and Rusty Racing did a very nice resub. Rusty Racing has been here for 36 months. That's a few months. Thanks, Rusty. Thank you for helping me to keep all of this crazy stuff going. Welcome on in. MFS likes the Philadelphia scenery. But Shotless, you're looking forward to the Flight Factor 777-300. I thought that was out, but I've been so disconnected from X-Plane stuff, I don't really remember anymore. Let's come on over and let's see what's going on here. So Baston, Logan, ILS runway 22 left. So 22 left for landing. And we'll probably have that Boston ATC up and running. They usually do that. Bahamas, MYNN. There's no ADAs up. Let's see if we see anybody doing anything. Nobody doing that. Let's go to the real one for a second. MYNN. Oh, we're going to Atlanta, not Boston. Yeah, we're going to Atlanta. I'm an idiot. Atlanta. Don't listen to me. We're departing on runway. It's going to be runway 14. Runway 14. Yeah, don't listen to me. We're not going to Boston. We're going to Hotlanta. That's way too long. Atlanta. No ATC yet. I'll bet there'll be ATC a little bit later on. Let's look and see what's going on at the real Atlanta. And that should give us a clue about what we'll be doing here. Let's see. Atlanta is landing to the east today. My guess is they would bring us in on 9 right. 09 right is what we're going to come in on. Now, do we have any arrivals from VIR? Any Virgin arrivals? Bunch of Delta. They're probably going to go to the international terminal anyway, so we won't worry about that. All right. I don't think we've got anything special to load in. So let's zoom this in and find ourselves a large gate. There's several for jumbos, so we're good to go there. Let's start the sim. Oh, it's an Airbus, right? It's an Airbus. We need an Airbus autopilot. So we need to go over here, and we're done with this. So carefully unplug it and move that out. And bring back the Airbus. Watch the dials on the front. So you want this one right here. So it's the one over here to plug in. And then flip this over and gently slide it into place. And we're going to need a McDo for this too. There's a McDo. And with that, we can go ahead and start Microsoft Flight Simulator. Pauliot, I am actually done with work now. You can start, my week off can start now. It is 22:07. And yes, we have to have a new hat. So Pauliot, we have to have a new hat. So you're all ready and done. Hey, but you did get a really groovy sandwich today. So, you know, a really groovy sandwich. All right, this looks good. Let's go ahead and get ready. So, sim brief, new flight. It's going to be VIR 441, MYNN, KATL. We're going to be in an A340-300. Shotless moved over to Twitch. And we're going to do Virgin Atlantic. We think it's going to be runway 14 and 9 right. There could be some ATC, not a lot. I'm guessing I'm going to go with 15 minutes of extra VATSIM fuel. And that looks good. Let's generate the flight. You think when Flight Factor releases the 300, it'll be the best in the community? Well, Flight Factor, you know, I flew the Flight Factor for years, the 757 for years in X-Plane. So, yeah. I don't know if we actually need a PDF flight plan or not. I think we get charts and everything in the A340. I will put this into chat in case you'd like to look over my numbers or use my flight plan on your flight. And update that. And we're going to be in an A340. And it's MYNN to KATL. And let's update the title on Twitch. And that should take care of all the live stream stuff that we got to do. Let's see. Over here, we're going to get our flight plan. Control C and Control V. Man, what will we do without Control C and Control V in the world? And that's good. We're going to do this flight at flight level. Oh, we got step climbs. 400, 410, 400. We'll just do 400. Shotless is an A350 guy. The Flight Factor got together with Tolis on the X-Plane A350, so that was pretty cool. Pre-file on VATSIM. 400, 400, and file. We're good to go. Let the Virgin jokes begin. This is a little bit longer, so that's okay. This should be a nice flight. Block time is 2:22. We'll be in the air for 1:52. It's going to be a while. Don't forget Vol. Vol. We've logged in. We've got, well, Volanta. Now, I won't forget, well, I probably will forget Volanta. I have to wait until the airplane's on the ground before you start that, I think. Shotless wants to know if they're making a V2. Of the 777 on X-Plane, I believe the answer to that's yes. I thought. Okay, all of this looks great. And here we are. We'll just wait and leave this up. Let's clear out some data here. Okay, so that was a nice short flight in the 777. Flight level 400 MYNN. All of that looks good. Let's clear out those notes and those notes. And everything else is good. Let's see. I would certainly hope it's been in 6 years in development. Remember that work emergency I had to deal with during... Yes. That meant I missed the whole flight. Well, that was because the airlines got advanced. Something was going to happen. Yeah, Polyot. My guess is that is a little... That's got to feel really weird. Well, what in the world today doesn't feel weird? I mean, to be honest. But I can imagine, since you were in there, you know, in the room with the airline operations folks. Yeah. And the thing is, you know, those that are operating an airline these days, I mean, it's crazy for them to have to, you say, wait a minute, we're here to operate an airline and be safe about it. We want our passengers and our cargo to get from point A to point B. Stop doing this stuff. Beppy says the scenery's taking time to it. Should I use scenery at MYNN? There is a scenery. I thought it was a freeware scenery. Thought it was a freeware. I don't have it in any of my folders, so I think I might have bought a payware at some point from the marketplace because I can't find it anyplace else. All right, so it is now 3:14, 2 hours and 20 minutes to do basically a 90% charge on the phone, on the new camera. So that's done. We'll unplug that, and then the camera also comes with a sort of a brick battery. So what we'll do is we'll take this and plug this in, and I think a light should pop on. Yeah, there's a light popping on there. And I guess it just flashes or something like that. We could also go and plug it into the new camera. It's that way. And then what we should see is it should show the camera, the progress there. And we'll see if that shows up. I expect a lot of things in my career. This is not one of them. Yeah. More stuff to check off the list, right? I don't think that the monitor is going to show up. So I'm just going to unplug this and we'll just watch it flash. And put this back in its safety case. There we go. And continue with the charging. Let's see. Yeah, I think that we're all checking off stuff, weird stuff in our lives and our career these days. Let's see. Who's flashing? It is the brick battery is doing some flashing. And it's just kind of flashing there on and off. And I think that it's going to charge. It was down about 90%. So I imagine it's just going to sit there and charge for the rest of the day. The camera. The camera is, I haven't got it plugged in. I haven't got it set up to plug it into Stormy yet. But the new camera that I'm going to be using is one of the cute little, it's the DJI Osmo. And very happy. Lots to learn about this. It looks like it's small. But there's a lot of stuff in it. How are you going to mount it in webcam mode? I'm going to I've got an extra desk mount tripod that or I could use the tripod right there. I just have to lower it down, screw it in, plug it into a USB, and it's supposed to work. Everybody says that it works really, really well. I've got a really decent mount. I've got a monitor over there. And there's an arm that comes out of that. All right, let's find our A340. Snowboard's got a pretty cool route. A340. There we go. Any builds. Hey, Will from online. Welcome aboard. Okay, that looks good. And I bet we can just save and go back from there. MYNN. MYNN. Well, we're doing Nassau to Atlanta, if you'd like to join us. No ATC for the moment. We'll see. Well, actually, no, there is ATC over the Bahamas here. we'll see. All right. So let's see. It's going to be Miami Center. Coverage the Miami Tracon. Coverage over MYNN above 12,000 feet. Coverage over above 6,000 feet. What this tells me is we should file our flight plan, take off squawking 2,000, and they'll call us at 12,000. I don't think that we talk to them about our clearances and stuff like that on this. Snowboard says posture check. Hi, Snowboard. Are those spy novels? You mean the ones in the back? Yeah, those are the spy novels. I have, there's 3 spy stories out. So, hi, Captain Merritt. Did I say your name right? Welcome aboard. All right, I think we can load in. But yeah, so if you look over on this, I have the monitors sitting on 3 spy stories on each side to make the monitors a little bit higher because I'm looking down too much. So it raised the monitors up, and that's what I use to push the autopilot. So when I push the buttons and stuff, it doesn't move around. Yes, it's a crazy world that we all live in.
Subscriber confirmed.
Speedbird is doing
Top
a
clearance
resub.
granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
Hi, Speedbird. Thanks for your resub. That was really nice of you. Thanks, Speedbird. Just been reading about your new camera. Pretty good. Looking forward to seeing Ultra HD 120 FPS. This is supposed to be a heavy. Doesn't have a jetway here. I don't think that they're going to board a heavy like this without a jetway. It looks like it's going to be nice. I've got some ideas of some things that I want to do with this. Let's go get ourselves a jetway. GSX. Oh, it's in remote control mode. GSX. Reposition. Just warp me there. Okay. That was weird. How can I get rid of this? I don't want that one in there anymore. Can I reset it from here? Man, I don't know what those lines are either, but those are really weird. Let's see. You'll be able to see every microfacial expression. Actually, I think to do this correctly, I have to do it in 1080. I can't do super. I think I did something wrong here. I think I did something wrong. I better reset. I'd better reset this. Those lines should not be in there. And let's come on over here and try it again. MYNN. The lines are 3D thermals, and I could have turned them off in thermals. Okay. It's a known bug that happens from time to time. So basically, we shouldn't let it bug us. Love the clunk on this thing, you know, when you get ready to go. Start VPilot. Get in the airplane. Get out of the airplane. And start VPilot. Uh-oh, they're back in. So we got to go and turn them on. So we got to go to settings. And GSX is activated up there too. So they're back in. So we have to go to weather. And we have to turn off thermals. I don't see that in weather. Do we have to get out of the sim and do this? Something to think about. Yeah, I don't see how we do that. Or do we do that in graphics? It might be in settings. I bet it's the other settings. Settings. All right, let's start with flight interface maybe, or assistances. How about assistances? Helicopter, gyro drift, crash, blah, 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 icing. I don't see it in there. It's going to be settings, assistance, aerodynamic visualization. Assistance. It was flight interface. All right. Enforce, wake, turbulence. You just saw it. Okay, it's here. I'm just looking. I'm not looking at it fast enough. Display. It's not there. Gyro drift. Assisted controller. Vortex. Let's see. Auto rudder. Assisted yoke. Auto trim. Auto trim. It's in flight interface in general selections. It's in flight interface here. Aerodynamic visualizations right off the top. There we go. We're done. Save and go back. Thank you. And resume. All right. Let's go and connect. We are a VER. Sadly, this one doesn't have A343. Sadly, this one doesn't have a name like Miss Moneypenny or anything like that, which is too bad. It's just got somebody up front, but oh, well, maybe it's named Molly. I don't know who Molly is. AvGeek says that happens in the A330 too. It always used to be in assistances, but it looks like they moved it. Of course they did. And while we're sitting here waiting for Volanta to load, you can see we've got a really, really nice, it's a really nice airport here. There's Volanta. Oh, it had a little update. Somebody's taxiing out. It impacts all the AnyBuild airplanes annoyingly. The A300 has had it happen too. Yay, we love that when that happens. All right, Volanta should be going. Let's refresh the Volanta overlay. And I think we're done with all the annoying airplane things. Let's do the fun airplane stuff. All right, so in here, let's just make sure that the controllers got set correctly too. And yep, I've got both the throttles set up there. I've got reversers. They work great. Let's see. I've got speed brake control. I got flap control. Let's do rudder pedals, side stick. Everything works. Everything's dandy. Let's come on over here and start the process. My flight. Oh, let's do ground stuff first. We need a jetway. Let's see. All Exponent is there continuing service from Atlanta to London. Yeah, but I'm afraid another crew's going to have to take over on that. All of our doors are open, and it should open the 2L door. Henry, thank you for coming by tonight. We're in Nassau, the Bahamas. We're going up to Atlanta. If we look outside, you can see it's going for the proper door, which I really like. The developer says it, set it up so it goes for the L2 door. And we could also do forward, aft, and bulk. Oh, cargo doors are not powered. We got to turn on some juice here. Ground power unit is in. Let's do power. Beppy is here. I don't know what I missed. All right, so strobes off. Nav and logo lights 1. No smoking, auto. Emergency exit lights armed. Now we can open cargo. There's cargo opening. Yeah, I don't think that ATC is controlling this airport. The ATC is only like 7,000 feet up, so we don't have to worry about talking to them right now. Let's go ahead and import our flight plan from SimBrief. Hi, Driven. Welcome, welcome. And the flight plan looks like it's going to be good. All of this looks great. Let's do some charts really fast. And we need the Paris departure. The actual charts on this are pretty good. Start with an airport parking chart. Pin it. Airport ground. Pin it. SID. And it's going to be the Paris departure. I have Javis and I have Freddie. I don't have Paris. Fernando just hit the sub button over on YouTube. Welcome in. Thank you for coming in today. I don't have a Paris departure. JSG Joy just finished a work call. Didn't get to go to Honolulu. The flight looks fun. Let's see if you can muster the energy and eat while airborne. I think that's great. This is the A340. It's a cool airplane. Glad you got done with that and maybe can fly. All right. Well, let's see. What about Freddie? No, it's not. It's not going to be Javis. It might be Freddie, but it says Paris. Oh, you know why? I don't have the correct flight plan. I don't have the correct flight plan here. It's going to be direct to Peach. We're not doing a departure. It's direct to Peach. That's the wrong flight plan. Okay, so no SID going out. That makes it a little more simple, doesn't it? All right, coming into Hotlanta, we are going to need a star. We're coming in on the Sith 3 arrival. And there's Sith 3. And that looks that looks about right. Let's change it to nighttime charts. Those are cooler. Okay, sit 3. And then after that, we need a IAC. We're expecting 09 right. And these are not in order. You kind of have to look through these. ILS 09 right. ILS, nope, that's an RNAV. There's the left side. ILS are local. 09 right. 9 right. Let's go get 8 left now. We need 8 left because they might flip us to the other arrival runway. You never know. They can be sneaky. Martel's going to call it a night. Good night, Martel. Always appreciate you coming in. I hope you had a good first day of your week. We will be back on Thursday. And take care. Watch out. We'll keep the sheep off the runway, of course. And we need ramps 1 through 6, I believe. Actually, this is an international airline. So it could be we need 7. Nope, there's the international concourse over there. Okay, we got everything we need. Charts are good. All right. And the computer works really pretty good here. And it works with the wind control stuff. Really good. So start clearing stuff, nav accuracy, AC position, company message, weights cleared, and all that looks really good. Come on over to the other side, and we'll do McDo menu, and ATSU, and air operations, and flight init. Let the knitting begin. Good night, Martel. Thank you as always for coming. Have a wonderful evening. Virgin looks good. And then we'll leave it over on received messages, and that should have our first load sheet aboard. Yay. Great. Come on over here. And I need to fine-tune some of my camera views for this. Okay, init time. Wait for system. All right, init request. This is a little like, okay, that looks pretty good. All right, let's come on up here. And now that I've got that in, we'll come up here and do nav, nav, and nav. Nav, nav, nav. And I'm going to turn on my crew oxygen to remind me that I've done nav, nav, and nav. And I think I can turn off the top menu for a while. Cool. And we got the charts in, and all that looks good. Do I have preconditioned air here on the ground? ASU, AGU, covers, jetways, catering. I don't know. Let's just do the flap and get some air conditioning in for our passengers. It's probably getting a bit stuffy in the airplane. All right, align IRS. We are aligning the IRS. I don't think we have to do an init here. Maybe we do. Company message has been received. We got a new load sheet. Now, let's look and see about boarding. That's not going to be here. There is a special payload and refueling. This is what we want. Yay. All right, so let's come over here and let's go import from SimBrief. And check the flight plan. Do I have a flight plan page? OFP. Our zero fuel weight is supposed to be 146.9. And 230 passengers. Let's just see if we got 230 passengers in. We don't. But we got little numbers here. 146.9. I'm just going to do instant load fuel, instant load passengers. We don't need to do the whole thing, right? Fuel applied. Payload set to aircraft. We're good. Passengers can just chill for a few minutes. Let's do page B. This one's a little different. Instead of the up down like you normally do, you have to do the right and left for a lot of these in this plane. So 0 fuel weight. There's a second load sheet here. Preliminary load sheet 146.9 is our 0 fuel weight. And page 2, see, it's a right and left deal. And our center of gravity is 27.8. And accept that and return. This, I think, was a preliminary. Yeah, this was a preliminary load sheet. Very preliminary. Okay, that looks good. Let's come on back here and do the rest of this stuff. So let's plug that in. And that looks good. I'm just going to grab the numbers off the flight plan and not flip back and forth so we can get out of here and go. Taxi fuel is 0.6. That's already set. Contingency is 1.5. 1.5 is route reserve. Doesn't like route reserve. Maybe it likes alternate. Maybe it likes trip fuel. Trip is 11.35. 11.35. Maybe it likes trip fuel. Nope, doesn't like that either. How about alternate? 4.88. Hey, it liked that one. How about final reserve time? 2.39. Hey, it liked that one, but it doesn't want route reserve or trip fuel. And fuel planning is groovy green, so it apparently is happy. We have an APU. Let's get the bleed on and make the passengers comfy. Because, you know, comfy passengers and stuff. All right, now with that, let's do our flight plan. Out of Nassau, our departure today is going to be on runway 14. And we are not doing any of the departures. And insert. Coming into Hotlanta, we are expecting runway 09 right. ILS 09 right. We are on the Sith arrival. We're going to pick up Sith at Lars. And our VIA is, I don't remember. That's why we get our charts. For those of us that don't remember. I usually come in the other way. All right, all of our charts are there, so this is in order. So after Sith, okay, it's going to be shirt and stump to 9 right. I'm not going to do any of those. If there's ATC, they're going to probably vector us around anyway, so let's go no VIA. No! You're kidding me. No, no. Are you kidding me? The dreaded orange screen. There's literally nothing we can do now except disconnect from VATSIM, come out here, go to the main menu, and go back in and start all over again. Really? I don't think we have to reload the sim. But you got to go, I think, to the main menu, MYN. Whoops. MYNN. And here I was thinking, oh, let's take the A350. What could go wrong there, right? That'll be easy enough. Off with the passengers. That's right. Well, they're happy. They get to stay in the islands a little bit longer. It's cursed. I swear it's cursed. It's cursed. Yeah. Passengers, sorry, you got to get off the plane. We're rebooting. Actually, I think with some of the airplanes these days, that's what you have to do. You have to turn the plane off and turn it back on again. You have to reboot your plane. And then we have that really big crash. Everything's good up there. Ground power's ready. Flight plan. Import. Can you imagine how annoyed we'd be right now if we had GSX loading the airplane? Oh, that's kind of interesting. The little lines there like that. That's interesting to see. I love the flash. If you're departing, you can do the Freddy 2 departure to major. Let's do the Freddy 2 to major. All right, we'll do that one. Thanks, JSG Droid. All right, that looks good. Just gonna make sure that's good. APU starts. Beppy is already taxiing to the runway. I'm just going to speed through these. You've already seen a lot of this. Payload and refueling. Import. Loaded. Fuel. Payload. Back. I'll do charts in the air. I know where we're going. There's no ATC. Try it again. Init. Wait for system. Init request. Looks good. Tastes great. Less filling. IRS. APU bleed. Keep the passengers comfy. And this one does say align IRS. I assume it wants us to do that because
Subscriber
it wants us
confirmed.
to do that.
Top clearance granted.
So let's
agent.
just do that.
Loyalty noted.
Somebody just did something nice. Captain Minnesota did a resub. Hey, thanks, Captain Minnesota. 15 months. Thank you for a 15-month resub. That was awful nice of you. Thank you for the extra support and great jet fuel in the flight plan, Captain Minnesota. All right, 146.9. That's all the same. All of this looks good. I think, do we get winds on this airplane? Nope, winds are already aboard. Page 2. 146.9. Zero fuel weight 26.5. Those are both good. In it goes. Back over there. All right. Fuel planning is green. I don't know why it is because we haven't done anything yet, but okay, there you go. Let's see. Taxi all at once is alternate 4.8. Alternate 2.3. Final. And that's good. And it doesn't seem to want anything else. Flight plan, MYNN, departure, runway 14, want Freddy 2, via major, thanks JSG droid, insert, Atlanta, arrivals, 09 right, I believe. 09 right via the Sith arrival via Lars and insert. I'm not going to do the via because that's what screwed us up before. Back to flight plan, and that all looks great. Hey Manaphy, welcome aboard. Fun with the A340. Yep, okay. Let's see, what else do we need here? We're just going to go, there's no ATC. I'm going to do an initial climb clearance to 10,000 feet. By that time, we'll probably get beeped by somebody. Okay, that looks good. Let's see. Altimeters. I think we have a weather page here. My flight. Yeah, we do. MYNN says the altimeter is 3010. 3010. 3010, and I have to do both now. 3010 and 3010 down here. Okay, that looks good. Miami Center is 132.2. 132.2. You do have to flip the buttons on this, I found. Otherwise, you're not going to hear anything. So turn on the radio and turn on VHF1, and you have to turn it up. Final load sheets aboard. 146.9. That's the same. And 26.5. is our zero fuel weight. Our final load sheet is accurate. I need fuel. It doesn't do an estimate. Block fuel is 21.96. 21.96 in block fuel. Block fuel is set. Let's go to performance and get out of here. And that looks good. Let's go to ground gear. I'm going to toggle the jetway. I never bothered to open the other doors. Let's go ahead and toggle arm doors. Doors are armed for departure. Takeoff performance, MYNN. We want runway 14. And let's sync the weather. Let's sync flight management guidance and calculate. There we go. We're going to flex to 53. Let's just put all this in here. So flaps are going to be 1. Trim is up 5.3. Is trim. We're going to flex to 53 degrees. We're going to do 135, 138, and 145. Transition stays at 18,000 feet. All of those numbers are in. Let's disconnect ground power. APU is on and available. Ground power is now off. Fuel pumps. Fuel pumps are all going on. Passengers are aboard. Cabin signs on. Cabin signs are on. And this thing does have something that I think is really kind of cool. If you come in here and go to GSX, you can have GSX, you can run GSX from the iPad. I think that that's actually kind of cool. GSX menu not available. Really? What the actual... Prepare for pushback and departure. I don't know. It's Flight Sim. We love Flight Sim. We love Flight Sim. Okay. This airplane's interesting. Most all of our other Airbuses, we don't have to turn on the flight directors. You actually have to turn on your flight directors on this airplane.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Hey, we're ready for pushback too. Did you activate your menu in here? Interrupt. No. So apparently that doesn't work. Fine, I'm groovy with that. Charts. Let's just get a airport ground.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Air ground. Sid. We're doing the Freddy departure. Atlanta. We're doing Sith. And I'll do airports later. I'll do runways later. We got plenty of time. Air ground. That looks good. I wonder if we don't need .ctaf. No, not .ctaf. MYNN. Do we do CTAF here? Yes, we do. 119.5. 119.5. Nose right, tail left.
Release parking brakes, please.
119.5. It's really weird that we don't need... I'm just going to squawk 2000. Let's see. All of that looks good. We still got some ground gear to go. So parking brakes are on. I'm going to remove ground power. Ground power is removed. I'm going to remove chocks. Chocks are removed. Doors are armed. We've cleared all moorings. All right, let's go. Parking brakes.
Commencing push.
Beacon.
All engines clear. Start at will.
Miami's going offline, and Tim Dog says that there is now an event in Detroit. Of course there is. I hope I'm not pushing into somebody. I should have checked. But it's getting late. Has there been an understatement detected? I'm shocked to hear that that happens. I think that you can start 2 engines at the same time on this airplane. So you can start like the right engines and then the left engines if you want. JSG Droid starts 2 at a time and it seems to work.
Yes, that you keep your seatbelt fastened whenever seated.
Okay. Ignition. Engine number 1, engine number 2 start. I'm sorry, hairdryer number 1, hairdryer number 2 start. Hair dryers have started.
Please set parking brakes.
Miami just popped offline. Hair dryers are spinning. Let's also go and uncage the backup artificial horizon. Little baby engines. Let's see. Queen Hexa Suki Plays. Did I say that right? I think I did. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by today. Yep. Snowboard says posture check, and I'll bet there is also a spy hat in there. Spy hat. Starting engines.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass
Next
pin removed.
engines.
Left is clear. Right is clear.
There we go. And 2 more engines starting. The CTAF frequency is 119.5. Thank you, JSG Droid. We need that. And we're good to go there. We've accepted the final load sheet, and we'll leave that there. Takeoff, everything looks good for takeoff. Rotate at 135.
1959, we are taxiing to runway 14. That's all.
Oh, JSG Droid, I think, is going to be taxiing past us here. So we get to see, up there we go. Man, this airport's crawling with virgins. You knew there was going to be some silly juvenile virgin jokes. I mean, we are flying the airline where that's allowed, right? Diamond Mike is working in Maine. You saw a Southwest 737 departure, and you were on the highway. And that KPWM, you're in the Portland, Maine area? There's JSG Droid. Yeah, highlights, I'm afraid, yes. Had a former girlfriend that said the biggest problem with me is I was 35 going on 12. So naturally, that means the jokes are going to be rather juvenile. Okay, let's do control checks. It doesn't automatically shift over to flight controls. Oh, wait a minute. Nope, it's not going to do that. We have to come over there and do ignition start. And we're done with the APU bleed. And we're done with the APU.
Subscriber confirmed.
Now we can do the control checks. There we go.
Loyalty noted.
AH Mike is back with her nice resub. Hey, AH Mike. AH Mike's been here for 27 months. Thank you so much for the great support, AH Mike. Welcome, welcome. Trims up 5.3. Flaps are 1. Speed brakes are armed. Auto brakes are max. Let's get ready to rumble. Yeah, if you can't do a juvenile joke every now and then. Taxi lights. Cabin call. I think we can go. Throwback to cross the pond eastbound when London controller yelled at the top of his lungs, "There's a big fat virgin." I guess that, driven? So Jamie was at the airport and somebody spawned on his airplane. There goes JST Droid. Look at the sunset departure. Oh, that's funny. See if JSG Droid can make it off the runway. Hey, Russ. We are at Nassau. We're going to Atlanta in A340s. JSG Droid has made it. I guess that means we're going to make it too, right? Takeoff config check. Takeoff config check looks good. Predictive wind shear. And I got to remember this is a little bit longer than the baby bus. JSG Droid says the airplane feels slow on the roll. Oh yeah, this is not our sporty little A319 or an A320 or probably even the A321 that you're used to flying. This thing is like big and cranky. Takeoff config check is green. We're ready to go. Big J, there are still some airlines that are trotting this thing out. There's still some airlines that are flying this old thing. Getting that nose wheel over on the center line. There we go. Nassau traffic, Virgin 441's a big old A340 taxiing onto runway 14 and taking off. We're doing the Freddy departure. Nassau.
Nassau, Virgin 1959. We are clear, runway 14, departing on the Freddy 2. Happy
Strobes.
landing. Nassau.
There goes JSG Droid. We made it. My Atlanta, here we come. Good night to you, Sunjammer. Hey, it's thank you for being here so late, Sunjammer. I hope your week's off to a jammin' good start and no crazy stuff. Thank you for being here. A little differential brake on that one. And throttles up about halfway. That was a good lineup. It's a big plane. Clock is running. Nope, that's not the clock. Clock's down there. Clock is running. Manual flex, SRS and runway is set. Auto thrust is blue. Uh-oh. Crap. And JSG Droid said a tower just popped on. Sorry. I'm a bad pilot.
V1.
Rotate. Nassau Tower from Virgin 441. We didn't hear you on frequency. Thanks for the clearance for departure. Thanks for popping on today. Happy we hope you have a good week.
Thanks for flying in and enjoy your
Thanks, Nassau. Virgin 441. All right, flight directors are nicely centered. Flaps going up, leading edge slats going up. And there's Freddy. Flaps are up. Speed brakes disarmed. Gear is up. Auto brakes are off. Just not so used to seeing the airplane with like 4 engines here. That's just really weird to me. Especially for skinny little engines like that. JSG Droid is about 15 miles ahead of us. That's good separation going out. JSG Droid says to blow off Peach. I think that's peachy. Although we are going to the Peach State, though. Maybe that would be considered a little bit tacky to blow off Peach going to the Georgia Peach State. I don't know that I can come up with any other Peach jokes that won't be the pets. You knew that one was coming, right? I mean, come on, you can't do a Peach joke without something about being pitiful there. Coming up on 9,000 feet. Let's just go ahead and let the airplane continue up to our final cruise. ATC's offline. Let's manage the climb. I'm actually blowing off more direct to CanV. If I need CanV. So we're going to CanV Peach. I don't know, that one wasn't very good. Beep, beep. Yep, whenever you hear the 3 beeps. Okay, landing lights. Oh, we never turned them on. Whoopsie. What else did we forget? Strobes, beacon, nav are on. Never turned on the landing lights. Taxi lights can go off. Let's do a cabin call.
Top clearance granted, Agent.
There we go.
Noted.
Big J, thank you for the resub. Awful nice of you. Thanks, Big J Plays. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Buckeye says it's time for us to hydrate. And you should hydrate too. Nah, I think we're supposed to keep them in their seats for a little longer. So there's Major, there's Peach. And JSG Droid says we should go direct to CanV. Okay. We'll finish the star and then go direct. Speed's coming up. Climb's doing pretty good. I don't know what triggered the WASM crash. Those things are just so frustrating, you just don't know. But there was a WASM crash, and I'm not sure. Jeff the Hawkeye guy, is that a burger? Or is that like a Peach thing? Flag Cloak. So, you know, apparently with some of the AnyBuilds airplanes, WASM crash is a thing. Very annoying, but they happen. You know, it's the first time it's happened to me in this airplane since we did, since I got it. I've had a couple of them in the A350, which is very annoying. Other than that, I was actually really kind of, you know, thinking this was kind of a cool airplane. I don't know that there's any other big bugs. Cooked Pilot Official, you just did your first wide body flight over the ocean. Yeah, that's the thing about it. 7-hour flights. That's the thing about the long hauls. The long hauls really are boring at a certain point. Flying Cloak is doing an 8-hour flight in this. Yeah, that's the thing. A lot of us really just don't want to do the long haul flights and stuff. in an airplane that we know that we're going to get a WASM crash. It's just no fun. Any bugs? Ooh, haven't heard that one before, but I could see probably why. Oh, standard altimeter. Standard altimeter. And 2992 on this one. There we go. Speedbird leaves the... Well, that's what a lot of people do, especially when it is going to be boring and stuff, but let's let the flight attendants get up. Flight attendants getting up. Somebody started a hype train. I think that was maybe with Big J playing. No, this is a treasure train. So there is a treasure train that has started. That means, hang on, it's small print. Oh, okay, you know, September, if you gift some subs, you get 35% off. We have to get to a level 2 before it kicks in, but there's a treasure train if you've been waiting for one of the 35% off sales. Let's come on over here and direct to Canvey like JSG Droid. And there's our turn. And out we go. And let's go to airports. Crooked Pilot. No, yeah, thank you. Flying Cloak. It's an A340. So 4 engines. It's a very, very long wide body Airbus.
Subscriber confirmed.
The older version of this that I'm flying is a little bit, it's a little bit, what is it? It's underpowered. And JSG Droid did a couple of gift subs there. Hey, and that got the treasure train to level 1. So JSG Droid just, oh, Loviz gifted some subs. Loviz is on vacation over in Lyon. Loviz is in Lyon right now on vacation and just gifted some subs. Thanks, Loviz. And I think we got to the level 1 on the treasure train. I'm sorry, I don't know that much about treasure trains. But thank you both for the extra support. Really nice jet fuel in the flight plan. JSG Droid just gifted some subs. And JSG Droid says has now gone to level 3. So my guess is that means that you're... I think that means that you are doing 35%. Tell me if I'm wrong. I don't want to tell people the wrong thing.
Top clearance granted, agent. Loyalty noted.
But thank you. JSG Droid gifted 10 subs.
Subscriber confirmed.
Loviz did 5, and JSG Droid started this with 2. Thank you.
Subscriber confirmed.
You did the 2 subs to boost it to Hype 2, and then did that work out, JSG Droid? So you really did get the 35%? I don't know.
Top clearance
I always like to figure out the way this happens. Polyot, yeah, look at this. We're flying. Polyot, look at this. Whoa.
Top clearance granted, agent.
All 4 hair dryers going at full speed.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, agent. Loyalty noted.
So thanks, JSG Droid. But yeah, if I didn't say the thing right when it comes to that treasure train thing, make sure that I don't say it wrong.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance
Bellbro 6505 and works the hype train and stuff like that. All of that is stuff on Twitch. You can also do some things over on YouTube. It's just getting started. I did get the channel member. Well, actually, Polyot set up the channel memberships for me. I've added most of the Spyflight emotes from Twitch over to YouTube. And you also get video every morning, too, that we fly. Jack Wings It has just gifted some subs. I think you've done this for the first time. No, you did a resub. You've been here for 5 months. Jack Wings it. Thank you for the resub. You've been here for 7 months. It's very small type over on that little window. Polyod says, I need to get this. Polyod says we need to get this. This is FlightSim.to. And let's get that out of the way. It's Virgin Atlantic Fleet. It's the AnyBuilds A340. Now, if only it had Joan Jet.
Subscriber confirmed.
If only.
Top clearance granted, Agent.
Oh, that's nice. And,
Loyalty
oh, these
noted.
have names. These have the names. Holy moly, these have the names. Oh, we got to get this. 4 engines for long haul. AH Mike gifted a sub to the community. Thank you, AH Mike. That was really nice. Thank you for doing that over on Twitch. Scroll down for a list of the jets. Oh, okay. There's China Girl, Lady in Red, Dragon Lady, Maiden Toulouse, Jetstreamer, Plain Sailing, Rainbow Lady, Maiden Tokyo, Molly, and the African Queen. Oh my gosh, we've got to get those. So plain, well, I think we get them all. I think we just get them all, don't we? I'm going to copy and paste this over into Windsailor and get it there. Have you been on any of these, Polyot? Have you been on any of the A340s for Virgin? Cats are love. We need Pokemons. So, wow, you've already kicked stuff up. Yeah, the 35% now is officially going. So JSG Droid, your strategy worked. So we got a September in the beginning of March. You did, you got to be on a 600, not a 300. Oh, so you got there sometime this year. Oh, wow, Unprepared Flyer. You were aboard Dancing Queen, Heathrow to Kennedy, but that was a 600 too. Well, we got to do these. You guys did that treasure train thing on Twitch, and you boosted it to a level 5. Thank you for the extra support. I really appreciate it. Thank you for helping me to keep all of this going. I am working on some nice new stuff over on YouTube, so I'll be starting to do content there. I'll be spending most of today, tomorrow and Tuesday learning. This camera is amazing, some of the things it does, and I've already got a couple of places that I want to go. Loviz, it was a choo-choo, and you did that from all the way over in Lyon, so thank you for doing that in Lyon. Any recommendations for add-ons for somebody who is new? Thronx, did I say your name right? Welcome aboard. Unprepared Flyer, you did your Virgin flight in 2010, and it was your second time was an A330 Kennedy and a 744 back to Heathrow. So you've actually gotten to do some really cool flights on Virgin Atlantic. As soon will ability for higher YouTube. Oh, really? To vote on a flight 2 a week? Oh, that's great. I think that's awesome that we could do that. Thanks, Polyot. JSG Droid, thank you for being a part of the train too, and both you and Loviz, you know, some of the just such great support, and thank you for helping me to keep this silly thing going. I'm going to do seatbelts to auto. But yeah, I've already started to put a list together of some of the other content that I want to do over on YouTube. 35,000 feet.
Top clearance granted, Agent.
Over to
Loyalty
performance, and we're in good shape. DMK is back with a nice resub. DMK's been here for 36 months. Patrick got one of the gift subs. That was really awesome of you. Thank you, Patrick. DMK, and you too, Patrick. The YouTube community post system says you are not flying on Thursday is very similar to Patreon. You can set it so the post is public or only visible to channel members or even a specific tier. Oh, wow. Man, I'm still... Whatever you think is best when it comes to the stuff on YouTube. This is going to be a great sunset arrival into... This is going to be a great sunset arrival into Atlanta. Patrick just did one of those gigantic subs that you can do over on Twitch, and it was the two-tone Murphy, always full pint glass of Guinness. That's really a favorite one. So Throx, just getting started. I think that Polyot told you to go to the fly-by-wire sim and get the A320 Neo. I think that that's a really great way to start learning about jets. It really is. Next thing that I kind of think is really good is there's a little application, and I'm going to write the name of it in chat. And where you can find it. It's called Pushback Helper. It's not something that you use all the time, but it's just good to have on your desktop. Because if you're you're eventually, maybe Throck's going to be into a big VATSIM event, and it's time sensitive, you got to push back, and all of a sudden GSX blows up in your face. Just having little Pushback Helper on your desktop really is going to help. It's going to help you when you need to push back or something and nothing is working, because there are some days that nothing is working, and because it's a time-sensitive VATSIM event, you don't have time to go back and restart. So I think that that's just a good little insurance policy for your flights. Next thing that I kind of think is good to look at, and I don't know if you've had a chance to play with it yet, is this little thing called SimBrief. This is how we do our flight planning. And there's two parts of SimBrief. There's the planner you see there, and part of the planner is free. You get to use the planner and you don't have to spend any money. I don't want to spend your money yet. So going to SimBrief and just using it and learning about it for flight planning is really, really helpful to get started. Eventually, if you're going to jump into a lot of ATC, then you're going to want to get something that's called Navigraph. That's another thing that you're going to want to get, but not today. You got a lot of stuff to learn before it's time to start spending money and stuff like that. Beyond that, I think that the big thing that I'll say is get a nice, maybe look at, I don't know where your home airport is, and if you're just starting out with like flying the Cessna 150, but if if you're at a bigger airport, I would look around and see if there is a payware scenery. Oh, you're in Atlanta? Oh, okay, there's no payware for that. I was going to suggest that you get a nice airport for your home airport. That being said, Atlanta's not out yet, so I'm going to save your money there. After that, I think that the best thing to do is have as much fun as you can. Chase plane, yes, but maybe to just get started, I don't know. I'm not sure if chase plane, if it's really good to have or not. You can set up quick views. Okay, here's our ADC. And I was 21 minutes late. Of course I was. Yeah, I think chase plane is, you know, you really want to have your camera views and be able to add a bunch of different views and add multiple views. Like there's my flight management computer view, and this is my double flight management. I think it's not the thing to do to get started. The thing to do to get started is to hop into your airplane and fly, fly, fly. If you haven't done this yet, Throx, one of the things to do is do the I can see my house from here flight, because the scenery is so freaking good that you're going to want to go and fly over your house and look down and say, okay, that looks a little bit like my house down there, because, you know, it's satellite photography out there, and enjoy that sort of thing. One of the other things to play with is when you're flying around in the sim, hit the tab button on your keyboard, and you get this is the Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 flight manage, you know, EFB, electronic flight bag. This is free in the sim. This thing's free in the sim. And you saw those really groovy little charts that I was using down here? Well, guess what? Those groovy little charts are free in your sim right now. You don't have to pay a cent for it yet. And I just think that that's a really nice thing to have. I'm going to go ahead and get the rest of my Atlanta charts now. And let's get the approach. And we want 09 right. ILS or localizer 09 right. And then we need airport ground and airport parking. Stands 1 to 6. And pin stuff. Okay, all of our charts are good. Al Capone does. DOS. Did I say that right? Hey, thanks for the follow. Welcome aboard. This airplane's a little loud. Let's turn this down a little bit. Austin's back. Welcome back, Austin. Thanks for coming by. Good to see you. Other than that, Throx, one of the other thing to do is just kind of keep your eye open for some YouTube channels that you like, and some YouTube channels that you like, and some Twitch channels, and use those as some resources for figuring out stuff that you're going to need to figure out. One of the things that I always like to say if you're new to this flight sim thing is it's not a typical computer game. Our flight simulators are more advanced than they've ever been before, and that's just for us, you know, playing at home. But they've really gotten advanced and sophisticated. This airplane right here is a pretty good airplane. Yeah, there's a couple little bugs with it. This is a really good representative of an A340 airplane. And the systems that are modeled in here, actually pretty freaking good too. So I always like to say that it's a sophisticated sim. It's not like the old flight simulator. And be sure to give yourself time to learn this thing. And this is where I go into the speech that some people have been here for a while say, oh God, not the Assassin's Creed speech again. But it really does make a difference. If you're by Assassin's Creed, you spend 10 minutes learning how to make Ever and Cassandra move forward, backward, right, and left, and hack and slash, right? And then you play the game for 90 days and it's done. In Flight Sim, you're going to spend weeks and months and years learning new stuff about these airplanes and flight simulators and real world airplane stuff too, and air traffic control and all of that cool stuff. So this is a game that doesn't just end in 90 days, but you're going to spend a little more time learning it. So promise yourself before you start spending money that, wow, I really like this and I'm gonna you know, keep learning. And that's a really good deal. And so there you go. Yeah, more like years. Unprepared flyer. I've got a really ridiculous number of flight hours on VATSIM. I mean, a really ridiculous number, and I'm still learning stuff. Mad Max is here. Hey, Mad Max. Phoenix A321 or Flight Sim Labs A321 Neo, and why? Okay. First of all, I like them both. I really absolutely love Flight Sim Labs. Flight Sim Labs A3, the A320 in Flight Sim Labs over in X-Plane, in P3D. Wow, that's how I learned Airbus. It was a great time. That being said, Flight Sim Labs is a little bit heavy in my sim right now. I know that they have done a nice little update on it, but still it's a little bit heavy. I'm just adjusting the levels on some of these monitors here. It's going to get dark. So I like them both. That being said, Phoenix works great in my sim. It works awesome in my sim. And I've been real happy with my Phoenix A3 19, 20, and 21. Now, if you've got a powerful computer, I mean, it's good and beefy and a good graphics card and plenty of RAM and everything like that, then I really think that one of the things for you to do is maybe look at the FS Labs if that's what you want. But there you go. I would go with the Phoenix, but that's just what I'm doing now. Did I disable the cabin? You do that in the control center? Yes, I tried that. I tried to disable the cabin and it was still heavy. But you're right. One of the things I've got to do is I got to hop back in, get the updated airplane and give it a try. Because they've done some optimization on it, and I really do need to, check the optimization and get it going. Unprepared 3D flyer, you're at the point where I need a new system completely to fly again without being a slideshow. But it's going to be you need to be saving. Oh, you've got to move. Yeah. So yeah, I'd like to do that too. So I'm trying to put a little bit away for moving and stuff too. So those are important. But yeah, these sims, they're very, very powerful. And the things that the sim models are pretty amazing too. If you haven't seen it yet, so here we are in our A340 cockpit. Very nice and spacious. Want a little coffee? Hey, let's come on back here. And we can go back to the coffee machine. And there's our coffee machine. There's our galley. We can come over here. Oh, look at that. They modeled the lavatories. I forget how we close the door. There we go. I think the toilet's flush in this one too. And you can see they did a beautiful job modeling the first class cabin. These are those lay flat kinds of seats, I think. So you kind of lay flat here and your feet go over there. I don't know. I'd feel a little weird. We got another galley here. Your girlfriend wouldn't be happy. Well, it's time to get your girlfriend hooked on airplanes. Hooked on flying. Those are the old ones. Ick. I hated being that close to the other passengers. Yeah, so Polyot's done a lot of travel. And so, yeah, I would just, especially if it's an overnight, let's go to sleep flight. Now, maybe there was a little barrier that comes up here. But, in the middle of the night, if you're in the aisle seat and this one's had a little bit too much, woohoo, happy juice, they got to get up. I would think that would be awkward. I did not find the crew bunks in this one. I believe that the crew bunks were under the flight deck on this, maybe, but I don't know that they're modeled in this airplane. Polyot likes the suites. At least you can close the door and pretend your partner's not there. And one of the things is I did just download those other liveries that Polyot sent us. So, hey Throx, thanks for following the channel. Welcome to Flight Sim. Good luck. While you're there, type in !Discord. There is a spy Discord. It's free. And you're welcome to jump in whenever you need to. And you can ask questions if it's late at night, if you just need some help. There's some people that are really, really smart in flight sim and stuff. They're smart, and they can help you figure stuff out. When it's late at night and nobody's live streaming and stuff, maybe that'll help. If you have time to crash in first class and watch a movie, I don't know that I've ever been able to do that. I've been upgraded to business class twice in my life. I've never done first class. Actually, I did turn VODs back on. Over on Twitch. I did get the VODs turned back on Twitch. So, it just cost us the theme song that we've been using for years. Oh, rewinding, you have to be a sub to rewind. Legalized Law, welcome aboard. We're going to Atlanta right now. We did Vectors to Copenhagen, we did a Hawaiian hop, and we decided to take the A340 on a hop here. So I'm not sure that we're going to make it into the Detroit area tonight. Revs Up Reyes is in chat. You can fairly easily step over the other person, unless of course you're drunk. That might be a problem. So you could actually step over them if they're asleep and you're. I still think that would be like really awkward. That would just be awkward. All right, let's see how we doing. We are. Flight plan. We're 511 miles from Hotlanta. We are 143 miles from top of descent. It would like us, oh no, we got a step climb to flight level 410 in 142 miles. Uh-oh. Beppy's airplane's autopilot just turned off. Did you jiggle your side stick? Did you move your side stick by any chance? If you moved your side stick, that will turn off your autopilot. Maybe that's it. I don't pay all that money to be that. Yeah. I would imagine that, yes, you paid the money for the first class ticket to be away. GT Boy, good night to you. Thank you for coming in. Have a great evening. Catch you next time. Next flight is Thursday. We'll see you then. Revs Up Reyes says you're only knee height when you're fully flat, so it's pretty decent for stepping over someone. Let's see if there's anything exciting going on VATSIM right now. Looks like we're all feet dry. We just went over Lake Okeechobee, I believe, so we just went over the alligator pond out behind Loviz's house. It's a big pond. Probably lots of gators in there. Anything going on? Nothing in Atlanta. I think we're all just going to be kind of chilling on this one. That's fine. We've had some great ATC this week. CTAF, KATL, Hotlanta. 119.1 is CTAF for Atlanta. Beppy's rat is out. Okay, you know when that happens, you got to look over at the first officer and say, well, rats. I don't care. They're usually busy working life of a CFO. They never switch off. It's worse than your profession. We get off the plane, and before we're out the jetway, my partner's on the phone dealing with something. Hi, Boulder. Welcome aboard. I don't know. It seemed like now, and granted, I mean, we're talking like, you know, a major difference between what I saw and, you know, the level that your partner works at. But most all of the financial people in the business that I worked in, they were strict 9 to 5. and took the break, and they were like clockwork. But when they were gone, when it was time to be gone, they were gone. Never heard from them. But maybe that's because I was in an industry that was collapsing. Jeff the Hawkeye guy, the Rat is called a ram air turbine. And I don't know if we'll see it, if we can see anything on this one, but it's under the airplane. And it's a little hatch. And let's say we're flying along and all the power fails on this airplane. All the power fails. I mean, it goes dark. We're still flying, engines are off, power's failing, and everything like that. Well, what happens is if the power fails, the hatch under the Rat, because the power's off, a magnet releases and the door opens, and gravity means this device falls out, clunk, underneath. And on the end of it is a little propeller. And that propeller has a generator attached to it, and some of them even generate hydraulic pressure. And that is, oh my God, we've lost power, the lights don't work, the air conditioning doesn't work, the TVs don't work. But what that will do is provide a little bit of power to your airplane so that you can see some instruments and give you very limited control over some things and stuff like that. And that kind of keeps you going before, you know, we're gonna die, that kind of deal. And with that, you would probably be able to glide your airplane, you know, you'd have access to your navigation system. So you would be able to see where's the nearest airport. That's why we keep airports up. Okay, we've just lost everything. Here are the airports that are big enough for my airplane to land at. This one's 40 miles away. This one is 45. That's 60. We can't make it to Cabo or KGIF, GIF or whatever. But maybe we can make it to Major League Baseball over here. Now let's also look at the wind. Ooh, we've got the wind over here. So maybe we need a little bit more oomph, and maybe we can make it back to K-verb. Because again, we're gliding in a jet that in this case weighs over 400,000 pounds. So there you go. That's right, it separates the saucer section. That's what the Rat does. When Polyat was in Orlando in September, there wasn't a day that went by that your partner did not have to take the time in the library to work a bit. I lost count of the number of calls that they were in the middle of in the Magic Kingdom apologizing for all the theme park sounds. Well, you know, I don't know everything, but I know that you and your partner live and work at a very, very high level of competency and achievement. And you're basically, you know, at that level, you're always on. So, you know, that takes huge dedication, and there you go. You know, nothing but admiration for people that can operate at that level. Beppy wants to know, can you divert? Okay, so Beppy, do your engines still work? Does your plane still work? Keep going. If not, there you go. Well, I think that there's a library where in the hotels and stuff. The Gimli glider. That's right. Potato aim. Yeah, if you don't know the story about the Gimli glider, that is an amazing story of planes dead in the sky. And the pilots landed that, and really all they did was damage the nose gear. And they were such pros. That is an incredible story of flight real-world pilots' skill. Nobody disturbs Polly out at Disney. I don't care if your entire airline's on fire. I'm not answering. There you go. And in fact, the airplane did return to service for over 25 years. That's how undamaged that airplane was, right, Potato Aim? I mean, that's kind of an amazing story for sure. All right, let's see. We are 87 miles from top of descent. We need to come over here and let's have a look. No ATC in Atlanta. Let's go to My Flight and refresh. And here is the METAR for Atlanta. Winds are 10 miles visibility, 090 at 14, gusting to 22. Altimeter 3022. So what we're going to do is plug all of that in the flight management computer. Altimeter first, 3022. So next phase, 3022 on the altimeter. The temperature in Atlanta is 21 degrees Celsius. 21 degrees Celsius. And the wind, 090 at 14. It's gusty, but we're a big jet. We don't care. Transition altitude is going to be 18,000 feet. It's already in there. I'm going to do full flaps. And for the runway that we are landing on, we need to get our minimums. That's going to be on charts, ILS or localizer. And minimums are down here. And by the way, these charts that I'm using, if you're just into Flight Sim and you got Flight Sim 2024, you have access to these very same charts. I think that that's incredible that you get them. 1,230 feet are minimums. 1230 feet, and barrow is set. Looking good. We are 74 miles from top of descent, no ATC. Let's go to the Sith arrival here. And over on the Sith arrival, we're going to come in here via Lars. Lars above flight level 240. Chug, 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 chug. 14,000 at Sith. 12,000 at Tizzy. Above 12,000. That's the last altitude. So I'm going to clear myself down to 12,000 feet. 12,000 feet on the altimeter, and away we go. On vacation, Tim Dog might respond if it sounds urgent enough. Is this the last flight? Potato Aim, you're going to do DCA to Providence in the CRJ. I think that that's a really good one. I'm probably going to wrap it up after this one, if that's okay. We've had a great week. Saturday was still kind of a long day, but I was going to probably do that. This is why Polyot has a team of associates and partners. Tabletop Android, welcome back. Thank you for coming in today. That's right, there's a big event in Detroit coming up soon. And Potato Aim says that Boston Center is booked to be on too. I think you'll have a nice flight. You could do Boston to Detroit if you're looking at that. Although,
Bits
to be honest,
intercepted.
I would do
Intel
Detroit
secured.
to Boston.
Every bit
Because
helps.
the
Thanks,
jet stream will be in your face. I remember that from the morning video this morning. The jet stream, go the other way. Detroit to Boston if you're going to do that. Sphinx Music, thanks for some bits. 340 bits because we're in the A340. Thank you. Welcome in, Sphinx Music. And there's our top of descent hockey stick. Right there at M Jams. Got some of the lights popping on out there. Good evening, Sphinx. Thank you for coming by. 57 miles from top of descent. 119.1 is CTAF in Atlanta. There we go, preset and ready to go. Uh-oh, we're leaving chemtrails. Not good for a spy trying to fly under the radar. Just coming over Orlando right now. I guess it's too early to see fireworks, right? There's Orlando. Let's see, I think Disney is over here by these alligator ponds. I don't think we would see the fireworks until 9 p.m. local time. Yeah, it's way too early for fireworks there. but there's a cool little app that you can get for free, and it shows fireworks over Disney every night of the year, and on holidays it shows fireworks all over the world. Oh, that's right. Is that my step climb? It is a step climb hockey stick. I'm supposed to go to flight level 410. You're right about that. I missed that. Yes. That is not a top of descent hockey stick. That's a step climb. Blue Flamingo, thank you for saving the day. Cats are love. Yeah, those are actually contrails out the back of the airplane. Condensation trails. They are not chemtrails. And I'm going to turn down my artificial horizon a little bit more, and the map, because they're all starting to blaze a little bit. We'll also turn down the FMCs a bit, just because they blaze. And it does look like it's got the CPDLC stuff here, so we could use those in the EU. Thalo has a degree in being the best shade of blue on the internet. I was going to say that comment seems to have just come at us from out of the blue. Going to start turning down those lights here. There we go. That's a little bit better. It gets dark, and so you don't want a bunch of bright lights in your face. And that looks good too. Still just squawking 2000. That should be good. Although, let's see, you could click your airplane and see if you get a squawk code. I should be squawking 5711. Let's change our squawk code in case VATSIM pops on. There we go. We are now squawking our appropriate, and you'll only get that in the US. You'll get it'll tell you over here on your flight if you click your airplane. See now where it says squawk 5711? Earlier it had 2000 and 5711 off the side. That was the number that the system assigned to me. So you can go when you're in the US and get a squawk code. And more alligator ponds coming up. Looks like we're going to be flying over Jacksonville. If you're new to this flight sim thing, one of the things, especially as you start getting into the world of jet flying and stuff like that, one of the things that you're going to want to do is get what you call your own personal milk run. Okay? And what that is basically a route that you know very well. I suggest it be one out of your, maybe out of your personal airport, you know, the airport where you lived, to a big airport or something like that, there and back. When he's on vacation right now, but there's somebody that flies with us all the time named Loviz. Loviz's milk run was Jacksonville, Florida to Atlanta. Okay? JSG Droid's flying with us right now, and JSG Droid, I believe, was over, it was San Jose, I believe, down to like LA or something like that. Mine has changed over the years because I've been doing this for a while, but right now mine is basically Bozeman to Denver. Although I live over on the east side of the state, Bozeman's just a nicer airport. But I know all the waypoints and everything in between these two airports. And that's when you're going to start practice
Top clearance
on
granted,
learning
agent.
how to do
Loyalty
this.
noted.
And you'll just do your milk run, and do your milk run and do your milk run, because this is one of those things where practice makes perfect. Potato Aim, thank you for becoming a subscriber. That was really nice of you. This is how I keep my lights on. I could not do this without you. Thank you so much. San Jose to SNA to John Wayne, Pilgrim. So yeah, JSG Droid would go from San Jose, North Central California, down to John Wayne Airport. And that was JSG Droid, back and forth. It's how you learn how to handle your airplane. Paragon Greenie, yours was ENGM to LFPG. See, great route. The UK into France and back. And that, yeah, learning a new airplane. So even though I don't need to, like, practice, well, yeah, if you watch my landing, you know I need lots of practice. But when you get a new airport, like Paragon Greenie just said, do your milk run. That is the great way to do, to learn your airplane. It's just absolutely outstanding. Potato Aim, we try to keep the vibes really good. Especially these days when the world is so freaking crazy. We try and keep this, you know, a great place just to come and forget about it for a while and then get back to the real world when you have to. Xenon Zebra, Detroit has 6 runways. I am not surprised. It's going to be a big event. There's going to be a lot of people there. I'd like to do it, but my brain is a little on the fried side right now. So we've had some great ATC, so I'm going to want to call it a day and just, you know, take a little bit of a break. I'm just turning these down a little bit more. Blue Flamingo, Honolulu to P-Hog. Now there you go. That is a great milk run. That is an outstanding milk run in the Hawaiian Islands. But yeah, just have your basic milk run. There you go. Nice and quick. Free Lethal, the DTW to Atlanta event on Saturday. It took you 30 minutes to get a pushback clearance. See, that's another part of it right now. This is going to be a huge event into Detroit. Monstrous event. And so do we really want to, you know, get ourselves all set up for sitting on the ground for 30 minutes to wait for a clearance and another 30 minutes to push and start? Younger Pilot is going to call it a night. Vectors to Mallorca tomorrow at 1500 Zulu. Hey, Younger Pilot, thank you for coming in today. Have a wonderful trip to Mallorca. We'll catch you next time. Yeah, and Free Lethal wasn't even going to Atlanta, right? JSG Droid learned RNAV approaches at SNA and doing the RNAV Zulu to 20 right. Quick downwind with a fast turn and descent to the runway. Well, those are the fun ones, right? Potato Aim has 6,000 hours on Volanta and never actually found a route that you like. Probably would have helped you a lot 8 years ago when you were learning. Well, you know, 8 years ago, there was like no real flight sim communities, right? I mean, Twitch was, for flight simming, was kind of just getting started. We had what? We had Matt Davis, we had Cat Strader, we had John Fly. And that and not many people were watching or doing anything like that, and certainly not flying along. We had VATSIM, but it wasn't the same like it is today. So I just feel like, you know, yeah, Chewy. How could, yeah, can't forget Chewy. So really, that's kind of what we got. Okay, looks like the other battery is now charged. Oh, that's right, Squirrel. Squirrel used to do a lot of flight sim in the day. I think Squirrel does a lot of other kinds of games these days. I haven't seen Squirrel do a lot, but I'm not really out and about when Squirrel is. Chewy is. Chewy's actually doing like... Chewy's doing... I'm just going to unplug something here. Chewy is doing... he's like a representative for Microsoft Flight Simulator, an ambassador. That's the word I'm looking for. Pauliette wants to know what your user words. You're in. That's right. Matt's admin. Pauliette knows all about that. Potato Aim, the first flight you ever did that I tracked was 2007, back in 2017. It was a KLM flight, Eham to San Francisco. You landed at 900 FPM. Yeah, when you do a really, really long flight and stuff like that, and you're not ready, you know, you're new. It's hard. But yeah, Flight Sim is just really taken off and is growing incredibly these days. And the sim has gotten really sophisticated. I think that one of the things is if you're a marketing recruiter for an airline, you know, where I'd go looking for new people if you needed to recruit people, Flight Sim. Let's see. There was a long story. Oh, there's long stories. Just getting all those things off the flight deck. It's almost time to do. Did we do our step climb? Oh, auto step climb. Did we do that? Nope. I think we have to hit the button. There we go. So let's see. Pauliette was the first person Matt brought into Project Fly. Oh, Project Fly 2. I mean, you know, along with some of those old names, that was one of like the first cool things. Well, if you decide to put it ever live, I'll love the passports. Every time, if you were on Project Fly, every time that you would go and go to a new country for the first time, you would actually get a new passport. I think Top of Descent is coming up pretty quick. And I thought, you know, okay, it's not fuel numbers, it's not, you know, strictly speaking flight sim, but it was a really nice touch. And there's flight level 410. There's our auto step climb. Drumma has tacos for dinner tonight. Wow, that sounds good. I made like a potato, vegetable, and chicken soup the other night. And so I really can't, I have leftovers for that tonight. That'll be good. Hey, Faber is back in chat. How does the McDo work with the A340? You talking about the wind control, flight management computer? Perfect. I haven't done anything. I'm using SimApp Pro, and the autopilot works great. The McDo works great. It's perfect. Really nice. Oh, I didn't know that Amir from Phoenix was a streamer back in the day too. Potato Aim remembers Cyanide too. Really? I don't remember that name at all. I must have just been getting started when he wrapped up or something. But I didn't know that he did live streaming. 157 miles to top of descent. Everything looks like it's good. Now that we've done that, I'm going to go back to the 12,000 feet here. Because there's no ATC. Probably not going to be any, so we'll have to start our own descent. Oh, really? You got to see Delta 213's flight cockpit? I never knew, what kind of a character he was. I remember seeing a couple of flights that he did, and I thought, okay, this is all right. A little bit of a weird guy. I thought that the cockpit looked really good. Technically, the show looked good. I don't remember an awful lot about that content. I think he kind of, as I was getting started, he was phasing out. Oh my gosh, the kind of guy you would leave with your sister. Okay, well, that doesn't get much more direct than that. You know what we need to do? We need to do range rings. We need range rings here. So AGC, BAW just came back with a nice resub. Hey there, BAW.
Loyalty
43 months. BAW, thank you for such great support. Such really nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Thanks for helping me to keep the lights on. Welcome, welcome. Oh, I didn't know. Really? So there were legal difficulties and stuff. Okay, I had no idea about that. Legal trouble and going bankrupt. Nope, didn't know the first thing about that. Okay, we need this number 275 right here. So let's come on down. If you're wondering what I'm doing, I'll be uploading a YouTube video tomorrow about what it is that I'm doing, range rings. It's going to be really short and hopefully easy to deal with. So let's do fix info, KATL. We are planning to land on 09 right. 09 right, and there's our fix. We need to put in the radial, which is the opposite direction of the runway, which is 275. 275. And I would like it to draw a 5-mile range ring around the airport. Let's go to page 2. KATL, runway 09 right. And I've already got the radial done, but I do need a 10-mile ring around the airport. Last page, so right button and KATL, runway 09 right. And this one needs to be a 25-mile range ring. Go back to performance. We're 132 miles from top of descent. And now if we make the map really big and turn off a lot of the noise here, if you look over, well, that's large. We got to go to even bigger than that. So now if you look over here, there's the end of the flight. There's Atlanta. And the big green circle is 25 miles around the airport. And then there's a smaller circle is 10, a smaller circle is 5, and the dashed line is our extended center line on the runway. That's our runway right there. And so now we've got all of that set, and that just gives us some extra really, really nice situational awareness about where we are, where's our runway, and how we're going to get on the ground. I missed all sorts of stuff. Sorry. JSG Droid. Oh no! JSG Droid had a WASA. You're going to be brave? You're going to stick with it? Oh my gosh. I hope... Wait a minute. You're a long way out. We're a long way. You're going to do... Way to go, JSG Droid. JSG Droid's the green airplane in front of mine. Holy cats. I am amazed. So your engines are still going. You're just going to fly by hand. Wow, wow, wow. So you probably could go and launch Navigraph. And Navigraph would probably give you a little bit of telemetry on your speed and stuff. And Navigraph would also show you where your navigation is. Oh, low. Maybe you should divert to Raleigh-Durham. Oh, that is just, yeah. So if you were here from the beginning of this flight, you saw all of my screens go orange. That's a WASM crash. I was feeling a little bit worried about putting in that. Arthur Freitas, did I say that right? Good evening, Arthur. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in on YouTube. All right, everything's good there. 112 miles. We've already got all of our data plugged in and ready to go. Tell you what, when you have these WASM crashes, and then if you can fly them in, if you fly your airplane in, that really is absolutely sim nerves of steel. Total sim nerves of steel. Oh my gosh. That is a lot. It's about what I lost on the spy stories. I'll tell you that story privately one day. Not my finest hour. Arthur, we are in an A340. We got 4 engines today. We got 4 engines today. And the moon is out, so it's going to be a really nice arrival. Oh my gosh, there was a house that was rented in Orlando. That's right. Well, okay, so yeah, Sphinx Music, sorry. 4 hair dryers. Oh my gosh, JSG Droid, engines are dead, trimming to land in Savannah. Trim still works, so JSG Droid's trying to go to Savannah. This is amazing. So now what we're looking for is there is Virgin 1959 and going to try to get, here's Charleston. So Savannah is right over here. Remember we were talking about why we like to keep these up here? So let's see. I've got Lars is here. There's probably Savannah right there. KSAV off to the side. So JSG Droid's trying to turn in to go there. These are there, man. We need to get JSG Droid a channel. This is where the drama is. Jeff says there's a total lunar eclipse tonight. Polyot says that Raleigh-Durham is still open. Yeah, good luck, JSG Droid. We're all counting on you. 93 miles to top of descent. Matteo. Oh, Mattio's Gardening Service just did one of those super chat things. Hey, thanks for the super chat. You got the 777-300 Rolls-Royce on Xbox Flight Simulator. Really? So the 777 is now available on Xbox from PMDG?
I just want to tell you both. Good luck. We're all counting on you.
We're all... So, how do you like it? Have you taken it someplace yet? we doing here? 86 miles to top of descent. Atlanta's 231 miles away. Okay, I guess we're okay. I was thinking maybe we're a little high. Not that kind of high. Okay, so let's look over here and see what we got. There is Virgin Flight 1959 going to Savannah. My guess is Savannah's right in here. It's right on the border, the South Carolina the tip of South Carolina. You took it to Boston. How did you like your first arrival into Boston? Had a Bavarian Motorworks car. I always thought those looked kind of cool, but I'll stick with my Xterra. We still have snow here. Oh, close encounter. High close encounter. Zoom. Poliot had a 63E AMG at the time. P4RB King Spartan. Thank you for the follow. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. There's our top of descent at Lars. Okay, that makes better sense. Jose Flores is back in chat over on YouTube. Thanks for coming in on YouTube. Welcome, welcome. It's good to see you. Thank you for coming in. If you are one of the new people on YouTube, thank you for coming and joining me over there. I'm really pretty new over on YouTube. Been slowly expanding the live stream memberships and stuff. To add to that, I'll also be doing some, along with the daily YouTube video that I do on our flight each day, I'm also going to be shooting a few things about some of the travel vlogging that I'm hoping to do. I usually like to turn on wing lights at night. So we've got strobes, beacon, nav. I usually do wing lights as well. And everything else that just increases my visibility a bit. Good evening, John is on YouTube. Hi, John, welcome aboard. John B. Edicts. It's nice to be on YouTube. Thank you for being here, and thanks to Poliot for saying, you know, Dave, you really ought to go and do that YouTube thing. You really ought to go and do that YouTube thing. Dave, hey, thank you for knocking on my head. "61 miles from top of descent." We're going to make it a managed descent, and that should be just fine. Thanks, John. Welcome on in. Great that you're here. Typing is hard. Spelling is hard, too. It's also getting late for some folks. Starting to get a little dark outside of Spy HQ. Made it up to 60 today. Second day of March. 60 degrees here. That's unheard of. A V8 engine. It's like the Saturn V of car engines. It's got to be pretty interesting view, you know, if you've got the seat here by the wings. Let's see. The seats are numbered. This is 11C. So this is seat 11C on this airplane. That's 11C. So that'd be a really good one to get. Let's see. It is cold. Did I see somebody said it's cold in Maine? 23 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, the cold snap on the east coast of the U.S. has really been continuing. It just keeps going and going and going, doesn't it? Hasn't stopped at all. JSG Droid is hanging in there. So there's Charleston. There's Jacksonville, Florida. I thought you were going in by that river delta there, but maybe it's up here. Yeah, I think it was a little bit closer to Charleston. So JSG Droid still hanging in there at 372 knots, 22,000 feet. So JSG Droid continues the glide. JSG Droid, if you just coming in, that airplane right there has lost all power, all navigation. Sticking with it. Rustam, welcome aboard. This is the AnyBuilds A340. It's the A340. We got 4 big engines here. Shattermag says he's practically over Savannah right now. So probably just going to go and start a gentle spiral down and to get out onto the runway heading. JSG Droid, the plane is not properly reporting altitude or speed to VATSIM radar. You're a lot lower. So I guess everything blew up. Now it says you're at 20,600 feet and 415 knots. So I'm guessing you're right. It probably isn't reporting. Very, very high drama in the sim skies over Georgia tonight. I mean, it's really, really bad on the airplane. The coffee machines don't work anymore. The coffee machines aren't working. The passenger entertainment system isn't working. My guess is the toilets don't flush either. I'm guessing the toilets don't flush either. We are 40 miles from top of descent. 30 miles, actually. Almost time to press the button. John is flying out of Allentown to Denver via an Allegiant flight today. Figured in the sim. I hope it's a fun flight for you tonight. This seems to be a good night to be doing some flying across the U.S. I wouldn't want to be on a westbound flight, though. I'd really not want to be on a westbound flight in Canada. The jet stream up there is brutal tonight. The sun has not set yet. Nope, just barely hanging in on the horizon. Fortunately, if you look up, the moon is practically full tonight. So we've got the moon, keeping it nice and bright tonight. Hi, Stephen. Welcome aboard, Stephen. Just about time for top of descent. But the real drama tonight, Stephen, is this other Virgin flight here. That's JSG Droid, who's lost all power in the airplane and is trying to glide it into Savannah, Georgia. You can see generally spiraling in. It's not reporting the altitude. This is reporting 8,000 feet and 479 knots We can just follow the track here. So probably just loop-de-looping here at the moment. And probably just using this as a way to circle to land. Well, JSG Droid did say that is not it's not reporting the altitude and speed accurately right now. Well, I don't know. Maybe there's a really good pizza place in Savannah. It was 3 a.m. in the morning with very little traffic. I never got reckless. Oh, that is serious conversations. I need to keep an eye over here. It's almost time to press the button. Yep, 9 miles. 8 miles. Seven miles. I've been a little bit closer to 1 to 2 miles lately, Thalo. JSG Droid's continuing to circle. Probably, you know, like we said, burning off altitude, burning off a little bit of speed, and setting up positioning to get to the airport and the runway. 373 knots, 2,541 feet is what VATSIM is saying. And let's go. And TV's Frank down in deep 13. Press the button. And down we go. And we've got a little pink dot instead of the green dot over here. And there we go. There is Thalo and TV's Frank and Dr. Forrester in deep 13 pressing the button for us. So that is a Mystery Science Theater. Jeff says that Jeff is tracking JSG Droid over on Volanta, and it's 2,100 feet. Keep in mind, you know, VATSIM radar is probably a little bit, what's the word? Delayed. And now over here, this looks really good. So it's maintaining our descent. We're not speeding up a little too much, but are a little bit. JSG Droid's going in. Okay, so there was our last, I guess that was our last loop-de. It says 82 feet, 215 knots. There's the airport. "69 feet. Maybe that's an air station. Nope, making a turn. Jeff says he's on the runway and maybe making the turn at the end of the runway here on the taxiway. We will get a report in just a second. Virgin 1959 has landed. The Eagle, well, no, that wasn't really great. It says arrived. 3 cheers for JSG Droid, giving this a try. Sticking with a flight like this, that's like one of the best things that you can do in flight sim. When everything stops working, when everything's being a brat, if you can stick with your flight, that's what makes you a steely-eyed missile man, to use the line from Apollo 13. Now, since there's no power, you know, if JSG Droid wants, you could use a pushback helper to get you to the terminal. Did it go off the runway? Is it not in the accurate position? Make a left turn on Bourne Avenue and return to the airport. Well, maybe there's an In-N-Out burger that JSG Droid wanted to stop by to celebrate. You know, get a burger to celebrate. Pilot's sitting back going, oh. Hey, at least you didn't end up in the water like I did last night. That was embarrassing. That was embarrassing going into... let's see. Oh, so JSG Droid had no brakes. Oh, no. You had no brakes. So that's right. You didn't have brakes to stop. Oh, but look at that. Way to stick with it. Okay, yep. Airplane's upside down. Way to stick with that arrival. Again, steely-eyed missile man. That's what really, really shows a good sim pilot. Jeff says that JSG Droid is between Bourne Avenue and Robert Miller Drive. Is there a good place to get food there? Is there a good place to get food? VT Jake, did I say your name right? There's no In-N-Outs on the West Coast. Oh, well, I was thinking the In-N-Out burger over at LA. I guess you'd, what, McDonald's or Burger King or something like that? Tabletop Android needs a break. Hi, Mile High Drew. Welcome back. Thanks for coming in. You should have been able to get the gear down, because if the gear... So over here, you probably would have had to pull the gear handle here. The landing gear gravity extension. So that's how you would do it that way. Oh, it was a belly slide. Oh, okay. It was a belly slide. But yeah, yeah, that's what you would do there. Oh, I meant to write brake, not the other kind of brake. You are funny. Hang on a sec. We got to keep the humor going here. Seatbelts going to on. Seatbelts are on. That was actually really good. Okay, Sith at 14,000 feet. We're right on the profile. Let's come on down here. I see DC is up. Birmingham's up. No, nothing in Atlanta. 119.1. Let's go and do a little of our own ATC. 3 cheers on that. That was awesome. I think there's an airport movie in that for you. At the end of the flight, Joe Petroni's going to walk up to your airplane. Tim Dog is going to go DCA to DTW. He scraped by. He did not do a Sully. He did not go into the water.
Atlanta traffic, Wolfbear Cargo, 289, heavy. We are on about an 11-mile final for runway 08 left. Atlanta traffic.
Everybody else is following it. Looks like we're landing to the east. Very nice. With all the flight sim shenanigans that follow JSG Droid, a book or two could be written. Well, there was, you know, all the times that JSG Droid gets forgotten by ATC. And then there's all of those engine failures, you know, in the A300. I honestly don't know how you could, you know, fix a, WASM. But way to stick with it and glide a very big, heavy airplane to the ground. Irvy needs to do blood pressure meds. Don't forget that. I haven't said anything on the radio. My microphone's fine. The time, the mountain in Alaska apparently just moved and appeared on the glide slope. That happens too. Hey, Detergent Foot, welcome back. Thank you for coming in. ChatGTP keeps offering to write my story. Oh my gosh. Ah, see, potato aim. We kind of click buttons here. We'll call in about 25 out. Auto brakes medium. Speed brakes armed. A little bit early. Can't do things too early in flight sim. And we stop at 12,000 feet. After that on the ILS, we're going to go to 5,000. Hey Carol, welcome back. Thank you for coming in today. Altimeter reset. 3022 in Atlanta. .3022 3022 on the backup. And let's do a refresh on that page just to see if there's anything really different. .3025 is our new altimeter setting. The new temperature in Atlanta is 18 degrees. The winds in Atlanta are 090 at 15. Everything else is still the same. And that looks really good. Our numbers are all updated and ready to go. Back to performance. Our descent's going really good too. We need a chart. Jeff's hometown airport has ATC in Cleveland tonight. Let's come over here and we're going to go to below. Look for traffic below and then come back to VATSIM. So we're a far way out. So one's on the runway, 2, 3. Looks like we're number 4 coming in. Couple airplanes, they'll probably be on the north side if that's where they're going. So it doesn't look like there's going to be a traffic conflict. That'll be nice. Let's see. Are we doing Orlando over the event? We've been flying. This is almost hour 7 of flying. So probably going to wrap this up tonight on the spy flight. But there's going to be some ATC, I believe, in Orlando. There's going to be some big event in Detroit. ATC is up in the Boston area.
Atlanta traffic, Wolf Air Cargo 289 Heavy, vacated runway 08 left. We'll be taxiing to the north cargo area via Alpha.
Okay, we're going to continue our descent on our own. Descend and maintain 7,000. Let's also go ahead and it's time to start slowing this big bird down. So we'll have it immediately start going down to 7,000 feet. And that looks good. I've got one airplane ahead of me, about 10, 15 miles ahead. So that's really good. Looks like, well, I don't know what they're doing. They're doing something different. What does a red aircraft mean on Volanta? On Volanta. I'm not sure. I don't usually look at the Volanta stuff except to see how bad my landing rate was. Good evening. Justice is back in chat. Welcome aboard. And our speed's going to be 250 by 10,000 feet, so that's good. We're not going to bust the speed limit. And landing lights can go on. Cabin call for 10,000 feet. And we'll make it to 7,000 just fine. There is an event in Jordan. It starts an hour after the stream. I will copy that down. I've got that. I did have one flight already just going into Bolzano, Italy for the Special Olympics. That's about the only thing. But do I have that? I got it. That would be kind of nice for something different. Word on 9 right. Reducing speed to 210. And we'll continue down to 5,000 feet. Here's another one. This is something you can do. Something special is Saturday. Frankfurt Real Ops Farewell Terminal 2. Oh my gosh, Farewell Terminal 2? This is going to be the imminent opening of Terminal 3. Terminal 2 closes its doors. So they're going to probably, refurbish Terminal 2? And this is going to be on March 7th.
Atlanta traffic, Delta 9116.
That's going to be Saturday. Okay. Flaps 1. There goes our leading edge slats. Hi C-172, welcome aboard. You can fly, if you buy Flight Simulator 2024 C-172, you can fly anything you want whenever you want. You can fly whatever you want. You get to do anything. If you want to fly on VATSIM, you just have to know how to operate your airplane. You have to know how to operate your airplane, and you know how and follow ATC commands. But yeah, you can fly a jet, you can fly anything. There's no rules about that. Okay, everything looks good here. And there's an airplane just coming under the wing on approach right now. And as we come into Atlanta, the playlist comes up with a little K-pop for us. Okay, we've got one airplane over here. I think they're going over onto the other runway, but we've got one right here. So I'm going to assume that's going to be one of these two. Are you coming to Atlanta? So what we'll do is just continue on downrange and see what we're going to do. That's got to be that little BizJet right there. So let's see if the BizJet decides to go on the north or south runway. Otherwise, we'll start coming in behind this one over here. There's 5,000 feet. Activate LS. And all that looks good. I'm going to continue my descent to 3,000.
Under traffic, Delta 727 pushing start, Tango 08.
That little BizJet looks like it's coming in behind the one on our runway. This is one great reason to get that extended center line. Looks like they just announced for the other runway. Okay, they're off of our left wingtip now. So there they are, and the BizJet is right over there. We'll go down just a little bit further. Heading bug. And let's start our turn in. I'm going to arm the approach, get a little help from the computer there too. It's getting late. Hot Atlanta traffic, Virgin 441 is turning finals right now for runway 09 left. Atlanta. Is it left or right? Yep, 09 right. I'm an idiot. How about 09 right for Virgin 441?
Hello, Spy.
Happy landing.
It's Nate Wolf. I almost accidentally flew along with you. I was going to do Bahamas.
Very nice in Nassau. All right, looking good there. That looks really great. The BizJet is over on the other runway, I hope. How about wheels? We did the 777 flight. It was a great little ride today. It was a very nice flight. We did Hilo, Hawaii to Honolulu, and it was really nice. Okay, speed down to 180. Got the airport, got the runway. All right, we got everything good up here. I'm going to go landing lights down, on. Taxi lights are on too. We're not going to get cleared. There it is. We're snagging the localizer. And flaps 2. Gear down 3 green. Auto brakes, speed brakes. The ECAM checklist is clear except for flaps, and that's until 5-mile finals. Come on down here, activate approach, and confirm it. Tim Dog says there's low visibility at DCA. It is snowing. DJ, yeah, the weather's been nice for our routes today. It was great in Hawaii. It's nice here. Bringing the map its last click. And looking good. We've got good separation. The biz jet's over on the north side, so that's great too. There's the business jet, I believe. All right, coming on in. Airport ground. So this is going to probably take most of the runway, but hopefully we can get the November 10 Delta across the runway, and then we're going to come on into Concourse E, which is the international terminal, right? Actually, that's international terminal is Concourse F. Well, we'll just go to E anyway. There's no ATC. We can go wherever we want. It's probably better burgers at that place too. 7-mile finals. Terminal LMNOP. Says F. So I guess I F'd that one up too. And speed for landing, there's about 5 miles, flaps 3. Oh, we're just gonna go through the alphabet? We should. Flaps are full, ECAM checklist is green. And my final thing I always usually do on a big jet landing, gear down 3 green, auto brakes, speed brakes. If I've got those going, then chances are we're probably going to walk away from the landing. Maybe. DJ Wills gifted 5 memberships over on the channel. DJ, that was on YouTube, right? You gifted 5 memberships to the channel? Thanks, DJ. I didn't know that you could do that, but I guess you can. Thank you for gifting some channel memberships. And if you got one of those channel memberships from DJ, each day we do a spy flight, there is going to be a membership-only video that you get to see. You get all the spy flight emotes, and you get something else. Oh, there's also going to be some other things, but I better concentrate on landing. Otherwise, you know, there'll be pixels all over the runway, and that's not good. Speed's good. AP is off. Captain's got the airplane. About to yell at me about the glide slope. There we go. We saved it.
500.
Getting yelled at about the glide slope is like a permanent thing here.
400.
I don't see anybody over on the other runway. I don't see the traffic that landed before me. I usually see their flashing lights.
300. 100 above. 200. Minimum.
Landing.
100. 70. 60. 50. 40. 30. 20, 10, 5.
Verse.
Lining up for runway 09 left.
Okay, we got somebody on 09er left. Reversers are full. That was not bad. That one felt kind of good. Have I tried the max payload? No, I'm only just taking whatever sim brief gives me. But Polyot's talking about, so basically load this maximum weight and see if you can take off. That's when those engines are just gonna strain. Atlanta traffic. Virgin 441 is clear of runway 09 right. We will be holding short of 09 left for departing traffic. Atlanta. Okay, landing lights. Flap. Strobes. This should be Delta. November, Sierra. There's the departing traffic. November, Sierra. Atlanta traffics. Virgin 441 crossing runway 09 left, and that's off to the international terminal. Happy landings, Atlanta. I think that's it. I thought that should have said Delta, I think. Anybody over there? Nobody over there. And let's come around over here. That felt actually pretty good. There's a pilot at DCA with 26 hours not following taxi instructions. I wonder if he will violate the P56. Don't want to discourage people from wanting to learn about VATSIM, jump in, but if it's a big event where there's a lot of people, you just don't need to do that. He's not responding to a lineup and wait either. I think that that's like cause for being, what do they call that? Oh yeah, walloped. Invited to leave. Okay, APU is coming on up. Bleed's ready to go. And there's a gate that's available, and I think that's just perfect for us.
New recruits detected.
And
Welcome
here
aboard,
we are
agent.
coming in
Stay
there.
sharp.
Somebody just did a follow. Hey, thanks for the follow. Welcome, welcome.
Subscriber confirmed.
Somebody
Top
just did a
clearance
sub,
granted,
a
agent.
resub. Thank
Loyalty
you.
Noted.
Oops, too much on the brakes. Let's see. What am I missing? P4 just did a follow, and BAW is in with a 43-month resub, but that was 53 minutes ago. Thank you for the extra support and the awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. And that's probably about as good as that's going to get. Parking brakes on. And that looks really good. All of that looks good. So let's do engine 3, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we'll turn off the transponder. Leave it back to above for the next crew. Come down here and reset the rudder trim for the next crew. Up here, while the engines spool down, we'll do all of our fuel pumps because we don't need those anymore. We don't need the ADAIR system, so 3, 2, and 1 there. We'll turn off, nope, that's crew supply. We're going to do that. Beacon can go off. Wing lights should go off. Taxi light should go off. Seatbelts can go off. Come over here. We're done with the charts. Ground gear. We need chocks. Chocks are there. GPU's there. Let's toggle the jetway. It's already disarmed my doors. Forward, aft, and bulk cargo. And looks like it's going to the right door. That's kind of nice. And there's our cargo doors open. Now the big question is, will the jetway here in Atlanta make it out to the actual airplane? Let's see. How nice was Volanta? Let's see here. What did Volanta say? It didn't make it. The passengers are going to have to jump. If you wonder why we're always whining about, we want a decent Atlanta, there you go. None of the jetways ever managed to reach the airplane. So, yep, it's Wingardium Leviosa time. Bring your magic wands. Our arrival looked really good. That was just a picture-perfect arrival. Minus 293, 1.09 Gs. That's not a bad landing rate. This is a very big, very heavy airplane. But we got to remember the next time I fly this one to be sure and do what Polyot said, and that is max out the landing, the takeoff weight. Imagine Sim is, well, they're the ones that did it over on the other side, right? On X-Plane. I don't know about that. And there's a break in the jetway. Oh my gosh. Yeah, the jetway broke too. We just cause trouble everywhere we go, don't we? One problem after another here on the spy flight. One problem after another. That's kind of what we do here. Next flight is going to be Thursday. I'm going to spend a couple days learning how to do a new camera and clean up the apartment, go to the grocery store, wash the floor in the kitchen, that sort of silly stuff, and get all ready for our first flight tomorrow. Thursday is going to be, let's see, Polyot found a couple of things, so we might change that for this one flight sim flight in Jordan. Otherwise, we'll go into the Special Olympics in Bolzano, Italy. I'll get to work on a nice flight. If if you're new to flight sim, I hope you did ! Let me do this before I go. If you're new to flight sim, and I know some new people popped into chat today, head on over to Spy Discord. That is a place where you can go and ask all sorts of questions about the sim. If you're having a hard time figuring stuff out, there's people over on Discord that are a lot smarter about this than I am, and they'll be able to help you figure out what's wrong, and that can get you up in the air. And definitely looking forward for that. But yeah, I'll take a couple of days to clean up stuff and get the voice back going. But right now it's time for us to worry about figure out raiding somebody before anybody falls through the cracks in our jetway over there. Who is live streaming tonight? Let's see. There's got to be somebody going into Detroit. Let's see. Stu is doing ATC. So why don't we go and do that? There's some new people here. You got to see me doing the flying stuff, right? So you got to see me doing the flying stuff. You heard that there was some people doing air traffic control, right? Actually, no, I don't think Stu's doing Minecraft. That's not ATC. Stu's doing Minecraft. Let's see if there's somebody flying in here. Let's see. Conti is in Australia. Flight Sim Aviation is Key West. The citation. Why don't we do the citation? Let's do that. So this is a small business jet. If you're just starting with like Cessnas, one of your first airplanes, the pilot in question did not violate the code, the P56, so didn't get in trouble. VJ Jake, thank you for coming in today. DJ, thank you for gifting some channel memberships over on YouTube. That was awesome of you. Jeff, thanks for being here. Snowboard, have a great evening. Hugs back. And Tim Dog, they finally responded after 4 contact attempts for a lineup and wait. Really? Well, that's the way that VATSIM is sometimes. I sure had some fun. We had a great time flying some awesome VATSIM events. I really can't wait to see you on Thursday. In the meantime, again, thank you for your generosity. Some gift subs on Twitch, some gift memberships on YouTube. There were some really nice cheers, some great resubs. Thank you for helping me to keep my silly little world growing here. But mostly, as I always like to say, thank you for being such great Flight Sim friends. I can't wait to see you on Thursday. Departure time's the normal time, 1800 Zulu. See you on Discord as well. Until then, please stay healthy, stay safe. We'll see you in the friendly Sim skies. Cheers. Good night.